What's up, everyone? Welcome to the live stream. This is the presidential election, and Donald Trump is significantly in the lead here. 93%. We're very early in the night, and it looks like it could be very well an early night for Kamala Harris here. 6% chances left for her. And since yesterday, Donald Trump was at 58%, and very early today, the odds really moved in Donald Trump's favor. Let's have a quick look here at the odds of the different market. As you can see here, Donald Trump very early in the night, taking a massive lead in front of Kamala Harris for the swing states, as the Atlas Intel polls had suggested before the beginning of this count of the votes. Donald Trump leading in all the swing states. And more interesting here is the popular vote. Now, we had known already for a few days, maybe a couple of weeks, that Donald Trump had a chance to actually get the popular vote away from Kamala Harris. And as you can see, in the last few hours, Donald Trump moving up 52% on the odds of getting the popular vote. So now Donald Trump 79% in the lead to get the popular vote. We have to mention how rare it is for the Republicans to get the popular vote, but Donald Trump may be in the lead now to get the popular vote. Last time a Republican had the popular vote, it was with George Bush. So couple of decades ago. It's been a very long time. And if we look now at the odds of the balance of power, Republicans have a 90% chance of getting the presidency, 98% getting the Senate, and 76% of getting the House. So the House was almost a toss-up yesterday. It was actually a toss-up. And so now the Republican sweep moving at 83%, Democrats sweep at 2%. So it seems very likely that we will see a Republican sweep. As a reminder, as of a couple of days ago, the odds of a Republican sweep were about 40%. So a big move now in the lead for Donald Trump and the Republicans. Now let's have a look. Let's have a quick look here at the markets. Bitcoin moving massively here. As you can see, a huge candle today in the last few hours. Bitcoin up 10% at 74,000. Bitcoin breaking out now of its range and setting new all-time highs, expecting a Donald Trump victory here. So let us move on to the talking heads, the media. What are they going to be saying, and how crazy are they going to be getting as the night progresses? If the trend continues in the way that it has been going so far, let's have a quick look here at our panel here. All of our media, we got CNN, we got Fox News, we got MSNBC, and we're going to be looking at them, trying to see a little bit how they're going to interpret the results of tonight's election and how they're going to cope. How are they going to handle the result? Will they melt down completely, or will they remain professional? We will see. So let us see now. Who should we start? Let's start perhaps with Fox News here, and let's listen quickly as to what they're saying.
And she still couldn't come up with something that she would change, and I think people are reacting to that.
And once again,
You have a state like Ohio where Sherrod Brown was able to hang on, even though it has been basically a red state for quite some time. Yep. And sometimes the migration of this kind of party move in a state takes a little while, takes a couple cycles.
So here we can see already in the Senate 50 seats for the Republicans. And we still have some elections to go, but the Republicans holding at least 50 in the Senate, they will most likely get the Senate easily tonight.
Security. It's going to be interesting to see how this continues to play out in Pennsylvania this evening. Ohio and Pennsylvania both, and even Montana, where energy is a big, big issue. These three Democrats may have run up against a challenge here that they can't overcome.
This shows you a little bit of break in the blue wall. If Ohio's 10 points and Bernie Moreno takes off Sherrod Brown, don't you, as you're looking at Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, say there are similar issues in these states?
That's what I'm saying. No, I don't. Brett, the answer is a resounding, unfortunate for me, yes. I think you can begin to see that where that crack could come, if not a whole collapse.
Let me make one last point. $161 million spent on the Bernie Moreno race by the Senate Leadership Fund. McConnell's basically the pact to keep the Senate majority, $161 million.
And in part, that's because they understand if we have one more of these things flip, think about what that does to the Supreme Court and the decisions that will be made by some of the justices
and
there.
we're, what, one seat away from the majority for the Republicans, and Republicans have been counting as if it were a done deal all along on Montana Senate, where there's very little vote in, which I think is the reason it's too.
All right, so we're right here. They're not saying much interesting for the time being, but you know, as we see how this night develops, Pennsylvania is going to be the key in this election. Whoever wins Pennsylvania most likely would win the election, but the candidates have several paths to victory for each one of them. But so far, Donald Trump leading, as called by Fox News, 216 to 193. And we're going to see sometimes CNN lags, it seems, a little bit on the count, but probably it should be the same. Let's have a listen here at CNN and what John King is saying.
The vote. So if you just think we have about 200,000 more votes, right? This is 51%. It's 103 to 102. So you got roughly 200,000 votes still to come in. Bucks County is the most competitive of the caller counties. She sees at 50%, the vice president, if you round up. Again, President Biden was at 52 if you round him up. You say that's not a huge difference. But Jake, you know the Commonwealth very well. In the competitive swing counties, a half a point or a point can matter. And right now that number is not good for the vice president.
Indeed. And CNN can bring you a projection now. Folks at home, CNN projects that the state of Oregon will go to Kamala Harris. As expected, Oregon, with its 8 electoral votes, will go to the Democrat Kamala Harris. Let's take a look at the electoral map. Right now, Donald Trump has 211 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 153 electoral votes. 270 are needed to win. Let's take a look at the key races now. Arizona, Donald Trump in the lead there, 49.6% of the vote. Kamala Harris right behind him with 49.5% of the vote. Donald Trump with a roughly 3,000 vote lead. That's with 51%.
In Arizona here, very, very close. Let's see, Wisconsin and Donald Trump slightly in the lead, 50,000 votes ahead. Wisconsin, I think, is probably the one that could flip in Trump's favor. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump, 165,000 votes ahead. That is looking good for Donald Trump. 76% of the vote already counted. Let's have a see. The next one, Georgia, Donald Trump, 131 votes ahead. 50%, 50.9 against 48.3. We get 90%, but we'll have to see, because if 90% of the votes in Georgia have been counted, it means the remaining 10% will probably be around Atlanta. That's probably going to sway in favor of Kamala Harris. Let's see, North Carolina, Donald Trump 138 votes ahead. And as we've seen in the Polymarket odds, Donald Trump leading pretty much in all the swing states. Michigan, Kamala Harris well ahead, 40,900 votes. Let's see what
in there, John
say.
King.
So, Jake, just going through some of these counties in Pennsylvania again. Joe Biden won the state. Let's go back and show you it. 81,000 votes, right? His birth state. He's from Delaware now, but he was born in Pennsylvania. That was one of the things that helped him, is because he was, as he liked to call himself, the scrappy kid from Scranton. So where are we now in 2024? I was just looking at here. This is Lackawanna County. This is where Joe Biden was born, Scranton, Pennsylvania. You say, well, the vice president's winning it with 51%, but Donald Trump's at 48, right? So again, in a close battleground state, margins within some of these counties can matter. She's at 51. Joe Biden, 4 years ago, was at 54. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. You look at the margin there, you say, oh, that's only 9,000 votes, right? You know, but if you're trying now, you're trying to make up this lead, right? That's 3,000 votes, a little less than that, a little more than that, maybe 3,000 votes. The reason it matters is you're trying to make up 173,000 votes, right? So when you're losing ground in each of these counties, it hurts. And so let's just come over here. This is Luzerne County. This is Trump country, Pennsylvania. Harris getting 42%, 43 if you want to round that up. Trump at 57. Again, 43 for the vice president. 42. So there she's competing, not so bad. There. So you're just looking for the pieces as you come through. Carbon County, 65 for Trump. 4 years ago, 72% for Trump now. That's white workers, blue-collar workers, high school educated workers. You want to check back in here. Lehigh County, vice president getting 52%. There's a little bit out here. Again, you're looking for population centers now. This is the 10th largest of the 67 counties. If you're the Harris campaign, you're looking at population centers trying to say what's left in the places where there are a lot of people, modest amount of people in Lehigh Valley, but you see it right there at 52. Just want to come back. Joe Biden's at 53. You see the pattern that continues, right?
And so it's going to be interesting to be looking at Pennsylvania. And as we've said, it's probably going to decide who wins this election. But so far, this is not looking good for Kamala Harris here. A big lead for Trump in Pennsylvania, as well as in the other swing states. As you can see, the odds have moved 94% for Trump, 5.5% now chances for Kamala Harris to make it. It's going to become very, very, very difficult if Kamala Harris cannot change this trend, if she cannot find some votes in big numbers very, very quickly. It's going to be very, very difficult for her to be able to get this election. As we can see, CNN calling 153 for Harris, 211 for Trump, while Fox News is calling 193 for Harris, 216 for Trump. So Fox is saying that Harris is actually not as far behind as CNN projects. Now we'll have to see. They're probably going to call it pretty soon. I'm not sure what states it is that Fox has called that CNN hasn't called yet. We'll have to see. So now let's see maybe if we should go on MSNBC. What are they saying over there? Let's put them on here.
Republicans are looking a little bit, how should we say, skeptical of holding Michigan for Trump right now, looking at some of the numbers that have been coming in. I know as we still have big centers like Detroit that are going to land, but the reality on the ground there, they have a lot of hope in that they look like they will flip the House to the Republicans, but may give some ground to Trump. They're still looking through some of the numbers, but it's a little bit up in the air for the Trump hold on Michigan. So the narrative around the blue wall still holds a bit. I mean, Pennsylvania and Michigan are really kind of those two bookends, with Wisconsin sitting right there for Kamala Harris right at the moment.
All right, Michael Steele, thank you very much. We do have a little bit of intel ourselves from the campaign. NBC News has obtained an email to campaign staff that was sent out by the campaign manager for Kamala Harris, Jen O'Malley Dillon. I'm just going to tell you what we got. Quote, while we continue to see data trickle in from the Sunbelt states, we have known all along that our clearest path to 270 electoral votes lies through the blue wall states. And we feel good about what we're seeing. Again, this is an email from the Harris campaign manager, Jen O'Malley Dillon. This is an email to campaign staff. This email has been obtained by NBC News. I'll continue to quote it. O'Malley Dillon says the Harris campaign has, quote, overperformed turnout expectations in Philadelphia and that they're waiting for a, quote, significant amount of votes to come in from Michigan, including from the city of Detroit. O'Malley Dillon says they're also waiting for a significant amount of vote from Wisconsin's Dane County and Milwaukee County, adding they do not expect Wisconsin's complete results until between 3 and 5 a.m. We've been saying for weeks, says O'Malley Dillon, quote, that this race might not be called tonight. Those of you who are around in 2020 know this well. It takes time for all the votes to be counted. All the votes will be counted. That is how our system works. What we do know is this race is not going to come into focus until the early morning hours. Jen Psaki, let me get your reaction to that.
Well, you know, after hearing what she has just said, it seems the Harris campaign is living in the fantasy world. And, you know, honestly, throughout the campaign, they have made major mistakes after major mistakes. But now, once again, you know, as the situation looks very bad and very desperate for Kamala Harris, they're coming out here saying, oh, everything is fine, no problem. Don't worry about it. But, you know, it doesn't look good at all, you know, to have Trump leading in all the swing states now. That's going to be very difficult. I don't know why the Harris campaign thinks that this is a good situation for them. Let's listen to Jen Psaki
in this email, but it is quite telling that she really focuses on the blue wall states here, which, again, as Nicole said earlier, has long been probably a baseline of the path and is a core to the path, and they see it that way. The last thing I'll just say, the thing that becomes hard on campaigns is as the path narrows, right? Yeah. Because part of the objective of this email is to say to the people on the team, hang in there, guys. Like, it's not over. We're still getting votes in. We still need to keep talking to people, keep people in lines, tell your grandma it's going to be okay. That's part of the objective of an email like that, too.
Yeah. We do have a couple of calls to make. While we have been discussing this, we've got a couple of projections from NBC News. In the presidential race in Connecticut, NBC News can project that the winner of that presidential race will be Vice President Kamala Harris. NBC News can also project that we have a winner in the presidential contest in Washington state. The winner there, also Kamala Harris. NBC News can also make a projection in the Senate race in Washington state. In that Senate race, we've got an incumbent Democratic Senator, Maria Cantwell. She will be returning to the United States Senate from Washington state. Steve, over to you.
Yeah, let's take a look at a few more things we're getting in. First of all, I want to point this out. This is what the national popular vote is right now. Now, customarily, we've seen this the last.
Oh, and we see here Donald Trump leading 56 million in the popular vote. This is quite unexpected. This is very unexpected. And as we were seeing on the Polymarket odds, Donald Trump now favorite to win the popular vote. And, you know, over the last few weeks in this election, we saw many Democrats, including Tim Walz, the vice president on the Harris ticket, calling for the Electoral College. The Electoral College has to go. That's what Tim Walz said before being asked about it by Michael Strahan on ABC in a video we covered on the channel. But this argument now completely falls apart for the Democrats. If Donald Trump ends up getting the popular vote, then what's the point for the Democrats to trying to elect people with the popular vote, if Republicans are going to get that now, but more and more as this night goes, it looks like it's going to be a result really that's quite unexpected, I would say, if Donald Trump gets the popular vote. As we were saying earlier, let's check back here the odds on Polymarket. Let's see. And let's have a look here. Let's go back.
Allegheny, Pittsburgh. The other is Philadelphia. So we'll put this map into motion here. Put the slide bar out, okay? She's nearly meeting her number in Allegheny, off a half a point. Trump's doing slightly better, just 0.6 points. The last time I looked at that, she was dead even with the number from Joe Biden from 4 years ago in a percentage-wise. Come over here to Philadelphia, because this is really where, if you're a Democrat and you want to win the state, you got to run your numbers up in Philadelphia. And this kind of matches what I just read from, America's big cities. In Philadelphia, she's underperforming Biden's mark from 4 years ago. And Trump is overperforming where he was 4 years ago. So, when you think about the number of votes that are available in Philadelphia, and you have 300,000, right? And that's a huge difference. I mean, you can run the totals up and never look back oftentimes in Pennsylvania if you're a Democrat.
And so on for Fox News, they're still talking about Pennsylvania. They're going to be talking about Pennsylvania all night long. This is going to be the state to focus on. If Donald Trump ends up getting Pennsylvania, it's going to be very, very difficult for Kamala Harris to be able to win this election. But let's go back here to our odds on Polymarket now. 94.6, 5.2% chances for Kamala Harris. Now it looks like the market doesn't think that things are moving in Kamala Harris's favor, even though a few races now have been called. Let's see that swing states, all of them for Trump. Very, very unlikely to see Kamala Harris being able to really turn this tide around. Now 88% for Trump for the popular vote. It seems this election is now closing rapidly just in the last 30 minutes. Now the odds are moving increasingly in Donald Trump's favor. We are at 0% here. Democratic sweep, that's it. The Senate has probably been called then, I assume. 78% Republican sweep. We are moving toward a landslide, probably a Republican victory here. And quite frankly, it was quite expected. If this is the way that it is going to go, if you've been on this channel, if you've been following our coverage of this election and how the odds have moved all the way since Joe Biden was on the ticket, and then when he got here under 35%, he was replaced by Kamala Harris, and this last minute switch from Biden to Kamala Harris managed to reinvigorate the Democratic ticket, with Kamala Harris sort of on this honeymoon, this media pushed honeymoon for her campaign, managing to sort of bridge the gap really that had been created between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. And as at the highest, Donald Trump was at 70% chances of winning, then Kamala Harris coming back and actually taking the lead over Trump for a short period of time in August here, and then it was a neck and neck race all the way until October. So there was really no favorite until October. And then as we covered on this channel, the disastrous interview of Kamala Harris on Fox News with Bret Baier, where she couldn't really answer any question, and he kept pressing her, asking her to give answers, and she was unable to really give any answer that provided any substance. She kept on doing what people commonly refer to as her word salads. And it didn't look good at all for her. And ever since then, it sort of exposed her to the media, and she started drifting away from Trump on the prediction markets here and on the polls. And then she had to sort of come in front of the media and do appearances. And most of them were, and we've covered them all on this channel, most of them were actually in friendly territory, except for that Fox News interview with Brett Baer. But even that, despite these interviews being in friendly territory, having news anchors asking softball questions and really trying to put her and show her in the best light, she wasn't really able to take advantage of that. And now in the final week, Kamala Harris refusing to go on Joe Rogan, imposing some nonsensical conditions, and in the end, Donald Trump going on Joe Rogan, J.D. Vance going on Joe Rogan, and yesterday Elon Musk going on Joe Rogan. So sort of all the principles of the Trump ticket going on Joe Rogan and really, getting millions of views, while Kamala Harris decided to do different podcasts and media interventions, but that were not nearly as successful and not nearly as much viewers as Joe Rogan could have given her. But of course, it was perhaps for the Harris campaign a trap to try to do Joe Rogan anyway, because if they were going to put Kamala Harris in front of a camera for 3 hours, then the act would have broken apart. She wouldn't have been able to really keep the character that she portrays for 3 hours under the scrutiny and the questions of Joe Rogan. It would have been pretty obvious that in the end, she is not really in charge of policy. She's just a candidate that is doing what people are telling her, and she doesn't really have much decision power over the policy choices that her administration, and which really is the Joe Biden administration, and her campaign was sort of a Joe Biden campaign. She just got grafted onto it at the head of the ticket because Joe Biden was doing so poorly in the polls and in the prediction markets. It looked, as you can see here, from June 27, that Joe Biden had basically no chance of being able to contend in this election. And Kamala Harris did pretty well until the last moment, where really she got put in front of the media, and that didn't work. When she sort of dispelled the doubts that people had about her. And now, as you can see, this election looking very, very bad for Kamala Harris. So now let's go back to Fox here, and let's have a look at what they are saying.
And the question is, why? Why is it that it didn't appeal the Kamala Harris campaign message? And I think it's interesting to look at the slow death of identity politics that you're seeing in this election. The Kamala Harris campaign tried to argue that people should vote for her based on identity politics, whereas the Trump campaign, which was accused of being Hitler, fascist, wanting to, implement, get rid of democracy, essentially, is running ahead with those groups. And that's not something that they expected. Those were the key people that they needed to get her over the finish line. Now, the night is not over, but long term, Democrats are going to have to think about, they're losing their coalition. And how are they going to get it back? You can't just argue that someone in your opponent is a Nazi, essentially. You have to have something to offer. And at this point, they're looking at the numbers and saying, if we're running this far behind in these places that we're looking at the votes, it's going to be a tough climb getting to that 270.
One of the interesting things that strikes me as you say that is that the character issue was dug into so deeply by the Harris campaign and by...
Okay, and what they're saying here is, of course, what most observers of this campaign have been saying, really, that there wasn't much substance to the Kamala Harris campaign, as we see the scorecard that they have here, 193 to 16 in favor of Donald Trump. But the Kamala Harris campaign really not managing to get back the coalition that Obama had back in the days. And ever since Obama, the Democrats have been sort of running behind, trying to get the numbers that Obama was pulling, but no one really ever since has managed to get this type of popular support that Obama was enjoying. And now Kamala Harris being really far from it, being behind everyone, behind Joe Biden, I think behind Hillary Clinton at this stage of the race. It's going to be most likely the most difficult race that we've seen in a long time for the Democrats here. If Kamala Harris is pulling these kinds of numbers already, you know, as we've said earlier at the beginning of this live stream, it hasn't happened since 2004 and George Bush that the Republicans have managed to secure the popular vote. And here, Donald Trump seems to be in a position to actually get the popular vote. And we will have to see if Donald Trump ends up winning this election, what will change by having the popular vote. Because even though in terms of the election, the popular vote doesn't matter, in terms of a mandate, it does matter. A president being elected with the popular vote, it sort of gives confidence in the people who are going to be in the Senate and in Congress that there is popular support behind the candidate, and better align yourself with someone, especially on the Republican side. If Donald Trump manages to get the popular vote, then it would be very likely that anybody in Congress on the Republican side will sort of fall in line with Trump, and that you wouldn't see many Republicans, sort of the never Trumper of the previous elections, really come out against Trump. And we've seen that already in this election, back earlier in the campaign when Donald Trump was sort of fighting with Nikki Haley. In the end, she ended up endorsing him, nevertheless, despite all that was said during the campaign. And of course, over the last week, Liz Cheney, a Republican, endorsing Kamala Harris. But in the end, all these endorsements that Kamala Harris got, did it really play out in her favor? I don't know. I think we will have really to ask questions. Was it worth it for Kamala Harris to get an endorsement from the Cheneys? Because how many, Republican voters were going to vote for her because of Cheney, and how many Democratic voters decided, you know what, if Dick Cheney is endorsing her, then she's not my candidate. And we'll have to see. When this is all said and done, I'm sure that the Harris campaign will realize a lot of the endorsements that they got were actually not positive. And all those celebrities that decided to endorse Kamala Harris over the last few weeks, if you look really at the data and the election forecast here, how it has moved the odds, well, it really didn't play out in her favor. It seems, on the contrary, the more celebrities endorsed her, the worse it became for her in the odds of getting this election. Now, let's have a listen
governor
here.
In the state of North Carolina, you saw former President Trump go there a number of times, about 4 times in the past 2 weeks, to campaign. The campaign always felt that they were in good position in North Carolina. Now we can project that he will win the state of North Carolina and its 16 electoral votes. The Fox News decision desk can now also predict that Vice President Harris will win New Mexico. That was a tight race. It had tightened in recent days, but Vice President Harris will win New Mexico. So as we look at the race to 270, the electoral votes needed, it now stands at 232 for former President Trump and 198 for Vice President Harris.
That makes North Carolina the state in the battlegrounds that Trump has won 3 times. It was the only battleground state that he locked down in 2020. So obviously a relief at the Trump campaign that he has kept that one in his column as well tonight as we continue to move on.
Peter Doocy is live at the White House. What he's hearing from the Harris campaign and the Harris path tonight. Peter.
And we'll start with what we're hearing here at the White House, and that is nothing. They told us that President Biden and some longtime advisors were inside watching the results come in on TV, but we have been here outside, and we have been noticing that a lot of lights that were on within the White House.
All right, so he's going to go on here to probably make fun of Joe Biden. But North Carolina here being called for Donald Trump, 232, 198 as called on Fox News. CNN calls it 153, 227 for Trump. And things are not moving in Kamala's favor. 3.8% odds now for Kamala Harris. It seems that it's going to be probably an early night, but we'll have to see because, as we've said, it will all come down to Pennsylvania, and we'll have to see. But there's going to be some interesting races down ballot, and we're going to have to see what will be the results, especially here in the House. The odds at 73% for a Republican House, 75% of a Republican sweep. Now, it's going to be, if nothing changes here, it's going to be a landslide victory for the Republicans. And, overall, as we mentioned in the polls, or let's see, there's some key races here being called by CNN.
Donald Trump more than 212,000 votes ahead, with 82% of the estimated vote in from the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. In battleground Michigan, Donald Trump in the lead, 51.2%. Kamala Harris at 47%. Donald Trump at 98,014 votes ahead of Kamala Harris, with 41% of the estimated vote in from Michigan. In battleground Wisconsin, Donald Trump in the lead, 50.7%. To Harris's
Wisconsin is now breaking out for
Donald Trump with a 68,000 plus vote lead over Harris, with 71% of the estimated vote in from the Badger State. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump up 50.8% to Harris's 48.3%. Donald Trump with 128,582 more votes than Kamala Harris, with 92% of the estimated vote counted in the state of Georgia. In the state of Arizona, another battleground, Donald Trump in the lead there, 49.8% to Harris's 49.3%. Donald Trump with a 7,588 vote lead over Kamala Harris. That's with more than half, 52% of the estimated vote in. In Nevada, Donald Trump in the lead, 73%. Kamala Harris with 26.2%. Donald Trump with a 10,985 vote lead over Harris. That's with only 2% of the vote in from from Nevada, only 2%. Boris Sanchez now has some new projections in the fight for control of the U.S. Senate.
Jake, a major moment for Republicans. They have just flipped, they are expected to flip, their second Democratic seat of the night, this one coming in Ohio. There, Republican Bernie Moreno defeating incumbent Democrat Sherrod Brown. Moreno, the owner of some luxury car dealerships, who invested early in blockchain technology, fought to attach Brown to the Biden administration more broadly, specifically on issues like immigration. Sherrod Brown, a populist who had survived some difficult tests in his state before, cannot overcome the political headwinds he is facing. Donald Trump has now won Ohio 3 elections in a row, and it's simply too much for the incumbent Democrat to overcome. So we are projecting that Bernie Moreno is your new junior senator from the Buckeye State. Meantime, 4 Democratic holds. The first one, a historic one in New Jersey. There, Congressman Andy Kim is set to become the first Korean American ever to serve in the U.S. Senate. He defeats real estate tycoon Curtis Bashaw. Meantime, in Virginia, there, incumbent Democratic Senator Tim Kaine, a former vice presidential candidate, he's projected to defeat Hung Kao, a former Navy captain. Another Democratic hold to tell you about this one, Martin Heinrich, the incumbent senator there, seeking his 3rd term. He defeats Nella Dominici, whose father was the last Republican senator elected in New Mexico some 20 years ago. Another Democratic hold to project for you, this one coming in the state of Washington. There, Democratic incumbent Senator Maria Cantwell wins her 5th term as she defeats Raul Garcia, an ER doctor. Now, what does that pickup in Ohio mean for the magic number? We started out the night with Republicans needing to pick up 2 Democratic seats to take control of the chamber. With West Virginia and Ohio, they have hit 2, and now they're seeking to pad those numbers. Currently, as we speak, Republicans are leading in 4 seats currently held by Democrats. Let's get you an update on where those are right now with some key race alerts. These are live results coming into CNN. We start with the state of Wisconsin. There, the CEO of California-based SunWest Bank, Eric Hovde, is 29,000 votes ahead of Democratic incumbent Senator Tammy Baldwin, who's seeking her 3rd term in office, 70% of the vote. And we just got an update. The lead pretty much the same in Wisconsin for Hovde. In Pennsylvania, this has been going back and forth all night, but right now, the former CEO of one of the largest hedge funds in the world, Dave McCormick, currently leads incumbent Democratic Senator Bob Casey by about 120,000 votes. Still a very close race. This one also a very expensive one. 81% of the vote in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Now, a key race alert from the state of Michigan. This one has been close all night as well. Former Republican Congressman Mike Rogers currently leading current Democratic Congresswoman Alyssa Slotkin, 48,000 votes. Rogers ahead of Slotkin, 40% of the vote in the Wolverine state. So let's take a look at the balance of power in the U.S. Senate, the raw numbers. What does this mean? Democrats hold 40 seats. Republicans, with those 2 pickups, hold 49, 11 seats remaining to be determined, Jake. Obviously, you need 51 for control of the chamber.
All right, Boris, thanks so much.
All right, and so here we see the Republicans doing very, very well here in the race for the Senate, and it confirms the odds here. Let's have a quick look. The odds now 99% in favor of the Republicans leading in many of those Senate races. Donald Trump still 96.6% favored here to get the presidential race. And you know, as we see this election night developing here, it looks like some states that we didn't really expect to go for the Republicans are in a very good shape here for Donald Trump. Wisconsin, that was one that we were looking at that was it was neck and neck really just a couple of days ago in Wisconsin, very, very close. And now it seems that it's breaking in favor, and we'll have to see. A lot of those, of course, have not been called yet, but Donald Trump leading, and a lead that we'll see a very, very big lead. To be honest, here I didn't expect. I thought that perhaps there was a lot of sort of voters that were going to switch and break towards Trump, perhaps a lot of the undecided voters, but it seems that perhaps there is also a lot of silent voters, silent Trump voters. And when we're looking really at the polls that were being done all over, last week and the week before, it seemed that the race was extremely close and that it wasn't going to play out like that at all. And in fact, it turned out to be very, very different. And a lot of these results here are going to appear surprising. But if you think about the media strategy that the Democrats used, then perhaps it explained that they were really in unknown territory and they were just moving around in the dark, because once you start to really castigate the opposing voter and create this climate where you're vilifying the opposition for their political beliefs, then it becomes very, very difficult for you to be able to do accurate polling. You know, if you go out there and every day you say whoever votes for the opposition is a terrible person, and you keep on sort of insulting them, then when posters are going to be calling people are not necessarily going to be answering their call or necessarily saying the truth in the polls, and that's going to skew the polls in your favor, and then you think you're doing well in a lot of places, and as it turned out, or as it seems like it's turning out, that is not the case. And this perhaps it's a problem for the strategy. And you know, we will have time, of course, to analyze the strategy of the campaigns once we know exactly how this election is going to turn out. But I think the Democrats are going to have to really look back at their campaign and see all the mistakes that they made all along. And, you know, if you've been following the channel, if you've been watching the videos, then it is not really that surprising, considering all the mistakes that they made all along in this election, to see that it is playing out against them so far. And, you know, at least even if Kamala Harris was to turn this around, which now seems very, very unlikely at 3.4%, she really made this presidential race much harder for herself than she had to do. She made so many mistakes that really, you know, if you compare to what Joe Biden was doing, she probably will have lost a lot of voter for Democrats when it's all said and done, comparing to Joe Biden. And perhaps the way she conducted her campaign is the reason for that more than anything else. And there is going to be, I think, once this election is over, a sort of a realignment of the Democrats. They're going to have to change their strategy, because what they have been doing over the last 4 years has not been working at all. And on the contrary, it's hurting the Democrats' brand. And they will have really to think about policy and think about what they're doing, because it seems that here Donald Trump is going to move to a landslide victory. Let's go now and let's see. Let's listen to MSNBC quickly. We're going to see tonight if this election goes the way it is going this far, and if we continue to see Donald Trump solidly in the lead until this election is called, we are going to see MSNBC absolutely melt in anger. And we definitely want to be seeing what they are going to say. Let's listen.
Be in line with Kamala Harris. So if, in fact, Dave McCormick does prevail in Pennsylvania, what could that mean for Kamala Harris in her potential strength in Pennsylvania?
And Trump doing well in certain places has helped Republicans. When we look at Ohio, where you say, oh, what would a populist senator look like? The Democrats had one with a strong record, even
Man, they're
against
getting
tailwinds
stuck a lot here.
that go, a long ways. However you want to say it, Sherrod Brown was doing 5 points better than the Harris finish, or Moreno was doing 5 points.
All right, so far, the meltdown in MSNBC hasn't yet happened. We'll keep an eye on them, and we will see if they lose their minds as the night goes on. Let's go back now onto CNN, and let's listen here.
What he did in 2020. Then you come out here, let's go up to battleground Michigan. These are the decisive states left on the board right now. Look at in the areas, those are his base areas. He's getting more. The same over here in battleground Wisconsin. So the former president of the United States, given up for dead, Jake, after January 6, 2021, is running stronger now than he did in the last campaign.
All right, John King, thank you so much. Every electoral vote counts, and 4 more are on the line right now as polling places are about to close in Hawaii. And we project Kamala Harris will win the state of Hawaii with its 4 electoral votes. Not a surprise. Hawaii, a reliably Democratic vote. But that does mean a pickup of 4 electoral votes for Kamala Harris. Donald Trump has 230. He is 40 votes away from winning. Kamala Harris has 169 electoral votes. She is 101 votes away from the 207.
And we're going to move on here to Fox also calling Hawaii.
And the state of Hawaii, the Aloha State.
Kamala Harris here, but their call is 232 in favor of Trump. So they are further along the count as compared to CNN, that's 169, 230. And Kamala Harris, it seems, will pick up more than what CNN is expecting. Let's listen here.
The balance of power, as we just said, the U.S. Senate will go to Republican control. So far, 51-43. But again, you see those white blocks there. We could see some more Senate races continue to fall the Republicans' way. Okay, so rudely interrupted, Bill Hemmer by midnight, ticking down. Go ahead,
okay, that's all good. I just want to show you, based on where we stand right now, if you were to call the game, okay, Trump's at 232. He just widened his lead in Pennsylvania by 4. It's still not enough. In Georgia right now, his lead went from 2.7 to 2.2. We'll check back in a moment and see where that is. If you were to hang on in Georgia, 267, still not enough. I was looking at Michigan a moment ago. He was up almost 5 points in Michigan, okay? If it stays that way, it's his. And he's back in the Oval Office. If Wisconsin stays where it is, and I just checked the number, he would run it up to 292. And if Arizona, he was up 0.1 percentage points about 30 minutes ago. He's up 0.4 now, so he's increasing his margin. Almost half of the vote out there. Arizona counts slow. It's okay. We'll take our time on that, all right? It would be 303. So that's where we are, and we can run.
All right, and we will see if what he says is true, and if Donald Trump passes the 300 mark. And when we're looking at the polls, the most likely scenario for the Trump win was 312. So we will see whether that is what is going to play out. But of course, everything can happen. And as of right now, it's actually pretty close, but looking good for Donald Trump.
That's where it is, 0.4 percentage points, a Trump lead in Arizona. You got about half the vote in right now, estimated. Too soon to call, so that's where we are. We'll see if we get a call in a moment here on some of the other stuff.
You know, more and more as the night goes on, Sean Hannity and that T-shirt seems a far distant thing. We could be looking at a real tilt here, something that goes a long way. Not only the coattails, we don't know about the House, but the Senate And we could be looking at something that is historic.
Which means that, right, based on what Bill's describing here, there's a lot better chance that he runs all three of those states than there is that Vice President Harris does. Right. Which shows you, just illustrates how long the odds are now for her. I mean, it could happen. She could do it.
It could happen.
Based on our calls.
If it did happen, it would look something like
it's a long shot.
1980. I mean, it would be. Yep. You would be in landslide territory.
No, it would be.
He ends up taking all.
And of course, that's how the Electoral College was designed, to take small margins and turn them into Electoral College landslides to make the outcome convincing.
But it's an if.
Well,
the blue wall not only has cracks, it has a lot of breakage on the inside, on the side. I mean, there's a lot of stuff happening here. Let's check in with Aisha Hosni at Trump campaign headquarters. That has to be getting kind of fired up.
Yeah, really fired up. Really exciting mood here. A lot of moving parts right now. So behind me, bigger crowd now, and that's because a lot of folks.
All right, and it seems, as they were saying, perhaps we're seeing cracks in the blue wall. And, as we were saying earlier, Wisconsin flipping, it seems, over to Trump. It was one of those states that were so very close in the polls. And it seems that it is going the way of Trump. And let's refresh our odds here. Now that a few races have been called, Trump moving to 96.9, Kamala Harris 3.4. As the night goes, the trend is not changing. We are seeing Kamala Harris in a very, very difficult situation here. And as you can see, the anchors on Fox all smile. And when we were listening to CNN, a little bit of stress in the voice of Jack Tapper. And let's see. MSNBC, has the meltdown started on MSNBC or not yet? Let us see. Where are they? They're having a little bit of trouble here on MSNBC. Let's listen.
Luzerne County. Donald Trump is going to win this by a little bit more than 21 points. Compare this to 4 years ago, it was 14. Theme, but it's important. Trump's gains with Hispanic voters. You're absolutely seeing it here in Luzerne County. He's going to win this by more than 20.
All right, they are having some trouble here. I don't know why, but the meltdown not really started yet for them. We will come back, of course, on MSNBC as the night goes. It seems they haven't called the Senate race yet. They are at 49-41 for the Senate, but Fox News has already called 51 for the Republicans on the Senate. And our odds here on Polymarket also calling it for the Senate, 99% here. And now, wow, 99%. What is this? Why is it giving us a 99% here, a Republican? It's not that yet. We're at 96.9, but as it goes, I think now it's going to be very, very difficult for Kamala Harris to turn things around. Let's have a listen here at what she's saying. She's at the HQ.
Is really not aligned with what we are hearing from sources inside, guys.
And people aren't leaving, right? I mean, they're still there. We can see them in the pit camera.
You said some of the people had trickled out. Did you say that, Jackie?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if we can pan over. There's probably another crew that would be blocking us, but see, there's this big gap
in the grass over there. This was filled with people dancing just a short while ago, and it's kind of empty now. There are a couple different stages here, and we were actually told earlier in the night the reason that there were 2 stages is because there was a remote location with a studio where Harris could potentially go and potentially pipe video in if the race was still outstanding, if enough of these states were remaining uncalled and needed to go into another day. But it doesn't sound like that is going to be utilized tonight because we're hearing word that she could be coming here to say something. But who knows who's going to be around for it? We also don't know who this... Go ahead.
No, we hear a new addition in the background, and there may be a new addition to make here in a call that we're having in a few minutes. I just wanted to try to do that. If I could make that transition.
Really well done.
It didn't really work. It didn't really work that well.
Jackie's too young.
Jackie was spellbound by that one. Sorry about that. Let's bring in our panel. Mark Thiessen, Trey Gowdy, Kellyanne Conway join us, and then we have the chain gang over here on the right, chained to the desk, and they haven't left. Okay, so Mark, you haven't been on. What's your thoughts?
So when I interviewed Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago the day after the second assassination attempt, we were talking about the previous election, and I pointed out that 2020 was decided by a handful of swing voters in a handful of swing states, and that this election probably would be as well. And he said to me, maybe, or maybe a lot. I have a feeling it might be a lot. Looks like he might have been right. If it turns out the way this seems to be coming, this is the greatest political comeback since 1892 when Grover Cleveland lost the White House and won it back. So what that means is, love him or hate him, Donald Trump isn't just a once-in-a-generation talent, he's a once-in-a-century talent politically. And keep in mind, this is the matchup the Democrats wanted. They thought Trump would be easier to beat. Part of the reason why they launched this campaign of lawfare against him was to rally Republicans around him so that he would be the nominee. And that may have been a grave, grave political miscalculation.
You know, Trey Gowdy, I'm struck by thinking about the strategy on the Trump campaign, right? And that he wanted to do all of these rallies, right? And he dug into that strategy in a big way. Also, he said that immigration, he felt, was a more important topic than the economy, even though the economy kept...
And of course, here on Fox News, they're going to praise the Trump campaign and what they have done. And of course, you know, what he was saying was true. In many ways, Trump is a historic candidate. There isn't many of them that were able to get 3 nominations on a major party. I think there's maybe a couple of other ones along with Donald Trump. And I don't know if there even is anyone that has managed to then go on to win the presidency after that. But apart from that, what they were saying about the campaign, I think it really points to the weakness of the Harris campaign because, first of all, Donald Trump is and has been such a divisive candidate. A lot of people simply did not want to vote for the Republicans because it was Trump. And despite that, Kamala Harris was not able to really sort of put a dent in Donald Trump. And over the last week, as we've covered on the channel, there were a few mistakes that were sort of very costly for the Trump campaign. And as we remember, if we have a look here at the odds, you will remember here on October 30th, Donald Trump was a 2-1 favorite. And then over the next couple of days, he went back to pretty much even against Kamala Harris after the double blow of the joke at the Madison Square Garden from Tony Hinchcliffe. And then, of course, these Liz Cheney comments that were taken by the media in this coordinated attack that we covered, of course, in our last video. You should check it if you didn't see it, but it had a profound impact on the odds on this market. As you can see, he went from a 2-to-1 favorite to even odds, and just in a few days. And it really caught on. And as we had said in our video, the question then at that point in the election was, will there be enough people sort of getting the information that this quote about Liz Cheney was taken out of context or not, or whether that at the last moment, just 3 days before the election, was going to cause enough confusion for the Republican voters that they would not go out there to vote for Trump because of the comments that he had said. But it doesn't seem, as this night progresses, it doesn't seem that it had necessarily the impact that the market had anticipated. And as you can see here, after this initial slump on November 3rd, here until November 3, it was also very, very close because we were within 8 points. But then today, now things, ever since the beginning of the night, really have been moving strongly in favor of Donald Trump. So let's have a little look here at Twitter. And here we are, Cardi B telling us we need a Hail Mary. And of course, the answers are not very nice here. A lot of tension, a lot of sort of nasty comments from everyone. This campaign really has been, and it seems that as we progress year after year, more and more people get interested in politics, which really wasn't the case before Donald Trump. Nobody cared about politics, and now everybody seems to care, but it's very much like the new people who arrived in the political arena now are very angry and very aggressive. And let's see these comments here. But yes, politics is getting toxic, even more toxic than it was before. But now people, there is this this sort of feeling that people now, they are convinced that they know the truth and that they know with absolute certainty that their political ideas are the right one, and that anybody who disagrees with them is a terrible person, and that they can do whatever the hell they want because they are right. And it's a very toxic type of mentality, and it didn't exist in politics at this extent before Donald Trump got elected. Before 2016, really none of that was really to that extreme. But when Donald Trump got elected, the sort of media campaign that started against Trump, and really it was once he was really in the lead, and that it was sort of very likely that he was going to be president. But before he was president, even when he was running, he was still a media darling. And if you have seen the interview from Joe Rogan with Trump, at the beginning, he asks him and he shows him this clip from The View where they receive Trump and they are like, oh, my great friend Donald Trump is running for office. And very, very quickly after that, it went sour and the love was broken. He was not his best friend, Donald Trump, anymore. He was the absolute devil. Here, Elon Musk saying, the cavalry has arrived. Men are voting in record numbers. They're now realizing everything is at stake. Let's see, Robert Reich here. We're a long way from knowing the result. Every state Trump has won so far is a solid red state. Every state Harris has won is a solid blue state. Nothing on the presidential map has flipped. No swing states are close enough to call. Perhaps he is right about that. That being said, Donald Trump is firmly in the lead in all of these swing states, and it doesn't look good for Kamala Harris. Let's see what else we have here. We have Peter Schiff. Bitcoin may have hit a record high in dollars, but it's still about 27% below its record high in gold. It's rising despite the SPAC in the dollar and jump in bond yields as speculated, but Trump will be the Bitcoin president. That's one of several promises Trump will break. So we have Peter Schiff here. He is already expecting that Donald Trump will break his promise about Bitcoin. We will have to see what happens in that regard. But yes, it is true that Bitcoin is favoring Donald Trump. And as soon as Donald Trump started leading in this presidential race, Bitcoin started to rocket higher, now breaking and making new all-time highs, going all the way to 75,000. We've hit 75,000 even, and now we went back a little lower at 73,900, but Bitcoin hitting the 75 mark for a little while, and we'll see if we move towards a Donald Trump victory and a decisive Donald Trump victory. If we get a Republican sweep, what will be the reaction of the market? I would assume initially the market is going to react very favorably. And as far as the markets go, I think the reaction was going to be favorable as long as one team got a sweep. And now, of course, the Democratic sweep was more unlikely than the Democratic sweep. But now, as it looks like we could see a Republican sweep, then we will see Bitcoin rocketing higher, and so most likely will be risk assets. And of course, if we have a sweep, then whichever party is in power is going to have the ability to pass spending bills, and that will be good for the market. Let's move on here on Twitter. Let's see what else we have. What is this guy saying? Breaking President Trump wars an election fraud, blah, blah, blah. Mia Farrow. Every once in a while it hits me. How have we come to this? A convicted foul-mouthed liar, pudding loving, blah, blah, liar, thief, who attempted to overthrow our election as a candidate for the presidency in the United States of America. Mia Farrow, already 7 hours ago in early stages of the meltdown. And the reaction on Twitter is going to be interesting. If things go the way they are going so far, then we're going to see, I think, some very interesting reactions on Twitter. Let me see here. Where is this mouse? And let's see, the future is going to be so lit from Elon Musk 22 minutes ago here with Donald Trump. And I believe this is Dana White. Is it? Yes, it is. Project Veritas here. It's 11 p.m. Why are boxes of ballots still arriving to Detroit's Bureau of Election via cars with California plates? We are watching. And that's a very good question. Will they know, or one day, will it make even a difference at this point? AOC, 41 minutes ago, what is she saying? Thank you to the people of the Bronx and Queens for re-electing me to another term in Congress. As a waitress, I never thought serving in Congress would ever be a reality. Well, neither did we. It will always remain the honor of my life to serve our community. So, AOC re-elected in Congress. And a few days ago, Tim Walz on a live stream with AOC saying they were going to name her as Speaker of the House. And it looks, as of right now, at least, that it's not going to happen. And let's see what other reactions we have here. Glenn Greenwald saying, I have so many of these saved, and I guess I'll just release one after the next whenever the mood strikes. And who was that? Emma Vigilant, co-host of what? What is that? Never heard of this person. Majority FM. Perhaps a fellow journalist of Glenn Greenwald, and she had the Democrats 325 and Republicans at 213. Well, that is already missed for her, as Donald Trump is already at 232. But you know, as Glenn Greenwald is really mentioning it, you know, this attitude really didn't help them, you know. It was this sort of smug attitude, know-it-all. I know what the reaction of the American people is going to be. And as it turns out, it's exactly the opposite here that we're seeing. And it definitely isn't going the way that she thought it was going to go. Robert Reich, don't panic. Action night will be tense. What is Elon Musk saying? This platform is the top source of news on Earth. And Kim.com 30 minutes ago sending some threats to everybody. von der Leyen, Macron, Keir Starmer, Zelensky, this is your hand, this is your end, you're terrible, get lost. Well, we'll see. But Kim.com, it seems very eager to send messages to all the European political leaders. There is Bill Ackman here 49 minutes ago. It is absurd that CNN refuses to call states that have been clearly won by Donald Trump in order to create the perception that the election remains close. Perhaps this is simply to retain viewers to drive advertising revenue and ratings, but it will certainly cause a loss of even more confidence in the news network. To the New York Times credit, they have had a Trump victory as a 89% probability for nearly 1 hour. And of course, you know, in the end, all these news outlets, their credibility has been shot for a long time. And whether they call things or not in time doesn't really matter, because in the end it will come down to the results. But perhaps CNN taking their time before calling things, because of course this is a very important night for all these networks. They're going to milk every second of it and every single commercial that they can, because this is going to be, of course, a very profitable night for all of them. The biggest night of this election cycle. Of course, think about it. They also wait 4 years every single time to have this night, and the advertising revenue is massive, absolutely massive for all of them. So, let's see. Let's go back now. Oh, what was that? No, that's not what I meant to do. We're going to go back here. Maybe we'll close this. And we're going to go back to our Polymarket election forecast and see now it is 96.8% in Trump's favor, 3.1% left for Kamala Harris. Let's have a listen here at Fox News. Let's go back to the live and let's see what they are saying over there.
Big difference in Michigan.
Major difference.
That is a big difference.
And you wonder whether she should have gone to that dinner.
To the Al Smith dinner. She may be wondering that tonight. He showed up and gave his speech, and he has had a lot of support, mostly based on the pro-life issue. From
and RFK Jr. was cutting ads for the Catholic vote in particular in battleground states.
As far as the,
I was just going to say, I think, when you look at the margins, at least at this moment in Wisconsin and Michigan, I think somewhere in Florida, RFK Jr. may be breathing a sigh of relief because he could have been a spoiler in those, but it looks, at least at this point, like the margin is big enough.
I do think we have to bring up the youth vote again. I mean, what a difference we are seeing from 4 years ago. Those voters under the age of 30 going for Harris over Trump by 8 points. 4 years ago, they favored Biden by 25 points. I mean, this is a huge difference. And we dive in at the state level, you are seeing what a difference that makes where he is outperforming what we saw earlier leading into this in the polls.
And how crazy is that the younger candidate, there was a lot of talk that a younger candidate would draw younger voters, but Joe Biden drew them in a larger numbers than she appears to have.
Carl, you've been on the back end of nights like this. You have been digging into the numbers. What word do you have for us now?
There you go.
Where we began. It all comes down to Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, if it goes for Trump, will settle the contest. It will be mathematically impossible for her to win.
So as you looked at tonight, what did you see as it unfolded?
You know, as it unfolded, a little bit changed. Earlier in the evening, it looked like he was doing slightly better in the big city urban areas. And in some suburbs, like in Georgia, he was not doing as well. But tonight in Pennsylvania, for example, he's doing better in all four of the southeastern suburban counties, as well as doing better in the rural parts of the state. And it is an unusual coalition. It's inner city ethnics, it's Catholics who have been for decades the principal swing vote in America, increasingly Hispanic voters among them. And he's knit together that coalition tonight, along with working class people in small towns and rural parts of the country.
If I could just add one data point from our FMVA on Pennsylvania on the white Catholics, it looks like Trump is running about 1 point, almost exactly the same as 2020. In fact, Trump's actually down 1 point with the white Catholics in Pennsylvania. So that's about the same. But union voters, he's also seeing a down arrow there, about 3 points. He's running down below his 2020 levels.
So there's still hope for the blue wall for the Harris campaign. What are you hearing?
That there's still hope. Obviously, I didn't love to see the go take a nap and we'll get back to you in the morning about all of this. But we do have to keep in mind that the race in 2020 wasn't called for days, that Biden won Pennsylvania on Friday of that week and Wisconsin on Thursday, I think that it was. So we'll see. They think it's close, that there's vote coming in. There was, some conversation over how much of a remaining vote in Philadelphia existed, and there was an extra 120,000-ish votes that were out there that could go into Harris's column. Two things, though, that I've been thinking about. One, and Dana knows this well, how much I throw out a good door-knocking stat, right? So 2,000 door knocks a minute for the Harris campaign. Does any of that stuff matter anymore? And we'll see how this pans out. She could win with the simple route through. She already, getting Nebraska second. But the Harris campaign ran a conventional campaign, right, where raising money, souls to the polls, that kind of stuff matters. Will that be the path going forward? The second thing is, if this night doesn't end up going in Harris's direction, and barring some big change, she will have underperformed Biden in 2020 in every single demographic except college-educated women. And even with college-educated women, it wasn't the overwhelming win that we thought it was going to be or that was projected in some of these very prominent surveys. And when you think about the fact that there were some people, I didn't think we were going to win Iowa, but that we had seen surveys where he was only up 5 in Kansas or up 3 in Ohio, it's going to take a lot of refocusing to understand really what happened here. And it doesn't seem like it was one decision that the Harris.
Yeah, it sounds like the meltdown and the cope is going to be really, really hard on the side here of Jessica Tarlov. And the meltdown is going to progress. If the trend continues here, we're going to see, you could see how unhappy she was here with this result. Let's listen.
Percent of the vote is in, or 95% of the vote is in, and that not turning out to be, that turns out to be accurate. It's been very rare. I can't imagine in one instance where we've looked at a number and seen 90% of the vote in or 85% of the vote in, and that turned out to be grossly off. I will say this, though. I do want to follow up on one thing. Think about all that she had to face. This is an abysmal number when it comes to the approval of the sitting president. No party has elected a president when their sitting incumbent had as low a job approval as this president had. Take a look at the right direction, wrong track. I mean, 2/3 of the American people say the country's going in the wrong direction. And she represents the party in power. To me, it's, it's amazing that she's come as close as she has, given
the party, the administration.
Yeah, she was the vice president in a very unpopular administration, and yet tonight, again, Britt made the point earlier. The Electoral College will serve the purpose of translating a relatively small difference between these two people. Look at Pennsylvania, 50.9 to 48.1. And yet at the end of the day, a series of victories that are 1 and 2 and 3 points are going to generate a commanding number in the Electoral College that will help the new president again, if it all goes like it looks like it's going, to be more effective in office.
Harold Ford is...
And, very right what Karl Rove is saying here. And you can see clearly the difference in attitude between Karl Rove. He's smiling, he's happy. Jessica Tarlov, exactly the opposite. But, of course, very right what he's saying. And it's the beauty of the American political and electoral system is that it puts the president in a good setting to really be effective in policy, and it prevents the country for being sort of plagued with political gridlock. And, when a lot of Democrats are saying, oh, the Electoral College has to go, they want to have the popular vote decides who will be the president, it is really people talking who don't really understand the political system that they are in. They think, oh, winning the presidency is everything, but they don't really understand how the system actually works. And of course, the Electoral College must be preserved if America is to remain a leading country in this world. And if you have enough political experience, if you've looked at other countries and at other democracies who decide their presidents by the popular vote, and you really look at these political systems, then you will realize that all these countries are stuck in political gridlock and nothing is moving, nothing is happening. They cannot really pass laws, they cannot govern effectively. And because of that, America is the most resilient economy in the world, as you can see now. And we've covered a lot of it on this channel when we do our segments about the markets. Europe always in a difficult situation when the economy, the global economy, is slowing down. The US economy is always reacting a lot better. And that is because the political system, in the end, is able to take decisions that can put the American economy back on track. And perhaps this is what we are seeing tonight, a political realignment for the benefit of the US economy. Most people voting for Trump, I would say today, for reasons of the economy and the sentiment that Trump was better in the way he handled the economy than Joe Biden. And Kamala Harris, of course, inheriting really the track record of the Biden administration when it comes to economic policy and the disastrous results really that the Biden administration had. Pretty much the country was in a recession. They changed the definition of a recession. The NBER refusing to call a recession despite two consecutive quarters of negative growth. But the NBER coming and saying, oh, it's not a recession because the employment market is doing well. Well, there were many reasons for that, of course, and one of them were that it was the public sector and the massive spending done by the Biden-Harris administration at the beginning of their mandate that contributed to this sentiment, really this masking of the numbers where government jobs were replacing private sector jobs that were being cut. And as we've seen, and we have here, let's listen.
Good evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Wow.
Cedric Richmond,
wow.
top advisor to Kamala Harris, used to be top advisor to Joe Biden in the White House, basically telling people at Howard University, where Vice President Kamala Harris was going to have her celebration party, theoretically, that Kamala Harris is not going to come out tonight. She will come out tomorrow and address the nation, which I guess is what we could expect, given the fact that we're not going to know definitively this evening the results.
Ever been to Howard University when there's a big crowd? That is not the sound of a big crowd there. That is not celebratory mood, and I think that was a tough kind of coming out conversation for Cedric Richmond.
Yeah, I mean, it's the 2024 version of the Javits Center at this time. I'm not saying that it's going to end that way, but at this time, it's feeling like it's too early, and the senior person comes out and says, everybody go home and we'll see what happens, and we will see what happens when we get the rest of the votes. But
in the immortal words of Bob Dylan, you don't have to be a weatherman to know which way the wind is blowing.
Right.
And this very much felt, I mean, you know, we talked before about whether this felt more like 2020 or 2016. This felt so much like the Javits Center, and specifically her campaign chairman, John Podesta, came out at almost exactly this same point 8 years ago and made almost exactly that same speech. And the next day, Hillary Clinton came out and conceded. Now, again, he is not at 270 yet. She has not lost this race, but you don't have to be a weatherman.
Right. And just to go over where we are right now, so there are 7 battleground states, and we have called, CNN has called, projected that Donald Trump will win 2 of them, North Carolina and Georgia. So of the 5 that are remaining, there's Arizona. Trump is in the lead currently with 0.72% of the vote. Pennsylvania.
All right, so now CNN here calling 246 for Trump, 182 for Harris. Fox having 216 for Harris. If it is like that, then it would be 246 to 216. And Donald Trump now 34, no, even 24 votes away now from getting the 270. And as you can see, the mood on CNN, we are seeing the beginning of the meltdown, perhaps. The mood very bad. They clearly are not happy. Dana Bash here sort of reminding everyone this sort of echoes 2016. And you know, the campaign of Kamala Harris coming and telling their supporters, go home so early in the night. Now, it really sort of it's almost like them conceding at this point. They're like, you know, if there was a chance that actually Kamala Harris could pull it off, they would say, no, don't go home, stay here. We're going to celebrate later. But here, very early in this night, telling them, go home and we'll see you tomorrow. It doesn't look good at all. And of course, it reflects the odds that we have here. Let's see, Polymarket now 97.2 for Trump, less than 3% chances for Kamala Harris. very, very unlikely here that she can turn this around. Now let's see here what is. Oh, what are they saying? I want to listen to Anderson Cooper here.
6.3 percentage point lead in Michigan. I'm not going to say it because it's not my job, but it looks like the.
And for the longest time, including up until last night, I and others said we had notions, we had feelings, but we weren't going to make any predictions. And the truth is we're sitting here tonight and we're waiting for the 3 states that can determine the race one way or the other to render a verdict, and they're close. And she's right to wait to have those votes counted. But what was very clear watching the night unfold is that rural areas voted for her in significantly less numbers than, or percentage-wise, than they did for Joe Biden 4 years ago. And she could make up the difference in some of these suburban areas and the cities. And I think the discussion that John King had was very pertinent. I care deeply, more than I can say tonight, about democracy and what it means. I've said it a million times, I'm the son of a refugee, and I revere this country, and I'm so grateful for what it's given my family and everyone else. But part of democracy, and this is my major difference with Donald Trump, part of a democracy is to honor the will of the people, to honor its institutions. I imagine that that's what the vice president's going to do when the final verdict comes in, if it's not a positive verdict. And I think there is a message in that. Yeah. There is a message in that. And I think it's an important message.
I think the reality is Kamala Harris faced tremendous headwinds heading into this. I was riding on a bit of a vibe, in a sense, in the final stretch because she did feel like she had energy. But the fundamentals have been against her from the outset.
And Axelrod, like in the middle of the meltdown, it sounded like he was going to start to cry about democracy now. And really, you know, the contrast is stark with just a few days ago when they were telling you Kamala Harris has this in the bag, when really they were saying that with absolutely no data to back themselves, they were just sort of fronting and pretending, oh, don't worry, this is looking good for Kamala Harris, when all the polls were saying the opposite. And really the first thing that really ticked me that this was going to be this sort of night was the popular vote. As soon as I saw the popular vote, Donald Trump being tied in the polls on the popular vote, that doesn't happen. As we've said in the beginning of this live stream, last time it happened was in 2000, in the 2000 with George Bush, and ever since that, yeah, it has gone always in the ways of the Democrats. But now it seems, let's have a look here. What are the odds for the popular vote? Let's refresh that. And now 97.4, 2.6% chances for Kamala Harris. Popular vote 92% for Donald Trump. He is up 65% today. So this was sort of, an expected victory of the popular vote for Kamala Harris. That's what people thought yesterday. Just yesterday, people thought, okay, maybe Donald Trump gets the Electoral College, but Kamala Harris gets the popular vote. And really, people thought that against the data, because the data was a really 50-50, but as it turns out now, it is actually not really a 50-50, and we don't have here the number of votes that they are getting, but perhaps on one of the channels they're gonna put the number of votes eventually. Let's see here. Have the odds changed? The House 70% chance of getting Over to the Republican, 72% a Republican sweep. And yes, as we were saying, here, Donald Trump here leading in all the swing states, but to go back to the popular vote, a win on the popular vote for Donald Trump will be absolutely historic for him, considering that it always goes in the favor of the Democrats. So let us go back now and let's listen to Van Jones.
Your child's face was used as a springboard to power for somebody. That doesn't feel good. There are going to be people tomorrow, we're going to be handing clothes at the dry cleaners to people who don't have papers. There are going to be people who are going to be cleaning your teeth tomorrow who don't have papers. And they're terrified tonight. And so it's easy to blow this off. Oh, look at the elites. They're going to get their comeuppance. It's not the elite that's going to pay the price. It's people who woke up this morning with a dream and are going to bed with a nightmare. And those people deserve to be respected and held and talked to. Those are the people who are going to pay the price for whatever Donald Trump decides to do.
Yeah, but Van, how do we know that those people didn't vote? A large portion of those people aren't part of the people that elected Donald Trump.
Well,
right? I think that's a good part of the electorate. And the black women, the party, the Democratic Party, let those black women down. Not Donald Trump.
Dave,
we got to go.
Okay.
Let's go back to Jake.
All right.
All right, thanks so much. And we're going to bring you a key race alert right now. Let's check in with the states that we have not projected. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump still in the lead there. 51.1% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 47.8%. Donald Trump with a more than 216,000 vote lead there, with 92% of the estimated vote coming in from the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Michigan now, the Wolverine state. Donald Trump, 52% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 46.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with a more than 203,000 vote lead, with 61% of the estimated vote in from Michigan. Wisconsin, that's the Badger state. Donald Trump, 51.1% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 47.3% of the vote. Donald Trump with a more than 110,000 vote lead, with an estimated 86% of the vote in from Wisconsin. Arizona now, Donald Trump in the lead there too, 49.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 49.2% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 12,242 vote lead there, a little bit more narrow, with 52% of the estimated vote in from Arizona. We are awaiting more votes from the outstanding presidential battlegrounds as this race goes into the night shift. And we expect to hear Donald Trump speak to his supporters very soon. We're going to squeeze in a quick break. We'll be right back. Stay here.
At Simply Safe, your safety is the...
All right, and let's switch now to the other side. Let's listen to what they have to say.
At the airport in Milwaukee. And I was still thinking at the time about, why did I just see Kid Rock? And why did I see Hulk Hogan? And why did I see Dana White? And I went to the campaign and I said, what's going on there? Because it was men. It was white men. And they said, we notice in the upper Midwest, at the time they were thinking about Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio to a lesser degree, and Pennsylvania. That's what they were thinking about. And they said, we noticed that there was a certain percentage of white men who voted in 2016. They sat out 2020, and we're trying to win them back. Is there evidence that those white males in those upper Midwest states did that tonight?
Right, and
there was sort of a rule of thumb we were adopting.
I will leave you here
for
a few seconds
conversation
with these guys, and I will be right back.
The gender gap is a double-edged sword. Gender gap can help or hurt depending upon, the absolute level of support. We were looking at 55%. In other words, if Trump was hitting 55% with men, that was a good sign. If Harris was hitting 55% with women, that was a good sign. And in the upper Midwest states, he was getting closer to that sort of magic number than she was. So what they call it the bro strategy or whatever, it seems to have paid some dividends up there. I mean, we're still waiting, but, it's looking pretty good for him.
So we can definitively say that the poll that we don't talk about in Iowa was kind of off. The Des Moines Register poll.
I love Ann Seltzer. She's a giant and a pioneer in our field. I think, what we were looking at, ironically, was not so much the top line in that race, but what Seltzer had said was that senior women were breaking away from Trump over the abortion issue. And I think our friend Sean Trende had a really good observation where he said that may be true, but it may not help Harris, because that's something that could occur in Iowa where abortion was a hot issue, but might not occur nationally in other states where abortion wasn't as salient.
We have to let you go, but really quickly, what's happening in Minnesota?
That's what I was going to ask, exact question.
Minnesota, why is that still?
They have done what sometimes they do in states. They've stopped counting votes.
Really?
And we're kind of close to.
All we've been through with that.
After all we've been through?
We're at a level where we're close to statistical significance, but it's not quite there yet. And there are
Is
still.
Tim Walz in charge of that?
Yeah, well,
there you go.
Rumor has it.
We have to let you go because you have some more data crunching to do.
I do.
We appreciate you coming
Thank you,
by.
Darren.
Thanks,
It really
Darren.
does help a
Darren.
lot.
For coming by.
Very nice to see you guys. Thank you.
Let's check in with Aisha Hosni at the
Let's
Trump
do that.
campaign headquarters. Aisha?
Hey, you guys. Well, all signs here are pointing to perhaps imminent remarks from the former president shortly. The biggest debt giveaway was a short while ago. Somebody went onto the stage right behind me and put up the glass for the teleprompter. So perhaps somebody will be speaking to the crowd here shortly, and that might be the former president. We've got eyes outside, our security details outside watching to see if the motorcade arrives from Mar-a-Lago. I did get a video from someone at the Mar-a-Lago party a short while ago, and folks there were jubilant and cheering and clapping. They had Fox News on the screen. They were watching as we were calling states and more races for the former president. The excitement here is climbing every minute, and people here are anxiously awaiting to see if the former president shows up here tonight and perhaps gives a victory speech. Back to you.
Oh. Aisha, thanks.
Thank you very much.
Cough drop?
We'll head back there if the former President Trump is about to take the stand and speak there. So we're going to keep a close eye on that. 1 a.m. in New York. Polls have just closed in Alaska. The Fox News decision desk says it is too early to call. Trump has a lead in our Fox News voter analysis, so we will get you back to Alaska when we have a little more data to report there.
And there you see 248 to 216, the Electoral College map. We are waiting on the blue wall, which could be a red wall. You just heard from Darren Shaw, and I think that data and the way he laid it out there and their decision making really kind of lifts the curtain to how these guys operate based on our Fox News voter analysis, which again was 120,000 voters, that a rolling poll, and then the raw vote total that they came in. Alex Hoff is in Pennsylvania. We'll check in on the ground there. Alexandria.
Yeah.
To report there. And then you see 248.
Hey, good to be with you. Yeah, the crowd here in Bucks County, they are excited by some trends they are seeing, not necessarily expecting the results tonight. Pennsylvania's results, and the count is historically slow. It took 4 days in 2020, but the Commonwealth Secretary does believe that it's going to be faster this time. New technology, more training will come into all this. Now, looking at Philadelphia, both the Trump and the Harris campaigns, they are saying they're outperforming there, but Team Trump feels that this could be good news for them because there are pockets of support inside of South Philadelphia, Northeast Philadelphia, and there is a saying that goes that Republicans can gauge how well they are doing in the state by how much they are losing Philadelphia by. Simply, it cuts into the margins that Democrats need, and here in Bucks County, they're seeing themselves on the screen right now. It means a lot. If he were to win this county, Bucks County, I mean, that would be the first time a Republican presidential candidate has taken this county since 1988, and these suburbs of Philadelphia, this is what pushed Biden over the edge in 2020. Harris needs to do well in these counties if she stands to have a chance of taking this state, guys. Brett, Martha?
Alex, thank you. So let's go to Bill and see, what are you cooking up over there, Bill?
You know, I was just looking at New York. You know, we heard so much about MSG and the insult comic about the Puerto Rican joke. And, you know, Trump, you know, New York's his home, right? I mean, now living in Florida, Mar-a-Lago, but just look at this. I'm going to go ahead and use the slide bar and just, okay, 8 years ago when he's running against Hillary Clinton, this is his margin in New York, all right? 37.5 compared to almost 59 for Hillary Clinton. And then against Joe Biden, it was, what? Was it? Oh, my gosh. It was 0.3 of a point, all right?
And we can see here clearly Kamala Harris trailing everybody, as we have said at the beginning of this live stream. Kamala Harris trailing everyone. And ever since the days of Obama, the Democrats are losing ground. Election after election, they're getting less and less vote every time. And of course, policy is one of the key issues, because the Democrats don't have policies to run on. They can run, of course, on the strong points that they have, the allegiance of the media. That's, throughout this campaign, Kamala Harris had over 70% of positive media coverage, while Donald Trump had 85% of negative media coverage. And, of course, that played in favor of Kamala Harris. Of course, we've seen over the last 2 weeks also every single celebrity from Hollywood to major pop stars endorsing her day after day. Her final day of campaigning being a concert with Katy Perry and all these pop stars. And despite that, Kamala Harris not doing nearly as well as Joe Biden, and not even as well as Hillary Clinton. Ever since the day of Barack Obama, election after election, the Democrats, they keep trending down, and policy is a major issue for them. And overall, throughout the years, the Democrats have really abandoned their political base. The Democrats used to be the party that addressed sort of the worries of the working class and the middle class. And, ever since the days of Obama, this has changed. Obama embracing a new style of leadership, a new, really ideological direction for the Democratic Party, really embracing neoliberalism and really getting sort of all the major corporations, especially in the media, Wall Street, everything, tech, everything that matters, really all those sectors that provided growth to the U.S. economy, siding with the Democrats under the tenure of Obama. And the problem really that has happened for the Democrats is that their voting base eroded over time, because they really catered to a certain category of the U.S. economy, those sectors that produced enormous growth, enormous amounts of wealth. And the Democrats started to serve these sections of the economy instead of sort of catering to their base. And by eroding all the manufacturing sectors and the industrial sectors in America, we have seen in this election unions strongly switching and endorsing Donald Trump against the historical landscape where they always used to vote Democrats. And now they have endorsed Trump, or even if the leadership did not endorse Trump, then the members were strongly voting for Trump, sometimes even in by opposition to the leadership. So we saw the Teamsters sort of not endorsing a Democratic candidate for the first time in a very long time. And the Teamsters internal polls showing the majority of the Teamsters wanting to vote for Trump. And this is really a sign that the Democratic policies have not been working for the working class and for the middle class, and catering really to the elite of the American society has created the big problem here for the Democrats. And in many ways, it's almost like there has been a switch between the Republicans and the Democrats. It sort of used to be the accepted notion that the Republicans were the one who were catering to sort of this very wealthy class. And even today on the Kamala Harris campaign, that is also what we saw, where Kamala Harris was going out there and saying Donald Trump and his billionaires, he only thinks about the billionaires. He wants to give tax cuts to rich people. And yet, despite that, it seems that the voters absolutely did not register this message. They did not agree with Kamala Harris. And of course, you know, it was sort of this double speak from the Harris campaign, where at the same time they're saying Donald Trump and all the billionaires are in his pocket, but also all the billionaires except Trump and Peter Thiel, they're all endorsing Kamala Harris. And, you know, it's one of the many problems and the many mistakes that the Kamala Harris campaign did was that they couldn't see their own hypocrisy. They were, you know, on something as simple as that, you cannot go out there and you shouldn't attack the opposition of being, you know, catering to billionaires when you are yourself catering to billionaires in a way that is even worse than the opposition. And they never seem to really register that. And, you know, the same thing for all the Hollywood celebrities. It's very difficult to, and, you know, it's not smart at all, to have multi-millionaire Hollywood celebrities coming to your rallies and you pretending that you care about the little guy when every single multi-millionaire is coming out there and saying, I'm going to vote for you. And I'm going to vote for you because it's going to make the life of the little guy better. Well, you know, after 4 years of Joe Biden, who already had said that, well, the American people did not believe it anymore because the results were obvious from the Biden administration that this was just political language, political messaging, and that there was nothing true, nothing real about these promises that the Democrats were making. And today, with this election, as we see the result now, Donald Trump on Fox News being called 248 to 216 for Harris, well, we are now realizing that the message didn't stick at all and that people did not buy into this idea that Donald Trump was there to stack the deck for the rich people and the billionaires. Because in the end, for the average person, they felt a lot better about their standard of living under Donald Trump and his economy. And that will be, of course, the major deciding factor. And overall, I think it was very difficult for Kamala Harris to really be able to win this election when you consider where Joe Biden was just a few months ago when they had to retire him from the race. Of course, with such a dismal economic record, it was pretty much impossible for the Democrats to win this election. And as we had said in one of our previous videos, the reason why they really wanted to switch Kamala Harris was to prevent the damage down ballot of the association with Joe Biden for the people who are going to be running for Congress or for the Senate or even in local elections. And now, as we're going to see with these other elections, well, it doesn't look so good either. We see now the popular vote. Let's listen to what they're saying.
Have control.
It was a very, very...
Put immigrants before us. Mm-hmm. Your thoughts on that?
I just think that that's possible. I don't know that for a fact. I think there are tensions between racial groups, and people might feel that. Obviously, you can exploit those tensions, and you can exacerbate them to the point where you can politically benefit from it. Do I think that's the reason he won? No. I think the reason he won is you look at that bro strategy and the white male turnout and white grievance politics that he has used to great success in this country.
I think he's trailing his prior 2020 numbers with whites.
Well, you know what? I think that the bros,
Hispanics and black males.
Yeah.
It's not sufficient to make up. It's not sufficient to have this kind of night.
Look, I just think it is extremely odd to suggest that black men are somehow prejudiced because they vote for a white candidate who says, I want to make certain that everybody has an opportunity to succeed in our great economy. I want you to be more prosperous, and I will do things that will make it possible for you to make a better life. That is an appeal to their best instincts. He did not go out and say, vote for me because I'm not a woman. Don't go vote for me because I'm a white man. That would not have attracted those votes. They got attracted to him because they thought he was a strong, effective leader, and they thought he would do something about the issues they cared the most about, which is an economy in which they think they get the short stick, inflation, which has decimated their purchasing power, and illegal immigration, which has affected their communities deeply. And to suggest that somehow black men are racist because they supported a white man is just too far, Juan.
You're distorting my comments. But let me just say to you,
I followed your comment to its logical conclusion.
Carl, hold on. We're not saying most black men did not vote for Donald Trump. So I never said anything like that. That's just not true.
Oh, you suggested it's only a quarter of black men.
No, I'm saying to you that in terms of this bro strategy for white males, the whole notion of I'm bad, I talk about women in the most disparaging way. There's some men who just said, you know what, I want to be in on that. I want to be a badass guy. And I think they like Trump's image and the caricature he portrays.
I think they supported him in spite of that, not because of it.
Harold Ford Jr.
Because of what he offered him.
And here, Karl Rove, I think he's absolutely right. They supported him despite that instead of because of that. And really, I think this election is gonna show us the limits of identity politics. It worked for a while, and it worked for a while because people didn't really know that much about it. And you know, when it started, it was sort of like this new thing. Well, oh yeah, you have to vote for this person because you know, it's a woman and it's a woman of color, and that might have worked a few years ago. But now, after almost a decade of identity politics, or maybe even more, it doesn't work anymore, and it doesn't work at a time like that, as we've said on the channel. At a time like today, when the economy is the major problem for most Americans, then it doesn't matter what's the color of the candidate, what's the gender of the candidate. None of that matters. When the economy becomes the most important subject, then people will really think twice about who they vote for. And all those considerations that might be bonuses in times where you have two similar candidates and everything is going well and they're sort of equivalent candidates, then maybe identity politics can carry you over the line, that give you that edge that some people are going to vote because you are the right gender of or the right ethnicity or the right, sexual orientation or whatever it is that makes your identity as a political candidate. But in the end, when it comes to economic record, then it's almost the biggest predictor of how the election is going to turn out. And I think we're gonna look back at this election, and we're going to see a lot of the pollsters, the predictors, the people who told us before the election that, it was going to turn out this way or that way. We're going to look at them, people like Alan Lichtman, who supposedly had called all the elections, all the 10 previous elections or something like that, and he had called this one for Kamala Harris with his keys to power or keys to the White House. And when he said that, I really couldn't get on board with his analysis, because it was, to be honest, so biased. And it was so biased in the way that sort of the media tried to stack the deck in favor of Kamala Harris. But it was really a cope, you know. He was saying, oh, well, the economy is doing well, so Kamala Harris is going to win. And yet, at the same time, and that because no recession had been called by the NBR. But really, then when you looked at polling data, then you know, most people said that the economy was the biggest problem. That they were saying that the country was heading in the wrong direction, and all that sort of gave you a clear idea, a clear picture that well, the economy wasn't doing well, and that even if, you know, a recession is not officially called, well, we are into recession territory, or recession-like territory, and because of that, people are not going to be, you know, really impressed by the identity of the candidate. And I think in many ways, to go along with what Karl Rove was saying, not just the identity, but I think on this election, even the personality of the candidate. We've had, I think, people voting for Donald Trump despite his divisive and, you know, this perhaps unlikable personality. But to be honest, Kamala Harris, just called Pennsylvania.
Trump will win the state of Pennsylvania. Former President Donald J. Trump will win the state of Pennsylvania, and thereby he is on his way to becoming the 47th president of the United States. With this, the path for Vice President Harris has narrowed, and there's really no path going forward. It's vanished. This is historic. Everything was about Pennsylvania. Everything from the beginning was about Pennsylvania. Now, former President Trump will win the state of Pennsylvania, and we can make that call, the 19 electoral votes. That puts him at 267, not officially over the 270, but the path that it takes to get to 270, he is well on his way to becoming the 47th president of the United States in what is going to be the biggest political phoenix from the ashes story that we have ever seen, ever. I mean, I'm going to say it's more than Grover Cleveland in
1892. Yeah, 1892. I don't think that Grover Cleveland was not the subject of a Russia investigation, 2 impeachments, 2 assassination attempts. Indictments. They have indictments, 91 indictments, convictions, and there is almost nothing that hasn't been thrown at this former president, and his tenacity in wanting to go back and run again, which he announced immediately after he lost in 2020. This is a huge, historic moment in the United States of America as the former President Trump is closing in with just a few electoral votes away now from clinching 270 as Pennsylvania is called for Donald Trump.
We're looking live, 1:21 a.m. in the morning at Trump headquarters. The cheers coming up. We're told the former president is there, as well as J.D. Vance, Senator J.D. Vance. They are getting ready to hear from former President Donald Trump. Again, at 267, not there yet, but looking at where that vote is in Wisconsin, where the vote is in Michigan, where the vote...
All right, so now Pennsylvania called for Donald Trump, and as we have said, whoever gets Pennsylvania most likely gets the election. Now that Trump has secured Pennsylvania, it is basically a done deal. As you see here now on the prediction markets, Donald Trump 98.9% chances, only 1% left for Kamala Harris. Only 3 electoral votes for Trump to secure the 270 and become the 47th president of the United States. Let's have a listen here at CNN. They haven't called it the same way yet as Fox News. They are lagging behind, as we were saying earlier. Perhaps they want to milk this all the way and pretend that this election is closer than what it really is, to try to get the ratings, the final ratings, because after this, CNN is really gonna have a lot of soul searching to do, really, with how they conducted themselves throughout this election season, really not acting as a true news network. They really acted as a media outlet of the Democratic Party, and their credibility that has suffered enormously over the last decade is this is the final nail in the coffin of CNN, and they're gonna have a lot of trouble here bringing back some kind of credibility for them. It's going to be very difficult. So let's listen here to what they are going to say. Let's listen to John King here.
Without question, and we've been saying this all year, the most professional campaign that Trump has had in his 3 runs for president. I came over here because I want you to show me, even in the blue states, what's going on. Let's, for example, take me to New Jersey. All right, that's a state. I mean, just look at that. 51, it's with 80%, 88% in, so not all the votes in, but 51% to 46%. How did Joe Biden do?
5 points. 5 points better for Donald Trump. Look at him more than him. If you're a Democrat in a blue state, you're trying to figure out what's happening to my party. Is it all Trump? And I mean, there's a separate fascinating conversation going, because a lot of the people who are going to be in that Republican Senate with a President Donald Trump, if this continues to go where it's going, as well as I do, a lot of them don't like him. They wish he was not the leader of their party, but he is, and there's nothing they can do about it, and they know that. And so they're going to work with it. But again, so the Republican candidate for president 4 years ago got 41% in New Jersey, and the Republican candidate for president this time is getting 47% in New Jersey. There'll be all sorts of, nobody spent any ad money there. Nobody focused on the presidential race there. Make all the...
All right, so as you can see, the mood on CNN is not good at all. These guys are borderline crying, and let's do a little detour here by MSNBC. Let's see if the MSNBC meltdown has been engaged or not.
Palm Beach, it's our understanding, is beginning to make his way from his Mar-a-Lago estate in Palm Beach here to West Palm, to the convention center, where I am told by a campaign official that he is set to speak soon. They were waiting, the campaign was, for North Carolina and Georgia to be called, and they were hopeful that they would be able to see a trajectory that was beneficial to them in the state of Pennsylvania before Donald Trump were to come and make his remarks. It's not clear whether he intends to declare victory here or not, or signal that the votes are coming in and they feel like they are in a good position. But this, when talking to folks that worked in his first administration White House, former staffers that are here, as well as other political allies, there are folks that are already talking about potential jobs in Washington. They say they don't want to jinx it or get ahead of themselves, but there's a great many staff members that have been working here in Palm Beach that have their eyes on working in a second Trump administration. I talked to Roger Stone, the longtime friend and informal advisor to Donald Trump, who is over at the Mar-a-Lago.
All right, so the meltdown is not yet engaged in full on MSNBC. Let's go back to Twitter here. Let's see Elon Musk saying 11 minutes ago, "You are the media now." The people of America gave the real Donald Trump a clear mandate for change tonight. And Mark Cuban, the surrogate for Kamala Harris, saying, "Congrats, real Donald Trump. You won fair and square. Congrats to Elon Musk as well. Godspeed." Let's see the comments here. Let that sink in from Greg. Let's see. And Mark Cuban already sort of conceding here, even though, of course, he's just a surrogate, or was a surrogate up to a certain point, up to that point when he started to criticize the women around Donald Trump, saying that no strong woman was around Donald Trump, and that didn't play well. He was then asked by the Kamala Harris campaign to just go away. And now Mark Cuban saying congratulations to Donald Trump and Elon Musk. And let's see, Robert Reich at 36 minutes ago, reminder, we will not get the results tonight. Don't let the horse race media coverage repeated. Breaking news, Chiron. Get to you. Stay calm. Drink water. Wait it out. Every vote must be counted. And the cope is getting harder and harder as the time goes for Robert Reich. And it's going to be interesting to see the meltdown, to follow the meltdown on Twitter. And of course, on MSNBC, this is going to be the most entertaining part, to see them absolutely melting after telling us that it was going to be a landslide, a 300 plus victory for the Democrats. And really, it was just frowning from them. It was just them convincing themselves of a result that had no basis in reality, no basis in data, no basis in the polling, that completely contradicted what they were saying, but they didn't care. And, perhaps the question would be, did they even believe what they were saying, or were they just saying it to try to prop up the chances of Kamala Harris, to convince people, yes, she can win, go out and vote, even though maybe they knew already that it wasn't possible. So let's see, Aaron Rupar here. If Trump wins, there will be effort to blame Russian interference or the Harris campaign or Biden act. That's all fair. But we need to be clear-eyed that a huge swath of America likes what Trump is selling. Transphobia, mass deportation, that's what he ran on, and here we are. And Aaron Rupar, you would remember if you've watched the last video on the channel that sort of propagated the fake news about Liz Cheney with his video clip taken out of context, saying, Liz Cheney, well, really putting this clip online and getting, more than 30 million views on Twitter, implying that Donald Trump had, decided or suggested that Liz Cheney ought to be executed by a firing squad, by taking just a 10-second clip out of context. And of course, it was very effective on that day when the media started to run with this narrative. We saw the odds changing drastically in favor of Kamala Harris, and Donald Trump going from a 2-1 favorite to an even. And of course, today now we're seeing that this anticipation by the market, the impact that really this fake news had on the election didn't turn out as the market had anticipated, but it was something that really the prediction market reacted strongly to. Okay, what is he saying? Okay, you all want some opium? Here you go. If Harris keeps the blue wall, she wins. That's it. That's the tweet. Well, it doesn't look much like this now, as Trump is 267 here in the lead, as called by Fox. Elon Musk 20 minutes ago, a record usage of this platform. And wow, hourly mobile seconds. A lot of seconds, 6 billion seconds. Did Trump win Pennsylvania? It seems like he did. Let's see. The failure of Merrick Garland not to prosecute Trump immediately after January 6th is going to be a historical failure of a big proportion. Brazil did this with Bolsonaro, and they beat back the far right through muscular democracy. Yeah, and that's, that's sort of like the insanity speaking. Nobody looked at Brazil and what they did as something that was democratic. It acted as a pure dictatorship. And really, perhaps this was also something that played not only in this election, but in the global climate against sort of the globalist left, where, Brazil just for outlawing Twitter in Brazil until Elon Musk sort of agreed to kick out of the platform people just hand-selected by the Brazilian government without really any due process and any ability for Twitter to really, fight this ban or this arbitrary banning of Brazilian accounts. And the Brazilian Supreme Court Justice Alexandre de Moraes going as far as threatening Twitter executives with prison if Twitter didn't comply. And, here this person saying, oh, this is democracy, when you imprison people who say the stuff that you don't like, that's democracy. Well, obviously, America does not agree with that. And freedom of speech, of course, will end up being one of the big motivations after the economy, of course, in the result of this election. What is Candace Owens saying? She really pulled the Hillary Clinton is going to bed. Display of weakness uniquely demonstrated by female contenders. Candace Owens here going hard on the Democratic female candidates. Let's see, Zero Hedge. What accent does Kamala use in her concession speech? What are the comments? What are they saying? No accent, just a dance. The TikTok dances are going to be very sad tonight. Stock markets at record height, low employment, wage growth exceed inflation, the best handling of inflation of any G7 nation, energy independence. I can go on, but no matter how this result lands, whether... Yeah, in the end, gaslighting is not good enough. And perhaps when you live a life of the privileged American elites, then, yeah, you can say, oh, well, best inflation of the G7 nation. But that is not something that is going to convince people who are struggling to make ends meet. And just saying, oh, well, inflation has gone down over the last year. It doesn't cut it for people who've had to suffer 4 years of insane Biden fiscal deficit, crazy spending, wars all over the world, terrible, just a terrible economy and a terrible dynamic, and also very, very bad public relation for the Biden administration. All of these guys of the Biden administration, I would think now, after, if this continues to go the way it's going to go, and if the defeat is big, if we see a Republican sweep, I would assume a lot of those people from the Biden administration, their political career is going to be over. And perhaps that is for the best, because these guys have been so bad at handling really the job that it would be better if they are not around. Even if Democrats win in the future, that it be a different team, a different roster of Democratic candidates, because these guys definitely did a terrible job in the White House, whether it be on the economy or foreign policies. They have done absolutely awful. And of course, their communication has been just as bad as the rest, with, Karine Jean-Pierre being there at the job. And before her, I can't remember, the MSNBC woman who went straight, by the way, from a job at the White House as the press secretary to MSNBC. Really showing how independent and unbiased a channel like MSNBC is. They're hiring straight out of the Biden administration to come and promote their policies on the air. But in the end, terrible communications with, sort of a gaslighting of the American people of the highest order, saying, you just don't understand what you're talking about. You're an idiot. You're doing very well. Vote for me. Otherwise, you're a fascist. And as it turns out, that's definitely not a strategy that is winning with the American people. You don't win people over by insulting them. And, I think the Democrats will have to... they will have to make some changes at the way they're doing communications, because this was terrible. And let's see. And it was her, Jen Psaki. What is she saying here? Oh, we don't have the sound. But anyway. Peter Schiff here. Can anyone be more clueless than Rachel Maddow? She's on MSNBC screaming about how great the U.S. economy is, even as the network showed that voters identified the economy as their most important issue, and the reason they voted Trump. They voted Trump because the economy sucks. And of course, Peter Schiff, he gets it. He is not there to sort of promote the Biden-Harris administration. And perhaps one of the problems for the Democrats is they have broken their strongest card. They've destroyed their strongest card in this political game, in this election game. They have destroyed the mainstream media, and the mainstream media was the main outlet for propaganda. It was the main way that they could use to really influence the opinion, the public opinion. And now they've destroyed it, and they've destroyed it for a candidate that in the end didn't have that many chances of winning. But, after what they've done throughout this election cycle, and also on the previous one, of course, but it's increased as the time passed. They became more and more radical, more and more detached from reality, and more involved in democratic narratives. That really they destroyed their credibility. And now for the Democratic Party, the problem is going to be, how do you turn that around? And the answer, I don't know that there is an answer. Once you have broken the credibility that all those news networks add, you are going to have a lot of trouble to bring it back. And you might very well never be able to bring it back. Let's see. Kevin O'Leary just said that Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, gripping influence on the Democratic Party is gone after this election. The influence of Schumer, Pelosi, or a movie star, or an Obama, this is done. And it's not just that, as we're saying, it's not just that. It's the whole democratic machine that is falling apart. because they did too much. They did too much lying. They did too much gaslighting, and people don't take that lightly. And the thing is, once you have done that, now for the next election, what are you going to do? How are you going to be able to get your messaging out if all the way that you use to promulgate your ideas are now poisoned? You know, you've poisoned the well of your messaging by having now all these news networks that are going to be essentially distrusted sources of information. How are you going to manage to really convince people that you have good ideas if people see you as untrustable? So now, Mohamed El Arian here, reacting news. Bitcoin is trading at 75K. Robert Reich, that was 6 hours ago already. And we're seeing those older tweets here. All right, so let's quit this here for a second. Let's refresh that. Let's see. Still, it hasn't moved. Kamala Harris just a little bit now, 0.7% chances. And let's have a look here at Bitcoin. We're still under 75 here, but flirting with the all-time highs, or barely breaking the all-time highs. And we're going to see, I think, once this election is called, we're going to see over the next couple of days, Bitcoin shoot up and break away from this channel here that we've had for a long time, all the way since March 2024, many months ago. And we are just now breaking higher, and that, of course, because of the sentiment that Donald Trump is going to be more favorable to Bitcoin than Kamala Harris would. And you know, among the many mistakes that the Harris campaign has done, refusing to embrace Bitcoin, deciding to, on the contrary, go against Bitcoin and fight Bitcoin and the Bitcoiners, probably one of the most stupid moves that you could do when you know that there's 15 million Americans who own Bitcoin, and they are all over the country, and many of them will probably live in those swing states. And essentially, when you decide to go on a crusade against Bitcoin, then you're going on a crusade against the financial investment of 15 million Americans. Why would you do that? And Donald Trump, who was, you know, before this election, he was not someone who was big into Bitcoin. He was someone who, on the contrary, he said, I'm all for the dollar and I don't like Bitcoin, I like the dollar. And eventually people explained to him, you know, you cannot be against Bitcoin. It's political poison. It's toxic to be against Bitcoin when 15 million people own Bitcoin in America. And, you know, one of the many areas in which the Democrats were completely intellectually and ideologically too rigid and opposed to really the trend that is going on in America, it was crypto. They decided to go on a crusade against crypto. And, you know, in many ways, it's sort of the global Marxist ideology and the monetarist ideology that the Democrats and Keynesian view of the economics that they have, that they want to lock you into the dollar while at the same time running crazy deficits and essentially taking value out of you, out of your pocket through the dollar to spend on their pet projects. And really, when they decided to go on this crusade against Bitcoin, I think a lot of people who own crypto realized, well, these people, they're trying to, by any way that they can, take value out of me, out of my pocket. They've hurt the economy so bad already. Now they're trying to hurt my investments. Many stupid decisions for the Harris campaign, like the unrealized capital gains tax that she had to walk back eventually. But the problem with Harris is she lied so many times, and she walked back so many times that the ideas that she had, that you couldn't believe her anymore. Everything was a flip-flop. And now this race has been called here on Fox News for Trump 277. Let's have a listen here at what they're saying. The race is done. Donald Trump is going to be the next president.
Wisconsin, John King, those are the three blue wall states.
Kayla, you've been a part of the last administration. You've seen you can see the joy on all these people's faces. Think about the angst and the, all that this campaign has been through. And now there is the prospect of creating what you want to create in a second administration. Your thoughts, 30,000 feet of this win?
Indictments, 2 assassination attempts, an unlikely come-from-behind victory, and history is made tonight. This is a huge moment, particularly because this is a tectonic shift of the Republican Party. If all of this exit polling is true, you now have Black voters, Latino voters, young voters coming in a way that we haven't seen the party bring in a very long time, and that's due to former president, now soon to be current President Trump. And I just want to say this as we wait for him to come out. I remember having a conversation with Ivanka Trump in 2016 about his remarks. And before he went out to give those remarks, he had speech A and speech B. Speech A was a more boisterous Trumpian speech. Speech B was a speech full of unity. And he looked up, Ivanka said, saw the faces of crying Hillary voters. He ripped up the boisterous speech and said he wanted to heal the nation. And the first words he said were an appreciation for Hillary Clinton, for her service to our country. And then he said, now it is time for America to bind the wounds of division. And he said, we are a party of all races, creeds, and religions. That is more true tonight than it was 8 years ago. And I fully expect President Trump right now is maybe ripping up that more boisterous speech and preparing to unite the country.
It's an amazing message.
I hope Kaylee's right. I hope you're right. And we're gonna get a chance to see here in a minute. Trey Gowdy said something on your show the other day about how one of the things that you hope also is they're a little more prepared this time. They've got a great transition team, and they're going to need it. And I hope that there are a lot of people who want to go in and be helpful.
Trey?
Yeah, I think his transition team has done a wonderful job vetting potential candidates. And to Kaylee's point, I think a liberated Donald Trump, he's never going to be on the ballot again. This is his last term. I think, Harold, he will surprise his detractors. I think he will be not anything like what his detractors have described him as being now that he is liberated. If I'm wrong, you can hold me to that.
I hope you're right.
I think he will. A liberated Donald Trump is going to shock his detractor.
He has said that the assassination.
And to sort of go on what he just said, nobody knows really what is going to be the policy. First, we're going to have to look at whether he gets Congress or not. Let's see if here our prediction markets have moved when it comes to Congress. 99.9% here. I mean, that's it. It's been called on Fox. We're gonna have to wait on CNN and MSNBC for them to call it, but that's it. As we had expected early in this live stream, it was going to be an early night for the Democrats here. 91% for the House, 89% Republican sweep. And if that is the case, then we're going to have to see at what the policies are going to be for the Donald Trump administration, and whether a lot of the things that he had said would seem like completely unbelievable policies. Will he try to implement that? I mean, he has floated some things that seems completely crazy, like getting rid of the income tax and replacing it by tariffs only. We will see if any of that stuff comes to fruition, or if was just ideas that he was throwing out there, trying to gain some momentum in this campaign. But we'll have to see what the policies are going to look like. And we'll have to see who's going to appoint. I mean, the talk already before, the last few weeks, where that he was thinking of putting Jamie Dimon at the Treasury. So replacing Janet Yellen at the Treasury by Jamie Dimon from JPM. And if he does that, then, in many ways, Wall Street will have a field day. We're going to see what will happen in that regard. Of course, if you want to know more about that, join the channel. We're going to be, keeping an eye on all that as things move on now. When the transition team of Donald Trump will start to get going, and we will get to know more of who will be elected in what position now that Donald Trump has secured the victory. Let's listen here quickly at what they're saying on Fox.
2020, and now up over.
That's the wrong
the
one.
election results on January 6th.
A lot of irony in that moment. Harold, your thoughts?
This is how our country is organized, and it's a great education, I think, for people who had very high passions in this race. There are Democrats who were fervently for Joe Biden. He performed poorly during a debate, and the party switched to Kamala Harris, and there was genuine excitement, I think, built over a period of time. And some of that excitement was an aversion and almost a dislike and a disdain for Donald Trump. But I hope it's a moment that we can all grow from, because if we don't, not in a selfish, partisan way, Democrats won't progress. And I don't think you can fly and soar as a great country unless you have both wings working together. And President Trump, tonight, I'm going to be interested in that tone, Kayla. I was reminded of your words, reminded of what you said as you shared it. I remembered that story, and I hope and pray for the country tonight that President Trump, who has every right to be joyful, every right to celebrate, will give a speech with that tone tonight that in many ways could help him do all of the things that he campaigned on in this campaign.
What does this mean for the never-Trumpers, the Republicans, and the Lincoln Project people, and Bill Kristol, and people like that who seem to abandon everything they'd ever previously believed in order to oppose Donald Trump?
Kellyanne? We'll get to the never-Trumpers soon enough, and the hundreds of millions of dollars wasted on them. Look, Donald Trump won this on policy and personality. I don't want to be remiss here. He is talking about energy independence, manufacturing, an economy where everybody is working, no new foreign wars, getting out of the entanglements we currently have, respecting and resourcing law enforcement, border patrol, military. And by the way, friends, we don't get those policies without that personality. What did we hear during the Republican primaries? I want Donald Trump's policies without his personalities. Good luck with that. You don't get this strength and this resolve and this toughness. You don't get those policies without that. But I want to say this. It's on this phone that Huma Abedin placed the call 2:30 a.m. on November 9th, 2016. And on the other line was Secretary Clinton to concede the race to Donald Trump on my phone. I handed it to him, and I said to Vice President-elect Mike Pence, make sure Hillary actually concedes. She did. And President Trump was gracious to them, too. Yep. They came to the luncheon at the Capitol after the inauguration. The Obamas and the Clintons were there. I was there to see it myself. And then something just changed. The Washington Post said, let's impeach him at noon, 2 minutes after he's inaugurated. Melania wrote about this in her book. So, Harold, I hear you. I hope everybody can unify. But I got to tell you, my friend, I think it starts with your party and not mine.
Fair enough.
They got to. They had this guy in a courtroom. He's not an indoor cat. I get it. They have him. They had him in a courtroom. They have him impeached. They have him, and whether people think that was justified or not, now is a good time to respect the will of the people. Forget about us, the will of the people.
I agree with you. I'm just saying be a gracious winner and let's move the country forward. I agree. And I know you will. That was my only point.
I heard a gracious winner today when I talked to him. I really did. He's known for a while. I wrote a piece on FoxNews.com October 11th saying he's going to have a narrow landslide. I think he's felt that for a while, but he wanted to go and earn it.
And I even think the people around him have to be gracious too. I think he will. I don't know him as well as you, but I think the people around him can be gracious as well.
That's a different question.
We can always hope.
Well, that comes from the top.
Once more, I just want to say how much money was spent on this election. $15.9 billion worth of bill.
Wow.
If you spend $1,000 a day for 2,740 years, that would be $1 billion. It was 16 times that. What has been spent on every race, the presidency, the whole deal. $16 billion. And here we are.
What is that, a check you can write to for every American? What did you say?
$50. It's about 40.
I want my $50.
But I just want to say, every presidential race has a medium. You know, you go back to television, cable. Yeah. This was, in some ways, a podcast experience of a campaign. And those are free to go on podcasts. And you wonder how much of that money really needed to be spent when there's a lot of ways to reach people. But I think it's really interesting and something we'll be talking about a lot in terms of the reach.
And here, what she's saying is very true. And of course, we were talking about it earlier with the Joe Rogan podcast and the Donald Trump interview there, getting over 40 million views in just a couple of days. And yes, in many ways, as we've said throughout the live stream, the mainstream media is now dead. Essentially, they have lost their hold really on the American public opinion. And when you consider really how they do their stuff, then it's not surprising, you know. When it comes to a presidential election, something as consequential as the person who is going to be leading the country for the next 4 years, then you do not want to see little extract, a question here and there being asked from a candidate, leaving the candidate only 2 minutes to express themselves on an idea, on an important and complex idea, for a total of like 10 minutes maybe. You know, when you saw the interviews of Kamala Harris, she was essentially avoiding questions in interviews that were 15 minutes, and the interviewer had only like 5 questions, and she doesn't even answer the questions, and then she goes on a rant and talks for 3 or 4 minutes about subjects that have nothing to do with the question that's being asked, and then she says goodbye and she leaves, and they tell you have to vote for her. And then when she was given the opportunity to go on these long form podcasts on these places that we're gonna, you know, sort of ask her the tough questions, and not only the tough questions, but require from her the tough answers, the explanation, really to go in details. She refused to go. She refused to do Joe Rogan. She refused to do Lex Fridman. And as we had said, the only way for her really could have been to go on Joe Rogan and Lex Fridman and just ace it, and for 3 hours explain her policies, explain her ideas, explain her vision for America. And of course she didn't do that. They didn't let her do that because they knew that ultimately, if she was going to be on a long form podcast and if she had to explain in details the policies that she supports, she would have broken down under the scrutiny of the interviewer. And because of that, really, it cost her the election. Because let's be honest, even if she had gone, then she would have been exposed as someone who really didn't master her subject enough to become president. But by not going, she casted a doubt really in all the electors is she someone who can actually just even answer the question? It's something to go there and maybe you don't do that great and people can give you a pass, say, hey, it was tough to actually answer all those questions for 3 hours. But if you don't go, then it raises the question, are you actually capable of having a discussion for 3 hours that is not even a discussion where someone is necessarily trying to put you in a tough spot? But if you're not capable of doing that, then how are you going to be capable to handle things like negotiating with leaders of other countries? That is going to be way more difficult than facing Joe Rogan or Lex Friedman. And by doing that, she sort of discredited herself, and by staying in the mainstream media circus where everybody was just asking her softball questions after softball questions, well, she didn't really help herself, because ultimately she didn't look like the kind of person who was competent enough for the job. And in many ways, the mainstream media did hurt her, because by being so nice to her, so gentle to her, by asking her only softball questions, well, they didn't show her as someone who was really capable to handle criticism and handle people with different ideas, people who sort of don't agree with her. When you go out there and the media is sort of pretending you're the greatest, even though you're not doing anything that justifies that, then it is not convincing at all. So now let's have a look here at CNN. Let's see what they are saying. Where are they standing here on this stage? I believe it is at the Trump HQ. Let's listen to what they are saying.
So, I think as they're looking at today and surprise themselves by how the numbers have gone, and some places, obviously they thought North Carolina and Georgia would be a gut check. Kristen Holmes will stay with you. Jake, back to you.
Thank you so much. And we have a major projection. CNN projects that Donald Trump will win the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Finally.
This is a huge, huge achievement for Donald Trump, and a huge bucket of electoral votes, 19 of them, for his path back to the presidency. As of right now, with those 19 electoral votes,
the meltdown is almost here on CNN. 265 for Trump.
Of 270 electoral votes. He has 265 electoral votes. Vice President Kamala Harris has 187 electoral votes. 270 are needed to win. John King, Donald Trump is within a hair's breadth of being reelected president.
Yes, he is. And let's just walk over. We'll look at where we are now, 265 to 187. And you're looking at this map. He's leading here. He's leading here. He could get a congressional vote there. There's another one at Maine he could possibly get. But if you just look out here, he is almost certain to get this. The state of Alaska hasn't voted Democrat forever. That would get him to 268. So you're at the point right now, Jake, where pick it, right? Just pick it. There'd be one congressional. He could possibly win both in Nebraska. That would get him to 270, assuming he wins Alaska, which I think is a pretty safe bet. Then you just look at the map, right? Unlikely to get any of these over here. He could possibly get an electoral vote out of Maine, but he's leading here, leading here, leading here, and leading there, and he needs two. He needs two. So if he gets that one and that one, he's way up. And if he keeps holding these, then now that's where he was. When he won, he was at 304, 306. That would be 310. 310 if he sweeps. There's no guarantee he's going to sweep by any means, but he's leading in enough states right now. Plus, there's a couple other congressional districts on the board where he could pass. He could, emphasis on could, pass 310 electoral votes. You come back to where we are now, though. He's just in a commanding position.
All right. So the depression is well engaged in CNN here. They are borderline of the meltdown. Let's see on MSNBC as the meltdown started already. Yeah, she is stuck. Will she?
Harris campaign tonight at Howard University. On the Republican side, Donald.
Very difficult signal here with MSNBC.
Trump has been watching election returns at his home. This
is not going well. We will return later on MSNBC. Oh, here. I think she's back now.
Moved to the Palm Beach Convention Center, where his supporters have been gathered over the course of the evening watching returns, and they are now preparing to hear from their candidate. We don't know exactly when Donald Trump is going to speak or exactly what the character of his remarks will be. Our own Vaughn Hilliard is at the convention center. He's been covering the Trump campaign throughout this for the duration.
All right, a lot of trouble here.
And has been there tonight as that crowd has become increased.
Let's see. We'll go back to them later on when this network's issues are going to be fixed. Let's go back here on Fox.
Willing to change and willing to have courage and determination. And whatever Democrats or anybody want to say about this guy who's been elected our president, he personifies that courage and determination and persistence. So I think, Trey, you were asking a serious question, and Britt gave a very serious answer. I think that's going to be part of the answer. And we've got to look long and hard about whether or not the way we campaign.
Why did he stop?
With identity politics, then at the end, is that the right way to do it? But before you get there, you got to get a purpose and a message, and we'll get there. We got a long history of figuring these things out as a nation, as a party, and we'll figure it out this time.
So the carnage speech got a lot of attention at the inauguration. Do we think that?
Oh yeah.
This speech.
I was going way back.
We're actually told that the teleprompters have been removed from the stage, so we could be in for a long haul here. We don't know. But what do you think? You know, he's coming, but there may not be teleprompters.
I'm saying he goes off the teleprompter anyway. But he, the other night at the Al Smith dinner, he was upset that there were teleprompters, because he doesn't want to use them. So.
Right. So, Dana, what does this speech look like?
This one right now?
Yeah.
I think look, I don't know. He's one of the most unpredictable people, too. So I think that's why we're all here. And I'm wide awake. And I've been awake for almost 24 hours now. And I am curious to see. I think I wasn't just thinking about this speech. I'm thinking about the inauguration speech, which would be 8 years since Carnage speech. He has a wide range of the types of speeches that he can give. If you think even within a speech, there's range. If you think about the RNC convention, it started off with like, oh, wow, yeah. And then after a while, it was like, wow, he's still talking. And it was like so long, and it kind of got off script, and people thought, oh, he kind of lost an opportunity. But he didn't. I think if you look at these people who would take off work, drive somewhere in the middle of the night to go and get in line, to wait for hours, to then stay at a rally for hours. And part of the things he has done as well is created this camaraderie amongst people so that you could go to a place where you're not afraid to wear your red MAGA hat, and you could say, I'm not the crazy one. I'm not the only one who thinks the way that I do. I can actually have friends. And that doesn't mean that there shouldn't be outreach to the other side. I believe in love thy neighbor. I love all of that. But he has created something special here. So I kind of want him to take a victory lap tonight. I don't think this is necessarily the moment for unity, especially when she won't even concede and give him the night to celebrate.
Yeah. Kellyanne, you were looking at the popular vote. He's still up and could finish up.
And part of it is because he did run up the totals in places I was looking at, even the rural counties in Pennsylvania. He was going to win them by significant double digits, but he won them that much more. I think running up the totals in Florida, which was a swing state not that long ago, over 1.1 million votes or so. Kaylee, right, your home state. And this is, look, I think that when the Democrats take a look at this candidacy, it's not going to be, did she have too much time, not enough time? She's just a flawed candidate. She doesn't speak well. She doesn't work hard. I'm not being mean or partisan. I don't know why the country would have rewarded this candidate with the big job when she couldn't make the case what she does as vice president that affects our lives.
And very right here for Kellyanne Conway. But we see the popular vote, Donald Trump, 67 million. Kamala Harris, 62 million. This is going to be a major, major defeat on the popular vote if it continues to go that way. And really, it's going to have... it's going to lead to major changes, I believe, in the Democratic Party, because if the dynamic continues, if they don't change course, if they continue with the way they have been going, and if the decline since Barack Obama continues, then the next election, they are going to be so far that it's going to be another sweep for the Republicans. They're going to have to do a major change of their policy, their ideology. They're going to have to walk back sort of the ideological route that they have been going toward, and they're going to have to address the demands, the issues that concern the American voters instead of simply catering it to a fraction of America, a segment, the elite of the elite. It's not, maybe it is something that has allowed them to amass vast sums of money to run campaigns, but in the end, you can have all that money and you can have all the support of the media, but it doesn't motivate people to go out there and vote for you. And in the end, that's what democracy is. And they are going to have to make some changes if they want to get back to power. And here, Donald Trump leading into 77 now. We're going to have to see for the other elections that are going to be called, what happens with the House. But as it is now, the sweep becoming more and more likely now. What is it? We're at 93%. For the Republicans, the sweep is at 93%. And there's going to be tomorrow, I think, a lot of people asking themselves the question, what happened? How did we not see this coming? And perhaps the answer is you are stuck on the wrong channel. You are stuck into information networks that do not provide you with accurate information. You are living in an information bubble that is not reflecting the reality of the world, but that is simply reflecting the reality that a segment of the political elite of the Democratic Party want you to live in. And if it's, if it's that for this election, then perhaps you should consider that it's not just in terms of this election that this bias in the news exists. It's everywhere. And now we're going to see Donald Trump probably a few minutes away now from giving a speech. We're probably not going to have a concession for Kamala Harris today. She's probably going to go to sleep and wait until tomorrow to concede. We'll have to see. Maybe it will happen tonight, but I doubt it, unless it is called, maybe if everybody, CNN and who else is NBC, I think, if they all call it, and AP, if they all call it tonight, perhaps she will concede tonight. We will see if that happens or not. But as far as we know now, it is a done deal for this presidential election. So we'll have to see now what is going to happen in a few minutes now at the Trump HQ. Is he going to give a speech, and what is he going to say in his speech? And perhaps for this Harris campaign and for the Democrats, they're really gonna have to be thinking of what they did in this campaign. It was really the worst campaign that I've ever seen. For all this time that I've been covering politics and looking at politics, I've never seen such a bad campaign. And of course, it didn't start good with Joe Biden, but pulling Kamala Harris out of nowhere, one of the most disliked political figures in America, someone who was only having 29% of positive approval before running for president, and putting her out there on the stage at the top of the ticket without a Democratic primary, just parachuting her and taking out Joe Biden, who actually had won the primary, and then going on this media circus saying, everybody just saying how great she is, when really there was not much to back this claim. And then sort of this campaign of attacking Americans to try to make them fall in line and vote for you. This is the worst strategy that I've ever seen. Really trying to insult people into voting for you, to force them to comply, to criticize them and tell them, if you don't vote for me, you're a terrible person. That is not something that motivates people to go and vote for you. Instead of that, she should have focused on really policies that she could have used to entice voters to vote for her. But in many ways, it didn't seem ever that she was in charge in policy, or that really she understood the policies that she was backing and that she was promoting. A lot of those talking points that she kept repeating throughout the campaign, like the $25,000 for first-time home buyers, the $6,000 child tax credit, all these things, really that didn't matter that much in the grand scheme of things, and also prosecuting corporation, the price gouging laws that she wanted to put in place. She had that as her talking point, and really it never worked. And in many ways, it was trying to appeal to low information voters. But I think for this election, the voters were well informed. They really, because of the issues that were with the economy, people really wanted to go down the bottom in terms of policy and really look at what the candidates were proposing. And Kamala Harris sort of parroting these talking points that it didn't really look like she really had mastered what these talking points meant. And she kept on repeating, yes, so I'm going to address the cost of living by making national laws about price gouging. And nobody bought that. Nobody could be convinced by something like that. It made no sense. And she never thought about it twice. She kept on going with it as if it was working when it was clear that it wasn't working. And when she did that, really, it became sort of a question, I think, for the voters. Does she really understand what she's saying, or is she just repeating stuff that people, have given her? They've tapped her on the shoulder and they told her, this is what you say, just memorize it, go in front of the camera, we're going to have an interview with a journalist who's going to ask you this question. This is your answer, and this is what you do. You don't derive from that. You just say exactly what we told you. And because they did that, the campaign was so artificial. Kamala Harris didn't look like she was really a real person. She was just a vessel for this big Democratic machine to enact the policies that they wanted, that really were not policies that the American people was backing, that the American people was interested in. But they tried to use these tactics of diversion and making people believe, oh, we're going to do something that's going to be good for you, when in fact, people had enough information to realize this is going to do nothing for me. And what they're proposing is just an extension of the Joe Biden policies. And of course, it was true, and Americans did not believe that lie. They did not fall for that trap. And they decided to go with another direction for the economic policy, to go back to the economic policies of Donald Trump. Let's listen to what they are saying here on Fox News.
When the popular vote, he's likely going to win the electoral vote. The Dow 800 points in futures this evening. They give you some excitement around, to give you a sense of the excitement that investors have. And again, I think this speech tonight, the tone tonight, I'm just to be repetitive, because I hope the president's watching. And like you said, Kaylee, he might be watching us here and there. I hope it's what you said. I hope this is a moment to let the country, because we've had enough of enough. And I think whatever happened tonight, I was hopeful that we'd have a decisive win. And it appears that we're going to have a decisive win to give the president not only a chance to begin to develop and deliver on a mandate, but to begin the process of healing, which I think is incredibly important and an indispensable part of our tradition.
Something tells me we may hear some Lee Greenwood.
Here he is.
You think so?
Well, we should. I mean, Lee Greenwood.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Let's listen in to who will be the 47th president of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say,
playing this music now, and they're gonna play the music. We're gonna cut the music because we don't want them to strike the channel here. Let's see, let's wait until he starts speaking. There he is. He's still singing, and there are all their Jade events here in the background. He's already speaking here on MSNBC, but we're going to keep it on this one because MSNBC was giving us a little bit of problem with the network. Okay, and now he's going to speak. Let's see.
Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible, and we did did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them, and sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives.
So that's it. Is he saying that for
And I want to thank
real,
Mark Johnson.
or
I think
is
he's
he
doing a
just
terrific
saying
job.
it?
Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance.
And J.D. Vance, we've been looking at him on the channel for a
and
while.
beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he's a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSNBC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words here.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country, and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie, they're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And because, especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon. And I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. Slightly longer than me. It's a ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him Marines because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana,
please. Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
that is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like really, probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, Leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time. But we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from the, can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try, we have to try, and it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term. When we became more and more successful, people started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Donald J. Trump, the man who will be the 47th president.
All right, so here it is, the speech by Trump. Let's quickly move on to CNN here, and let's see what they are saying as the meltdown started here for CNN.
His campaign managers, as well as Dana White, as well as his running mate, Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio. Maybe I have missed something. Has anybody actually declared him? In any case,
Fox has.
Fox has. Okay. Well, in any case, he's well on his way to that point. So.
And if you notice, he did not dispute in any way the results of this election. So obviously, he is feeling more confident in it than in another scenario.
I think there was one, in that long speech with all the weave, there was one key line. America has given us an unprecedented mandate. Now, it may not be unprecedented, but there's no other way you can read these election results than he has received a mandate in his personal victory, in the Senate, the Republicans taking the Senate and picking up more seats than were expected. He said that they'd taken the House. They haven't taken the House yet. Nobody has declared that, but I don't see any other way to read this than that he has a mandate to fulfill his agenda.
100%, and I think one of the things that's so significant about that is that the Democrats treated his first term as a fluke because he lost the popular vote and won the electoral vote. And in that sense, it was to a degree, although that has certainly happened in history before. This is a sweeping victory. And John and I were going over the margin of error, even in the blue states, New Jersey and New York. He significantly shrank the partisan chasm in those states. And we have declared that the Republicans are going to take back the Senate. We do not know what's going to happen to the House, but he does have a sort of mandate without question.
Yes, and he talked in this speech about the promises that he's made, and he said he's going to keep them. And so some of the most clear promises that he has made are on the economy, very, very sharp tariffs that have been controversial in the business world and among economists. Assuming that he gets that through, assuming that that happens, we will see if that is true or whether it will help. On the immigration front, which was, since the minute he came down that escalator in 2015, a huge topic for him. This time around, he has said point blank, he is going to engage in mass deportation. We'll see how that works. We'll see just even the mechanism of that. And the other thing that I don't think we should lose sight of is that he has said very clearly, multiple times, that he will go after and prosecute his enemies. And how he will go about doing that, what that means for who would be his attorney general, we will have to wait and see. We also should remember.
All right, so the meltdown is now engaged on CNN here. Denenbach saying he's going to go after his political enemies, which he really hasn't said. Quite the contrary. You know, when he was asked about that, his answer was more in the tune of, I'm not going to have time to embark in these prosecutions because we're going to have a lot of things to do in other domains. And really, how hypocritical, of course, is it for her to point that when the Biden DOJ has gone after Trump in ways that have never been seen by any Justice Department against a former president for lawsuits, lots of which have already been dismissed, but many which I assume are going to be dismissed in the future, including the 34 counts of felonies for a campaign violation over the Stormy Daniels payment. Anyway, now that the meltdown is engaged on CNN, and as you can see, they have sort of refused to call the race yet for Donald Trump. Jake Tapper even asking, oh, well, why is he doing this speech of having won the election? Has someone called it? As if he didn't know that the election was already called on Fox. It should also be called on CNN. But as we've seen throughout the night, they are waiting. They are lagging behind in calling these states because they realize that this is the final big night that they're going to have in terms of audience for a long time, perhaps with their viewership dwindling over the years, over the last 4 years, completely crashing down. Things are not looking good for CNN as a news network. But let us have a look now. Going back, let's have a quick look here at Bitcoin. Let's see how it is doing. Bitcoin now moving back a little after hitting the 75 mark here, traded a little bit over 75. We are back now in the 73,000 range, and we're gonna see over the coming days and coming hours the reaction of the market. Let's see if things have moved here for the S&P. And yes, the S&P also moving up at least a percent here, 1.2%. The Nasdaq also 1.2%. And let's have a look at the yields here, the 10-year. And yes, things moving up here for the yields also, as we've seen over the last few days, as the Donald Trump victory seemed more and more likely. The yields moving up here for the 10-year and all across the curve. The Dixie also moving up with the yields. And what about gold? Gold moving down a little bit here. But gold, we'll see what happens to gold. Gold has been outperforming like crazy over these final months of the Biden administration. Screaming stagflation, really. But now we'll see with what's going to happen with Trump on the economic front, the reaction that we will see in gold, and the reaction also of the dollar, the Dixie, now moving up. And if we see the Dixie moving up, keeping up, then perhaps we're going to see gold moving down a little bit after this massive run that we've had. But we'll keep on watching Bitcoin and now for the near future. And now I think we are ready to... well, perhaps let's listen here. They are talking about the popular vote.
Going to point some out for you. Great state of Michigan still out there on the board. Right now, still too close to call, 77% in. The former president and future president leading here 52-45. Now, I do want to point something out, Trey. Sometimes we'll get a look at a state like that and we'll say, well, Kevin, 77%. How many other votes are out there? Let me show you. This is our remaining vote. The darker the color, the more votes that are out there. So as you take a look, you can see some of these areas, they're clean up. They're nice and bright and gray, which means there are no more votes to count. However, the ones that are more magenta, a little pinkish in color, still some votes out there. You may be wondering, what about Detroit, Kevin? What about Wayne County? Listen, down in Wayne County, they've still got some votes. Look at this, Trace, 30% in. That's remarkable, but that's sort of traditional. You know how this goes. You'll have a big state, and then all the smaller counties will report their votes.
Administration and believing it was a message that resonated, that despite moments like the Madison Square Garden rally and all of these other moments, that there are this underlining message where all of that did not.
Ooh, the mood on CNN, not happy at all.
For 2 years on immigration or the economy, criticize the message or not, that is what came through. And I think the other thing that stood out from him being on that stage tonight was the power sources around him. Susie Wiles getting up there, she did not speak. She was the only person he called to get on stage who did not say a word into the microphone.
And actually adamantly shook her head that she wasn't going to speak.
And is maybe one of the most powerful and influential people of this campaign that was up there on that stage tonight.
Absolutely, and her name's already been floated for chief of staff. There's a lot of people around him who believe that if she wants that job, she can have it, and that she's the best person fit for it because they believe she is somebody who can keep him at least somewhat in line. Again, it's former President Donald Trump. We know that he is not somebody who can be controlled, but for the most part, Susie Wiles has done a very good job at trying to keep him in line as much as you possibly can. And one thing I just want to point out on what you were saying about those issues like immigration, crime, and the economy is that when we saw Kamala Harris ascend to the top of the ticket, there was an argument inside of the Trump campaign. They kept pushing out that it would be, if Donald Trump could beat her, it would be because they would be able to link her to the current administration and the unhappiness that Americans felt, particularly when it came to issues like immigration, crime, inflation. And they believed, they kept pushing that message, trying to drown out all the other noise, particularly the noise that comes with having Donald Trump as a candidate, somebody who is a loose cannon, somebody who says whatever. If they could drown him out with this constant messaging about the economy in particular, about crime, that they could win this election. And if that is why the American people voted, and I'm sure we're going to pour through the exit polls and pour through the data as to why, they were right during that time. And obviously we saw the enthusiasm that came with Kamala Harris's ascension, but their point during all of that was at the end of the day, if he can make the case that she is tied to the current administration, then they can make the case to win in November. And I can guarantee you, they believe and they feel very good about the fact that they stuck to that messaging. Again, Donald Trump did not always stick to the messaging, but the campaign themselves was pushing that.
Whether it was the ads or what the surrogates were saying.
Right.
And the cope is real on CNN. They're coping hard, really pretending that Kamala Harris somehow was not going to be a continuation of Joe Biden when she was the vice president. She shares, of course, half of the issues and the policies of Joe Biden, and she said it on the campaign trail many times. I was the last person in the room. Every time Joe Biden made a decision, I was an integral part of the decision-making process. And how do you dissociate yourself from that? On one side, she's saying my administration is not going to be a continuation of Joe Biden's administration, and on the other hand, she's also saying in the same sentence, I was there when every single decision was made, and I was a part of the decision making. And that was sort of, one of the many examples of the Harris campaign saying one thing and its opposite, having this total cognitive dissonance where the messaging wasn't clear at all. She was saying one thing and saying the opposite the next minute. And of course, when I don't understand, to be honest, how they can go on like that. They can let her go like that, where she says one thing and it's opposite. And despite all the prepping that they had done for her, In many ways, it must have been, what they had told her to do. Oh, one time you say one thing, and then the other you're going to say the opposite, and then everybody's going to love you. And actually, what it turns out is the exact opposite. Is when you say something and it's opposite, then nobody believes you because you sound like a liar. And in many ways, what the Harris campaign was missing was sincerity. There was nothing that rang true with her campaign. She kept on repeating the script that was given to her by the higher-ups at the Democratic Party, and she couldn't even recite it well enough to make people believe that these were her ideas. And let's listen here to Axelrod.
Breaking down the demographics, and we talked about it a lot tonight. It was important.
Oh, that's the other
what
one.
It wasn't. It may have been a mandate for some of the policies around economy and immigration. There'll be battles over some aspects of that and the wisdom of some of it. But certainly he should feel like he's been affirmed on that. It wasn't a mandate to wantonly use the power of the presidency to punish his political enemies. It wasn't a mandate to help enrich himself and his friends. It wasn't a mandate to single out groups in our society for scorn or worse. I'd love to hear from Van on this, but let's be honest about this, okay? Let's be absolutely blunt about it. There were appeals to racism in this campaign, and there is racial bias in this country, and there is sexism in this country, and anybody who thinks that that did not in any way impact on the outcome of this race is wrong. I'm not saying that was the main reason that Kamala Harris lost and Donald Trump won. And I think they ran honestly, strategically, his campaign, and I've said it many times, they ran a very smart campaign. It was an ultimately rational, well-conceived, and well-executed campaign for an irrational, often irrational candidate, and they overcame him to sell his message, or the message that they thought he should be selling to the country. But let's not confuse what this was and what it wasn't. Let's be very clear-eyed about it.
I think it's going to be a long time for us to figure out what it was and what it wasn't. I hope that it goes the way that you said. But like I do think it's bitter in the mouth, the racial and gender dimension of this. And the only way that you can kind of begin to see it, if you don't see it right away, is, can you imagine a woman of color acting like Donald Trump acted, even for one day? The kinds of stuff that he said, the kinds of things that he did, the way that he would insult people. If you're a person of color, you don't feel you have that freedom. You feel like you really are somewhat constrained. You're always running something in the back of your mind like, how am I going to be perceived? And also, if I say this, will they think that all black people are this way or all women are this way? So there's a license that he had to just be a fool, just to be an obnoxious ass to everyone. And for people to go, well, he can still be president. There's nobody who doesn't have that phenotype that feels that free. And so I do think that what I'm hearing from people is, what do we have to do to be acceptable? I'm hearing from women of color, like, from people see things very, very differently. I just want to make sure people, like, Kamala Harris, look, she's not Oprah or Beyonce. She's not like some untouchable black woman in the popular, but she is a respectable woman, and she's somebody who served in all three branches. She served in the courts, she served in the legislature, she served in the executive branch, she served local, state, federal. She should have been qualified enough to be able to not have this sort of an outcome. And so, just give me a second now. And so then I think people, what happened last time when Trump won, everybody ran to the economic argument. The Tea Party was just people, they had economic anxiety, that's all it was. But the people with the most economic anxiety were black and brown people who at that time did not join the Tea Party. So I just don't want to take out that many things can be true at the same time.
I would just say this. Maybe you got a bad messenger and a bad message. Kamala Harris has never run an election in a state that wasn't 100% Democratic. She ran She's been elected in the state of California her entire career. She's run as a prosecutor. She ran for AG. She ran for Senate in a blue state. So she's never had to build a coalition. She's never had to really campaign. When she ran for president the first time on her own, she tanked. She tanked. She didn't get anywhere. And then so when this came about, this opportunity came about, she didn't run again. She's never been battle tested. And actually, you've said this before. Running for president is a skill. Like Barack Obama wasn't good at it when he started.
Right.
There was no racism at it. Barack Obama got good at it. You helped him get good at it, right? And so maybe she's just a bad messenger, selling a bad product.
No, I mean, look, I think, again, I'm...
You don't think there's any validity to that?
No, I think that there are plenty of ways to critique her as a candidate. I think there'll be time to do that. I think the fundamental point, and it's...
And the cope is so hard now on CNN. And of course, absolute nonsense. She's the worst candidate that we've seen in a very, very long time. I mean, to really go back to a candidate that was as bad as Kamala Harris, you have to go back to times that were before even the times that I was following politics. You'd have to go back to, I don't know, like Walter Mondale or Jimmy Carter or something like that. Back in those days, you have to go 40 years back to find someone who was that bad, really, at campaigning. And I think David Urban here, very, very right when he said Kamala Harris, she never really had to face the public, to face a real campaign. She got elected in California, where having a D in front of your name is an automatic guarantee that you're gonna get the position. She never really had to campaign. She never really had to discuss. She never really had to debate in a way that was significant, and where she had to actually show that she was smart, that she was savvy, that she had charisma, and none of this really mattered for her. And she managed to move up the ranks and sort of that trajectory that often happens in politics, especially on the side of the Democrats, where you are in places where you can have very, very easy election, where you sort of fall up, and despite doing a terrible job, you get promotion after promotion. And that's exactly what happened with Kamala Harris, moving from being the California attorney to then the Senate to being vice president, selected because Joe Biden thought, this person is not gonna overshadow me. Eventually she did, and she took his place at the top of this ticket when it looked like Joe Biden wouldn't be able to close the deal. And then Kamala Harris being parachuted 2 months away from the election on this campaign, and she did a terrible job, really showing her charisma, also her skill, her comprehension of what being a president entails, and doing an absolute awful job in front of the cameras, with the media, in interviews, and using the strategy of Joe Biden from 2020. In the beginning, they tried to hide her, and that worked pretty well. As a matter of fact, it worked pretty well. The more they hid her, the more she was neck to neck with Donald Trump. She was had a coin toss with Donald Trump, but eventually, as things progressed, and as Donald Trump accumulated media appearances after media appearances, they had to bring Kamala Harris out in front of the public. And when they did, the campaign absolutely crumbled. She could not resist the scrutiny of the American public. And as soon as she started talking, then it was obvious that she wasn't up to the task. So now, let's have a quick look here at MSNBC. Let's see if the meltdown is engaged for MSNBC. Let's have a look here.
That he lost in 2020 had carried by this much in 2016. So it's a question of timing, I think, on maybe Wisconsin. That looks very close, especially with that vote by mail absentee to come out of Milwaukee. You see the margin there in Michigan, the question mark of Wayne. You see the possibility of Maine plus Alaska getting Trump there. Arizona and Nevada, we're just at that point now where we don't get a ton more, and then it starts coming out incrementally over days. You see New Hampshire here, but, you know, they're very, very slow counting with the remainder of the vote there. Trump 4.5 points down, 30,000 votes right there, and you don't expect that to suddenly hit 100% anytime soon. So it's kind of what we're waiting on to get to that official moment. And just one other thing I would point out here, flip this over and show you the national popular vote at this point, because Donald Trump, you can see here, has a lead of more than 5 million in the national popular vote. Now, we've been here in 2020 and 2016, and we said, well, you know, California is going to take a while to come in. It's going to be massive for the Democrats. Of course, they'll win the popular vote. That is very much in doubt right now because we've had big changes outside of the battleground in some big states. And I just want to highlight a few of these because they are dramatic. Look, New York, it's still blue, but look at this. New York State, Trump has got this within 12 points with 94% in. He lost this by 23 points. He basically cut his margin in half. Double-digit gains for Trump in New York City. Take a look. We mentioned New Jersey tonight earlier. Harris wins New Jersey. This is on track to be the closest margin, the closest Republicans have come to winning New Jersey potentially since 1992. Look what New Jersey was 4 years ago, a 16-point Biden win. Keying Trump here in New Jersey, getting this close. Heavily Hispanic areas, just leaps and strides, gains for him there. Take a look at Illinois. How about this one? 91% of the vote is in Illinois. 4 points for Harris, 17 points for Biden 4 years ago. Big, enormous blue state. Trump not winning it, but look at the popular vote margin that he's cutting into there. Another one we didn't talk anything about tonight. It's not close, but look at Maryland. 60-37 for Harris in Maryland. This was a 33-point state for Joe Biden a few years ago. So you're just seeing Trump lop off. Those add up potentially to millions of popular votes that he lost 4 years ago that he's now losing tonight. And so the possibility that Donald Trump, even when California is all counted, ends up winning the popular vote in an outright majority, that's very real right now.
Steve, there's a lot to take in and digest. I wanted to just go back, if you don't mind, to Wisconsin for a moment, since we're waiting on that one. And that is a state that we've been talking about for months as one that was within 1% the last two presidential cycles. I know we're waiting for a vote, but as you look at that state and where things have gone wrong, I should say, for Harris, tell us a little bit more about that, and also the margins and what are the possible margins in terms of what it could be, because it does not seem like it's within 1%, but you tell me if I'm wrong there.
Well, it should close, and maybe considerably, because again, the biggest outstanding, the biggest sources of outstanding vote here would be, again, in the city of Milwaukee, in Milwaukee County. Look, it says only about 69% of the vote is in. Overwhelmingly, what that is the absentee vote from the city of Milwaukee. So the most Democratic-friendly type of vote, absentee, from the most Democratic city, most Democratic city, one of the most Democratic cities in the state. So whatever happens there, Harris is going to net tens of thousands of votes more when that absentee vote is released there. Look at a place like Brown County where Green Bay is. 90% is in. But again, this is a place that does that absentee late separate location. So this might come down a touch. There's a few other places on the map where she's going to benefit from that late absentee count. Is it enough to overcome what is now a 120,000 vote lead for Trump statewide? That's difficult. It's not impossible for her, but that'd be very difficult right now. But to come down and land back in that, really tight zone we know Wisconsin likes to be in, that's very possible. In terms of the big picture story you see out of Wisconsin, is a continuation of the trend here in the Trump area in Wisconsin, and it's simply this, that a transformation of Wisconsin politically. It is not long ago that you would have been looking at this map, even in a close race in Wisconsin, and you would have been seeing blue all over the place here, along the Mississippi River, all sorts of rural blue-collar counties. Democrats were winning right through Barack Obama in 2012, and Donald Trump came along, and we could show you counties where he's had net gains of like 40 points over what Barack Obama was doing. And you just take them one by one, Iowa, and they're small, rural in a lot of cases, but Trump's made further gains in those places tonight. So they just add up. You could take dozens of these counties, aggregate them together. Trump's made significant gains just by adding 2-3 points in those places. We called it at the start of the night, to look at Outagamie County, to look at Winnebago County. This is where Oshkosh is. Was Trump going to be hitting his 2020 number, or was he going to be hitting his 2016 number? Now it's 12 right now. There is some of that mail to come in, but right now he's above both of those. And the Democrats, meanwhile, look, they did get ahead here in Dane County where Madison is. That 188,000 does mark a bigger margin for them out of Dane than they got last time. I think they might have wanted more out of here. But again, with that mail to come in Milwaukee, there's still a chance here for Harris in this state. But I think wherever it lands, it will be in that very close zone. And again, we just see this Michigan and Wisconsin, even in Minnesota earlier, those rural blue-collar counties. Trump just squeezing more and more out of them. He turned them Republican in 2016, and he's held them, and now he's growing in them further.
That rural blue-collar divide is just over and over again, as you said. I've been watching you all evening, so stark. Thank you so much, Steve. We'll be back with you in a moment, too. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard, who is standing by at Trump HQ in Florida. Vaughn, we all just listened to Donald Trump speak earlier. Tell us what it was like in the room and what you're hearing from his team at this point in time.
Straightforward, Jen. It kind of felt like a end of a Trump rally, actually. It was some similar riffs, including about Elon Musk's rocket that was landing. Of course, he noted that this was a great American comeback. It was the likes of Dana White, the head of UFC.
And he got stuck here, but we're gonna have to wait a little bit. They haven't called this race yet. Oh, here's back.
Who called this moment karma. But for the room here, this was a confident crowd that thought that Donald Trump was going to win. And he did exactly that. I think last night I was talking with the producer colleague, Dan, who I traveled with the last 2 years on the road. We were talking about the extent to which we didn't even understand the own country, despite traveling to all 50 states and back here and talking to as many voters possible. Because this was a moment, a reckoning, to wholly understand just how far the MAGA movement had expanded, just how far Donald Trump's realities or his proposals that an American government under his type of executive power would be able to benefit lives of Americans who didn't even vote for him.
And he's gonna go back, and the cope is hard here on the MSNBC, but not yet in a total meltdown mode. We're gonna have to wait a little bit until the race is called for MSNBC, so we can get to the panel and see them completely losing it when the final hopes of seeing Kamala Harris are gonna vanish. And it's very interesting to hear him saying that despite traveling to all 50 states, how come he had a view that was so different than the result of this election? Well, perhaps when you're living in the bubble, in the media bubble of MSNBC, where all your colleagues and every single person that you interact with is a diehard Democratic fan, and you're working in the media, you're supposed to be unbiased, but you're not. Perhaps that skews your vision and you start to see the country differently than what it actually is. Perhaps MSNBC was drinking its own Kool-Aid. So now we're going to see what's going to happen here on the CNN and MSNBC. Are they going to call this election tonight the same way that Fox has called it already? As a reminder, Fox, as you can see, 277 for Trump, MSNBC and CNN stuck at 266. So we're gonna have still to wait until they will call it out for Donald Trump. And we will see what happens after that. And it's going to be interesting to see what's going to be happening in the future, in the near future, from now until the certification of this election. And will the Democrats certify the election without a problem, or will the Democrats try to prevent Donald Trump from being certified, as we've seen Jamie Raskin calling over the last week for challenges to be brought up against Donald Trump for the insurrection, and I believe it is the Insurrection Act that would prevent someone guilty of an insurrection of being president. But of course, all this is semantics, and to be able to do that, the Democrats would have needed to get the House. But as it looks, more and more likely that the Republicans are going to get a total sweep here, getting the presidency, the Senate, and the Congress, then it seems unlikely that the Democrats would be able to bring that in the House. And considering that Donald Trump is probably about to win the popular vote, I think the Democrats and Jamie Raskin will think twice before doing that, and probably they're not going to be allowed to do that even by the Democratic Party. There's going to be a rehauling, really, of the Democratic Party, I think, over the next couple of years. From now until the next midterm, we're going to see huge changes in the Democratic Party and in their leadership. And I think a lot of the old figures of the Democratic Party, they are going to retire. I think, the Pelosi's and the Schumers, they are going to simply retire, or at least give away their leadership of the party, because under their leadership, even though they had been successful in the past up to the Obama era, over the last decade, they have done terrible, and they have absolutely destroyed their voter base and their coalition. And now, election after election, they are doing worse and worse. And even against Donald Trump, who really was a candidate that had an uphill battle to try to get anywhere in this election. Let's listen to Jen Psaki here.
What struck you as different from what maybe a lot of people out there thought would be where things stand right now?
The fact that the Trump theory of the case on rural voters really was true. I freaked out a bunch of Dems on Sunday on your show when I said, look at the early vote numbers. The enthusiasm for Trump in rural is real. And that's exactly what you saw. Kornacki was just going over it. He's just doing better than he'd ever done before and just running up these things. And the other thing was the Latino number. It's just, you cannot look at those exit polls and not think that is amazing. Going forward, the Democrats have a real rural problem, and they have real communication challenges to a whole bunch of groups, including young voters and Latinos, that we thought we had a better message to and just didn't at all. Those are the two things that really struck me so far.
The rural.
And as we were saying earlier, he's talking, the Democrats have a problem with the messaging for the rural voters and the Latinos. It is not about the messaging. It is about the policy, and it is about the segment of the population that the Democrats have decided to cater to. And they've decided to completely abandon everything that's in the middle of the United States. They've decided we're going to focus on California and New York, and we are going to govern not for the American public, but for these few corporations, the Magnificent Seven and Wall Street, and we're just going to cater to them. We're just going to do what they need to do to make money, and then they're going to pay us back by building our coffers for our campaigns. And it worked for a while. But eventually, when you carve out the middle class, you are going to have a huge problem in getting votes, getting, money to be able to run your campaigns, getting billions of dollars to run your campaigns. That's one thing. But at the end of the day, those dollars don't transcribe into votes when your policies are terrible and they're destroying the middle class. And that's really what the Democrats are going to have to think about. They are going to have to do some soul searching, and they're going to have to sort of return to the basics that made them a successful political party going forward if they want to come back into power. But I think it's going to be very difficult, and we're going to see over the next few years what's going to happen with the Democratic Party. But if they don't change course, and if instead of correcting course, if they double down on the insanity, we could see the Democrat out of power for the next decade. And it could be the way it goes, because you don't know. When you go too much into the craziness, sometimes you decide to become so extreme that you don't want to course correct. You decide you were right and they were wrong, and next time they will understand that we were right. And it could be that that is the way they're going to go. But I think they will be smarter than that, and they will realize that the way they have gone about approaching politics for the Democrats, not only has it not worked, but it doesn't really have a future. And ultimately, I think this Harris campaign, it was really the embodiment of that spirit of catering to the elite. We've seen them bringing celebrity, millionaire, actor, singer, pop stars after celebrity. Every single one of them has endorsed them. I mean, over the last 2 weeks, it was like every single Hollywood celebrity, every day you had like 10 actors coming out and saying, I endorse Kamala Harris. I mean, later on, we will look at the list of celebrities that has endorsed Kamala Harris. And this is going to be a huge list, every single one of them. And in the end, did it really add much to Kamala Harris? Well, it doesn't seem so. It didn't seem like it worked. And on the contrary, by putting yourself with all those celebrities and all the billionaires that actually endorsed her, it probably did hurt her even more, because it became obvious to the public, oh, this person, this candidate is actually someone who will cater to the elite of America and will not pay attention to the problems that the middle class is going through, just the same way as it was under the Joe Biden and the Kamala Harris administration. She is, of course, in the end, half of that administration. And let's see if they will be, I wonder if they're going to call it today, or if they're going to wait until the last moment to acknowledge Trump victory. Maybe they want to wait until tomorrow before they admit that Trump has won this election. Let's see. Let's go back now on CNN. Let's have a listen here at what is happening.
It's likely elected to run it for 4 years.
Scott, what do you expect the next couple months to be like once he's in?
Well, look, he has an opportunity here to try to unite the country after a huge victory. And this is a mandate. He's won the national popular vote for the first time for a Republican, for the first time since 2004. This is a big deal. This isn't backing into the office. This is a mandate to do what you said you were going to do. Get the economy working again for regular working class Americans, fix immigration, try to get crime under control, try to reduce the chaos in the world. This is a mandate from the American people to do that. I think I'm interpreting the results tonight as the revenge of just the regular old working class American, the anonymous American who has been crushed, insulted, condescended to. They're not garbage. They're not Nazis. They're just regular people who get up and go to work every day and are trying to make a better life for their kids, and they feel like they have been told to just shut up when they have complained about the things that are hurting them in their own lives. I also feel like this election, as we sit here and pour over this tonight, is something of an indictment of the political information complex. I mean, we've been sitting around here for the last couple of weeks, and the story that was portrayed was not true. I mean, we were told Puerto Rico was going to change the election. Liz Cheney, Nikki Haley voters, women lying to their husbands. Before that, it was Tim Walz and the camo hats. Night after night after night, we were told all these things and gimmicks were going to somehow push Harris over the line, and we were just ignoring the fundamentals. Inflation, people feeling like that they were barely able to tread water at best. That was the fundamentals of the election. And so I think that both parties should always look at the results of an election and figure out what went right and what went wrong. But I think for all of us who cover elections and talk about elections and do this on a day-to-day basis, we have to figure out how to understand, talk to, and listen to the half of the country that rose up tonight and said, we've had enough.
I think we have to listen to everybody, actually. I think that I've been saying this whole time, I think the polls did not have it right? Like the spread in some of these battleground states are a little larger than some, not as close as we thought it was going to be. We thought we were going to be counting. I mean, it hasn't been called yet, but the likelihood that he gets to 270 is highly probable. The people who voted for Kamala Harris are struggling too. They're feeling ignored too. A Republican's pain is no greater than less than a Democratic's pain. And we have a moment now where, and I'm not saying you're doing this, we can point and be like, ha, you're the loser, I told you so. Or we can do what Donald Trump said, which I believe I have the right to feel skeptical of, that he wants to unify this country. Actions speak louder than words.
That's the opposite of what I'm saying. And I think for Van and for you and for Axe, I mean, I've been on the losing side of tough nights here and in my professional life. It's not easy to lose a race like this. One of my most crushing nights was 2012. I know it was one of your best, and one of your best because we were there in the same state together. And so I understand, and I do think that the new president has a responsibility to make the whole country feel like they can be part of a more optimistic future. I do think the way this campaign was run was basically on, the Democrats thought there were enough people who hated Trump or were willing to fear him to win the race. And it turns out there's more to being president than simply not being Donald Trump in the eyes of the American people. I'm a little worried about how Democrats are going to react. They've been told Trump is a modern-day Hitler, or at least he's a fascist. And now Kamala Harris, I suspect, is going to have to wake up in the morning and concede to that person. And then she's going to have to go to the Senate and certify the election. And
which she will do.
She'll do that.
And I'm a little concerned about an election in which half the country was conditioned to believe that the person who just won the national popular vote is going to be a dictator, eliminate the Constitution, and create a bloodbath, and so on and so forth. So
can I say something about that?
We have to reckon with that in the aftermath of that argument.
The thing I think is most important to remember is the people who said that he was a Hitler lover weren't Democrats; they were Republicans. People who said that he was a fascist weren't Democrats; they were Republicans who worked for him. And so it's not just these elite Democrats over here, poisoning the well. You had a pretty broad consensus from Chomsky to the Cheneys, that was very, very concerned and remains concerned. And so I think it's not just on us to stop calling names. I think it's up to him to, as Alison said, with deeds show.
All right, and here the absolute nonsense of the COPE on CNN. From these people who really sold opium, trying to change the outcome of the election, try to really made Kamala Harris look as if she was the favorite when they really knew in the end that it wasn't the case. And now Van Jones here is trying to pretend that, oh, it wasn't Democrats or Democratic pundits that called Donald Trump Hitler. It was Republicans. Not really, it was maybe John Kelly in his unsubstantiated claims that, he wanted to be like Hitler, but that was just one guy saying it. But it wasn't Republicans when hundreds of different journalists took this story and ran with it for weeks and said, we have the formal proof that Donald Trump is Hitler. Because John Kelly said that. In the end, if the media decides to amplify this one story from one guy that actually is contradicted by all the people who were there when it happened, then the media shares responsibility, and they cannot just absolve themselves from all responsibility by saying, oh, well, it was a Republican guy that floated this idea in the beginning, and we, even though we sort of ran with it and we amplified it and we pushed it without actually verifying whether it was true or not, but it's not our fault because we're just journalists and we don't know. Well, it doesn't really work like that. You're supposed to do the job. You're supposed to verify the information, and you're supposed to be somewhat unbiased, and you're supposed to tell the truth to the public. And they really haven't done that. And I think Scott Jennings really pointed to something that will be important and that we said on this channel. The media is going to have a lot of soul searching to do after this election, and I don't think the media recovers from this one. And to be honest, they have already broken their brand. CNN has broken its brand all the way back from 2016, but now we're almost a decade later, and in 10 years we've seen the absolute destruction of the brand CNN, their viewership absolutely tanking, and now they are far behind Fox and MSNBC in terms of viewership, when they used to be ahead of everyone. They used to be trusted as a source of information, and now they are an absolute joke. I don't think they will ever come back from that, and especially now that they are under the umbrella of Discovery WB. I think it's going to get worse. It's going to get worse for the whole group. They're doing terrible, both on all sides, really. And when you have sort of something like CNN, which is like it's a big channel in terms of cable news, but it is a smaller player in the overall media landscape, and they are attached to a huge drag that is Discovery WB, and that's not going to be good for them because they're not going to have really this opportunity in terms of finance to be able to make the investment that could perhaps turn the brand around. I think these guys are done. They're going to go deeper and deeper into irrelevance, and we're going to see, I think, the media is going to become more and more partisan as things go. At least in the news networks, they're really going to cater to their own public, and CNN will sort of align themselves on the left. But if you are a leftist, a convinced leftist, then will you look at CNN or will you look at MSNBC? You will probably look at MSNBC so that these people can tell you everything you want to hear rather than CNN, which is seen a little bit more of a centrist for the people on the left, even though overall on the political landscape they are definitely leaning left. How's it going, Izozozi? I don't know what your name is. Welcome to the stream. Hope you are doing well. Hope you are having a good night. And let's see here what they are saying on MSNBC. The meltdown really hasn't happened yet. Let's see if it will start.
Bill Clinton was good at making people think that he cared about them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
And so, like, this is not really a particular critique of any Democratic candidate themselves, but, like, do the people that watch the Joe Rogan podcast or do the people that live in Winnebago County or whatever, like, do they think that the Democrats care about them? I don't think so. And maybe that's not fair, right? Or maybe, you know, like you could do plenty of things about how Donald Trump's a phony and he pretends to care about them. But that's politics, you know? And I think, like, actually showing up, right, actually being there and saying, hey, I'm going to talk to you like a normal person, right? And I'm going to demonstrate that I care what you think about. And I'm going to say, okay, well, here's what Trump's saying that's BS, actually. And, you know, he's saying this, but the economy is doing this. And I don't know, in my life, like, I got these concerns, right? I feel like the Democrats have gotten into a very talking point friendly way a lot of times. So it's not really about, like, me giving them something to say. It's about just being more authentic, right? In these we're not calling them niche media outlets, right? But, like, when you go there, being more authentic. And I obviously think that there are actual economic policy issues you need to talk about as well. But, like, the very first step right now is being missed. I think we can just be honest about that.
Can I just ask a question? What do you think the culture war is? What do Democrats think the culture war really is? I mean, because it is economics. It's not just transgenderism. It's not just some, you know, religious piece. For a lot of middle America, it's all of that for them. And, you know, I think that that's part of what Trump has been able to successfully define and really connect with people. I mean, I said this a little bit earlier this evening, and it really, I think, resonates for me even more tonight. In that 2016 cycle, to hear a white single mother, divorced, from New Hampshire, refer to Donald Trump as being just like her. Right? So why do you like Trump? Because he's just like me. I think for a lot of, I think this is a culminating moment from that period to now, for at least for me, that those underlying threads have still never been fully understood by the political class, by the media class. And meanwhile, middle Americans go, y'all don't even see me, do you?
Here's, and I'm going to point this question back to you, Michael Steele, be our translator, because, you know, you referenced transgender rights in this ad that the Trump campaign put tens of millions of dollars behind. You know, this is not an issue that to me, this is just to put my cards on the table here, very much a morality issue where young people are born one gender and are another gender, and that they have made it into a wedge issue, a cruelty issue, but they've successfully brought people to their side by suggesting, which is ludicrous, that people are going to be sent to school and their teachers are going to change their gender and send them home. That's not factual. It's not accurate. It's cruel. It's harsh. And he has not, at the same time, put forward any economic plan aside from tariffs that will raise costs.
Doesn't have to.
Well, so I guess what I'm asking you is,
I mean, because absent anything else, right? And absent anything else, everyone's going to believe that's exactly what happened.
But isn't this a disinformation
that's
problem?
What's going to happen.
Isn't this a disinformation problem?
But you got to go in there.
All right, and here they are in the advanced phase of the meltdown, but it's not the panel that we wanted. We wanted the other panel in the meltdown, but I guess they're not going to give us that. They're not going to give us the panel. The other panel that they had was the panel for victory. Now they're not going to show those guys. Now that it's a loss for them, we're going to get Jen Psaki and the mellow panel of defeat, not the crazy panel that we would have had if they had won. And, you know, to go back a little bit to what CNN was saying, where she was saying, oh, the pain of the Democrats is real, and you know, the Republicans are not paying attention to our pains. Well, you know, in the end, you know, had the situation been reversed, if the Democrats would have won in the same way that Donald Trump has won, the reverse would not have been really true either. We wouldn't have seen the Democrats sort of getting into empathy with the Republicans, saying, oh, we understand your pain, but you didn't get Donald Trump, sorry. No, they would have been mocking everybody who had voted for Donald Trump, saying, you just supported a fascist and now you lost and you deserve it. And, you know, to go back to what this guy was saying here, you know, as we've said throughout this live stream, the problem is that the Democrats, they started to really drink their Kool-Aid and to live in their own little bubble, the elitist bubble of the media, of Hollywood, of Wall Street, of big tech, where they really did not pay attention to the problems that were, you know, concerning the American public. Donald Trump has won this election, as called by Fox News. Now it will very soon be called. Oui, c'est Donald Trump qui se dirige vers la victoire. And, you know, to go back to what this guy was saying and what Jen Psaki was saying about transgender and blaming this transgender ad, saying, oh, and the other woman, I don't know what her name is, saying, oh, this is a problem of misinformation. Well, it's not really a problem of misinformation. But then again, if you live in that bubble, then you will think, oh, this never happens. But actually, these are laws that are in place. It has happened in California. If you're a parent in California and you send your child to school, then it could happen. It could very well be that, you know, if your child identifies as the other gender, then the people in school can essentially change their gender in school, address them differently, address them as a girl if it's a boy, address them as a boy if it's a girl, create a new name that will match with their gender, not tell it to the parents, and sort of begin this process of gender transition without parental consent. So it is happening, but the Democrats are pretending it is not happening. Perhaps it is very rare cases. Let's see, we have lost them here. Let's try to get them back. But even perhaps it is rare cases, but it is cases nonetheless. And when you do the sort of politic of the ostrich, you put your head in the sand and you pretend it doesn't exist. Well, it doesn't actually help you convince people that you're serious about the issue when there is something that's happening and you pretend it is not happening. It's not going to help you win an election. It just, in globally, the great gaslighting that was happening for the Democrats in this campaign did not help them at all. And this is just one of the many examples. And I think the biggest one was probably the economy, where they were all saying, oh, the economy is doing fantastic, and, denying the sort of recession that we've found ourselves in for over a year now, pretending it doesn't happen. If you look at this metric or that metric, if you look at employment, then it doesn't matter that you had negative quarters of GDP. And it doesn't work. It just doesn't work. You can pretend as much as you want that reality is great, while you look at it with rose-colored glasses and live in that elitist bubble. But in the end, if you deny a reality and you leave people facing problems that they cannot solve, and gaslighting them and telling them what you're experiencing is not real, it's not true, it's all in your head, you're actually doing fantastic, better than you've ever been doing, when people are feeling on a daily basis that they're actually doing terrible, well, they're never going to vote for you. And there's no amount of gaslighting, there's no amount of media, there's no amount of anchors and journalists on MSNBC and CNN that you can bring that can actually make people feel like they're doing well financially when they're struggling. It doesn't work like that. Perhaps on other issues it could be possible, but on issues like the economy, it doesn't work like that. When people don't have money in their pocket, they know they don't have money in their pocket. You cannot convince them otherwise. There's perhaps some other issues where it worked in the past for the Democrats to do that, but with something as simple and as direct as the economy, it doesn't work that way. Non, c'est fini. Elle ne peut plus revenir. C'est déjà pour Trump là. And overall, I think it's going to be interesting to see the COP here on MSNBC, on CNN, on the part of the Democrats. Let's have a quick look maybe on Twitter. And let's see what they are doing here. It seems, this is an early night, and the Democrats have gone to bed now, and we're not going to see them until tomorrow. Kamala Harris is not going to concede tonight. She will perhaps concede tomorrow. We'll have to see. I mean, crazy scenarios are still possible, and we will see. On CNN, they were all saying, oh, don't worry, Kamala Harris will concede, but she hasn't done it yet. We'll see if it happens or not, or if they go the same route. Some crazy scenarios could still be possible, but now that the Trump lead seems to be pretty big, and if he wins the popular vote, then it's very unlikely that they will try something like that. Let's go here on Fox. They are calling something perhaps
Sunday, November 17th.
Media, you name it. But tonight, he took a victory lap.
We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy?
Meantime, Kamala Harris not making an appearance tonight and still not officially accepting defeat. We begin with the senior national correspondent, Kevin Corke. He's live for us in D.C. with a look, or maybe a closer look at some of the numbers. Kevin.
Yeah, closer look indeed. And you may be wondering, if you haven't been watching Trace and Brett and Martha all night long, how in the world did we get here? Well, let me walk you through what happened tonight. If you're just joining us, President Trump future President Trump, already over the 270 mark. You may be asking, so how in the world did we end up here already at 277? And there's still states out there. Well, let me show you. I've circled some of these already for you. This is how the night sort of went for the former president and future president. So one by one, all these battleground states, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. I should point this out, Trace. There's still some out there. He's leading in Nevada, Arizona, and Arkansas. You're looking at 20 electoral votes out there, 15 more up here in Michigan. You realize if he wins all of them and he's leading in all of them, you could be looking at a number that goes well over the 300 and, I don't know, let's say 315 number. Here, let me see if I can get this here, clear that out for you. You know what? There we go. Let me show you something here in Michigan really quick, my friend. He's leading with 86% already in. Who would have predicted, other than Tyrus, coming into the night, that the former president would possibly win every single state in the famed blue wall? He's just about to do it, as you see right now, 86%. I want to share something else with you, too, here, Trace. Very quickly, I want to show you the Senate races here. I know we're going to talk about this a little bit more at length later on in the broadcast, but let me show you this. 51 already. We've still got others out there, my friend. It could be not just here in Montana, which we talked about earlier. You could be looking at another red pickup here, 60% too soon to call. John Tester could be going down here. If that happens, you're not looking at 51 here, Trace. You're looking at 52, 53, 54, 55. Add that to the fact that the GOP very likely will control the House. You could be looking at a former and future president back in office with the control of the House and the Senate to do his bidding. He promised to get the economy back on track. He will have all the levers to do just that, or at least it looks that way at this hour, Trace.
Yeah, indeed it does. Kevin Cork, live for us in D.C. Kevin, thank you. Let's bring in Steamboat Institute fellow Kelly McGee-White, USC Law School professor Jody Armour, Fox News contributor Steve Hilton, former House Oversight Committee staff director Julian Epstein, and New York Post reporter Lydia Moynihan. Welcome to all of you. Gianno, to you first. The economy was the top subject, and Donald Trump talked about it tonight. He wants this economy. He needs this thing to get back on the right track.
Exactly right. And with a House, a Senate, and a presidency, I think we can actually get something really done, especially with the current Speaker of the House, really pushing this legislation forward to really change things. Now, one of the things I think about is the fact that we have over $1 trillion in credit card debt. We have a 10% default rate. Inflation is eating up wages. People haven't really seen much growth, and it's a problem. Donald Trump says he's going to fix it. I think the question is, how do you lay out those plans for the American people in the coming days of exactly what you're going to do, how you're going to bring this economy back, how you're going to ensure that the American people can live a good life again versus having 3 or 4 jobs to try to make ends meet.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of analyze, we had an hour, Kaylee, to kind of look at the numbers and stuff, and we talked a lot about the gender gap all night long, and all of a sudden it turns out maybe we talked too much about the gender gap.
Democrats were really depending on the gender gap to pull Kamala Harris through. And I shared this with you, Trace, back after the first assassination attempt of my own sort of political evolution when it came to Trump. I didn't vote for him in 2016. I pretty reluctantly voted for him in 2020. And I was very enthusiastically for Trump this time around. And you will not believe how many other women I have spoken to who said that they had the exact same thoughts. And I want to share these numbers that we got from the Fox News voter analysis, because these are the numbers that we're projecting right now. Women only broke for Kamala Harris by 53 points to 45 points. That is not it's not a big gender gap. So if Kamala Harris was, depending on women to bail her out, it didn't happen. I really do think that women were the new shy Trump voter this election cycle. Yeah. They didn't want to admit that they were for him, but they did turn out for him. Yeah,
they did indeed. Jody, to you now, because I think it's fascinating where you talk about the fact that, hey, Kamala Harris didn't come out. She didn't own up, good sport, say, listen, I lost, and congratulations to the former president. We got nothing. We got go home, take a nap, and we're going to talk about this. We'll come back in the morning and see if we can come up with something.
Yeah, Trace, the contempt
that shows for your base is consistent with the contempt she's shown for her base throughout a lot of the election. You know, lecturing to black men about voting, you know, for voting for Kamala Harris, or maybe you're not black, like Biden said at one point, and just kind of being insulting that way. And then the hypocrisy of saying we gotta make sure we take elections seriously and we have a peaceful transition. Well, practice what you preach. Here's a time to come forward and say, let's have our peaceful transition. We have a clear winner here, and let's go forward. You know, model for the country.
I wonder, Steve Hilton, if Trump derangement syndrome is a thing of the past, or is it not?
I don't think so, Trace. I just don't think that they can get it's so deeply ingrained, and we can trace it right back, of course, to 2015, 2016, and nothing's been learned. And you used the word contempt. I mean, that's the word that I associate with the elite view of certainly Donald Trump personally, but also this incredible movement that encompasses so many people. And they just don't understand it. And the defining characteristic, I think, for Trump is he's just someone who just loves this country and approaches things like a pragmatic, problem-solving business guy. How do I solve the problems? And in a way that is just a real insult to the very intellectual, academic kind of mindset of the ruling elite, and they find it almost impertinent that how can this guy be popular? They don't understand it because it's such a challenge to their worldview. And so I'm afraid I think we're going to see more of it, but what we're also going to see is more and more success from this new pragmatic, non-ideological Republican Party that is focused on lifting up working people in America and giving them opportunity.
What do you think, Jillian Epstein? Do you think there's a battle to be had again here between the Democratic Party and the Trump administration? I mean, do you think they'll try, let's impeach, let's do this, let's do something, or are they pretty much out of equity at this point in time?
I mean, they've tried this resist strategy for 8 years now, 9 years, and I don't think it's working very well. And I think there's sort of evidence tonight that, you know, sort of ceding the ground to the progressive left on messaging and policy is a big mistake. So I think the Democrats would be much better off trying to work with the administration on fixing the economy, particularly inflation, going after immigration.
And, you know, that's what we were talking about earlier. In the stream, will the Democrat Party, will they change course, or will they double down on crazy? And it's, we don't know yet. We will have to wait and see what happens. But you know, interesting points that were raised here by the USC professor. It really, he doesn't look like Kamala Harris has much respect for her base, just leaving them like this, saying, hey, just go home. We were supposed to talk to you tonight, but actually we're not going to talk to you. And they did it pretty early. They did it already 3 hours ago when it looked like it was going to be a defeat for them. And they decided not to stay up and probably try to do everything they can to find something to change, because I don't think Kamala Harris is sleeping right now. I don't think she's getting some rest, and I'm sure they are. Let's see, let's listen to her.
We weren't expecting a blowout at all. The blame game has started, but this is, you know, for many of us, this is an existential election, given, you know, the belief that many of us had that Trump did launch an insurrection. So this is just, it's devastating on many different regards.
I mean, do you believe, Lydia, that they're kind of believing their own media when the media says, oh, he's Hitler, and they kind of start believing that, and then they're fascinated when the election results come out and they lost like they did?
Completely right. And all through this process, it would have been very easy to take a step back and listen to anyone outside the media, but that was not something that they chose to do. I mean, I think this is going to be a very lengthy autopsy when you think about the missteps in her campaign. And of course, what the Democratic Party should be thinking is, we appointed somebody who was not democratically elected. I think they're all going to go back to the fact that she did not win a single primary vote when she first ran for president, and that should have been a pretty clear indication that this was not a popular candidate. And of course, Therese, we've spoken about this on your show. This was not a popular vice president either, right?
And of course, she wasn't. And as this person for the Harris campaign, or the DNC, was saying, the blame game has started. And of course, we're not going to have a window into that. Too bad. It would have been really interesting to see what is the reaction from inside the campaign. What are they saying? But you know, one interesting that this woman mentioned when she said, oh, we really see him as someone who's guilty of an insurrection, I think it already points out to the next step for the Democrats. And we'll have to see, of course, what happens tomorrow, if Kamala Harris comes out graciously and concedes or not. And if there is a move by the Democrats then to try to prevent the certification of the election by using the 14th Amendment in the Insurrection Act, will they do it, considering that they will perhaps lose the popular vote? Maybe they will wait until they see the result of the popular vote. But even if the Democrats win the popular vote the way it is going, it'll be so close if the Democrats win the popular vote that they really won't have this kind of mandate to try to overturn this election on this Insurrection Act basis. So we will have to wait and see whether they will engage in sort of a peaceful transition of power, or if they won't. And if they don't, then it will be even more damaging for the Democrats and their party brand, because after spending the last 4 years pointing the finger at Donald Trump, saying this guy is a threat to democracy, he is not he's a dictator, he's an authoritarian, he doesn't accept the result of elections. If they themselves engage in that after all the noise that they've been making over the last 4 years, if they do that, then the damage that they will do to the brand of the Democratic Party will be so bad that they will really have a hard time recovering in the recent future, in the close future. But we will see, of course, and I don't think that we're going to see any of them really conceding this election, neither on the side of the Harris campaign or on CNN or MSNBC. They are not going to call this, even though it has already been called here on Fox News. But they will probably wait, and they're going to be perhaps talking to the Harris campaign to see what it is that they are going to be doing. And yeah, it's going to be interesting if they if it stays like this, and they don't call it, and CNN doesn't call it, and MSNBC doesn't call it, and tomorrow Kamala Harris doesn't concede, and Fox News has Trump at 277. If that happens, then I think the damage for the Democratic Party is going to be so bad that they're going to stay out of power for a long time if they do that. But hopefully they will not. They will go the reasonable route. They will not go the way of Trump and what they claim Trump had done in the past. Because of course, you know what an hypocrisy it would be now if the Democrats, despite the result of this election, sort of try to hold on to power by doing the very thing that they accuse Donald Trump of doing. But we will have to see here what will happen. In the meantime, let's have a quick look here at Twitter, and let's see what people are saying. Let us go back here. And let's go to Twitter. Harry Sisson, the TikToker, Kamala Harris. He's not really a surrogate. He's an influencer, I guess. The Kamala Harris influencer, Gen Z TikToker. It's really depressing to see how many people voted for the felon, rapist, fraudster who lies constantly. Many Americans failed their fellow Americans tonight. And Mary Trump, I am so deeply sorry. I thought better of us. And, overall, when we look back at this campaign, people like this, like Harry Sisson and Mary Trump, really did not add to Kamala Harris's campaign. Kamala Harris's campaign decided to try to target young voter and convince them to sort of enlist this army of TikTokers that they thought would be good to convince young people to vote for her. But these people were not, they didn't do a good job at all. I mean, you can see sort of the way this guy is commenting after seeing the result of this election, instead of at least Mark Cuban, in the way that he answered on Twitter earlier. We had a look at his tweet. He was somewhat gracious, saying, "Congratulations, Donald Trump. Congratulations, Elon Musk. You guys won." And he basically called it a day. And here, Harry Sisson, being basically a sore loser, saying, Americans are failed. Have failed me because you didn't give me the result. And of course, he's a very young guy. I don't know. He's like 20-year-old or something like that. 22. Very young guy. And he probably doesn't have the experience, really the maturity that would have needed to be a good Gen Z influencer surrogate for Kamala Harris. And throughout the campaign, him and his sort of like group of Gen Z influencers, they sort of went this way of being very disrespectful and very condescending and very arrogant, even though they're like a bunch of 20-year-olds. And it didn't really do much for the Harris campaign, I would think, because the people who were sort of in that demographic were going to vote for Kamala Harris already. But perhaps a lot of other people who saw him and this group of influencers that Kamala Harris enlisted, they looked at these guys and they said, you know what, this is not the type of young people that I want my kids to be. I don't want to see young people be these arrogant, disrespectful, and pretentious people who look down on everybody who disagrees with them, with this attitude of superiority. And in many ways, it was reflective of sort of the mentality among the Democratic elites. These were, sort of these college-educated, wealthy individuals that really didn't care much about the struggles of the American middle class, even though they came out there on social media and parroted the talking points about the middle class. And you can see here in this meme, my analysis of the voting so far: America, 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 Pakistan. And that's sort of the perfect example of what we were just saying. It's really a type of disrespectful attitude and pretentious attitude that really didn't help Kamala Harris, because okay, you can do that and maybe it's fun for you and your friends who are living in New York and LA, and you are very wealthy, you're making a lot of money on TikTok, and maybe you're a 20-year-old multi-millionaire. But all the people who are going to be living in this Pakistan, as he says, they are going to be deciding the result of this election. And today they decided the result of this election, and they decided that the type of ideology, the type of administration, the type of politics that created the people like Harry Sison and these influencers, that's not the type of a world that the people of Pakistan want to live in. They want to live in a world where people are more down to earth, respectful, and understand that people have difference of values and opinion, and ultimately they also want to be respected. They don't want to be called the people of Pakistan. If you want to actually be a candidate that is uniting Americans, like Kamala Harris said many times that she was going to be, Donald Trump is divisive and I'm going to unite people. Well, if you call the rest of America Pakistan, how is that uniting people? And we can see in the defeat that the Democrats are getting, we can see their disdain really for the rest of America. It's, okay, you don't agree with me, you're worth nothing, and you're just Pakistan. I will group you all together, and anyone who doesn't agree with me is just part of this group. And it's very much like the 2016 Hillary Clinton defeat, the basket of deplorables, as she called it. And that didn't turn out well for her. And once again, for Kamala Harris, following the same strategy as Hillary Clinton, alienating American voters and looking down on the rest of America, on people who are not part of this very small elite, these coastal elites of America that has really, pulled toward them most of the value that has been created by the last 30 years or 40 years of neoliberal globalism. Well, in the end, if they love democracy, which of course they don't really, because everything they're trying to do is to undermine democracy. And the reason for that is because of things like what we've seen tonight. Ultimately, democracy works against their interest, because when it's democracy, well, the Democrats have to deal with Pakistan. They cannot just, walk over them and not care about their ideas, their thoughts, their worries, and they have to deal with it. And, even if it's just once every 4 years or once every 2 years, when there is an election, then they have to deal with it in some way. They cannot just take America and do whatever they want with it without, paying attention to the democratic process. It doesn't work like that in a democracy, and perhaps this is why they have made many efforts to undermine democracy, because in the end, these coastal elites would love and they would like to not have to deal with Pakistan and just do whatever they want against the will of the American people. But perhaps the election that we've had today is going to make them change their mind and change their tune, and they're going to have to think differently. Let's see a little bit of the comments here. Black men voting against a black woman, unbelievable. Hispanics voting to round up and deport other Hispanics, insane. White women voting to take rights away from their daughters and granddaughters. Seriously, what the actual fuck, America? My God. And, once again, it's the same type of mentality. Vladimir Zelensky. Congratulations to a real Donald Trump on this impressive election victory. I recall our great meeting with President Trump back in September. Great meeting. He didn't look that happy, Zelensky, coming out of this meeting. When we discussed in details the Ukraine-US strategic partnership, the victory plan, and ways to put an end to Russian aggression against Ukraine. I appreciate President Trump's commitment to the peace through strength approach in global affairs. This is exactly the principle that can practically bring just peace in Ukraine closer. I am hopeful that we will put it together, in action together. We look forward to an era of a strong United States under President Trump's decisive leadership. We rely on continued strong bipartisan support for Ukraine in the United States. We are interested in developing mutually beneficial political and economic cooperation that will benefit both our nations. Ukraine, as one of Europe's strongest military powers, is committed to ensuring long-term peace and security in Europe and the transatlantic community. With the support of our allies, I am looking forward to personally congratulating President Trump and discussing ways to strengthen Ukraine's strategic partnership with the United States. So we have now Vladimir Zelensky already calling this election for Donald Trump, like Fox News, and we have yet to see MSNBC or CNN. They are still stuck at 266, still not calling this election for Donald Trump. But it seems the rest of the world is now moving on and accepting this Trump victory. Let's see. Your endless supply of money is now gone, and it will be interesting to see what's going to happen with Ukraine. And what I expect is that not much is going to change, actually. And the situation has been put in place, pushed forward during the Biden administration, and now it's going to be very difficult to walk it back. Once the genie is out of the bottle, so to speak, you cannot put it back in. And now that you've started an armed conflict, the resolution of this conflict is going to be very difficult, if not impossible. It doesn't work like that. You don't start a war and then stop it just like that. It's not going to work that way. And we're going to see Donald Trump has said, of course, on the campaign trail that he was going to stop this war before even getting into White House. While president-elect, he will stop it. We'll have to see if that happens or if that is nothing but a fantasy. But we will have to see what will happen with Ukraine. We will have to see what will happen in the Middle East also. And Iran, that was moving a lot of missiles in place yesterday to perhaps attack Israel, maybe tonight with a Trump victory. We are going to see this escalation in the conflict in the Middle East stop because of this Trump victory. Let's see. Let's move on here on this comment section. Republicans against Trump, the first convicted felon to serve as a president of the United States. The Republicans against Trump also very bitter tonight. I know this isn't like a popular leftist analysis, but at what point do we acknowledge that her simply being a woman might be the reason she loses? And that's going to be a cope for the left. They're gonna try to blame, and they're gonna try to do the usual stuff that they do. Is they're gonna blame on misogyny, racism, homophobia, you name it, instead of actually looking at the facts and understanding that the economic policies and, you know, as we've said, the Democratic Party deciding to now cater to a small elite of highly educated, high earner Americans, people with substantial assets, and moving away from the working class and the middle class in terms of their policies in terms of who they serve as a party and as a political force could very well be ignored. So when we were talking about, will the Democrats learn the lesson? Will they change course, or will they double down on crazy? When you read comments like this, it might show you that the change in the Democratic Party that would be needed to bring the Democrats sort of back into the mix of power really might not happen, because if most of the people react like this and decide to refuse to acknowledge reality and cope with the same coping mechanism that they've already been doing for many years, like they've done with Hillary already, then you will not see the change that would allow the Democrats to reconnect with the voters. And if they just double down and say, well, we're going to do exactly the same thing next time and we're going to expect a different result, and if we don't get that result, then you're a fascist. Well, it didn't work this time, it didn't work last time, it will not work next time, and we'll have to see what happens in that regard. But of course, one person commenting on that is not necessarily a something that's going to happen with the party, because the Democratic Party is a very top-down party, and as you can see with the nomination of Kamala Harris, no one voted for her. There was no democratic process. There was no primary. They just put her there after the leaders of the party decided it's going to be her, and no one had a choice. And in the end, this is what hurt them a lot, because no one had voted for her, and in the end, no one really wanted to vote for her, or at least the motivation to vote for her was not that big because she wasn't elected in the first place. So let's see. Democrats are now favored to win control of the House. Well, it doesn't look like it. That was 4 hours ago, so maybe things have changed now. Let's see. Let's see, Rob Smith here. America rejected Beyonce, Lady Gaga, Katy Perry, Megan Thee Stallion, John Legend, Oprah Winfrey, Barack Obama, Michelle Obama, Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, Usher, Taylor Swift, George Clooney, Ariana Grande, Jamie Lee Curtis, will.i.am. A lot of people I've put added to the list. Harrison Ford, Michael Keaton, Cardi B, Sexy Red, Will Ferrell, Jessica Simpson, Austin Bittmiller, The View ladies, so many people. LeBron James also. Who did not endorse Kamala Harris? Which celebrity did not endorse Kamala Harris in the end? Not that many. Not that many. Really, they can be counted on the fingers of one hand. Let's see, Anna Kasparian from the Young Turks. Turns out no one likes the neocons. Who knew? And it's very interesting to see the Young Turks. The Young Turks, for those who don't know, the Young Turks are a big leftist podcast. And now Anna Kasparian has sort of broken ranks, and Cenk Uygur also seem to have broken ranks. Perhaps the Young Turks is feeling this change in the American political landscape, and they're realizing, as an online news outlet, this alternative outlet, they're realizing the wind is turning in American politics, and perhaps they are already realigning themselves in this new era of American politics, and they've decided that ultimately the Democratic Party, as it is right now, doesn't really cater to their audience. Perhaps them being a online alternative media outlet, perhaps they're realizing, okay, we have to switch side now if we want to stay relevant in the alternative media space. Catard says, has anyone checked on Robert De Niro? No, I don't think so. I don't think we're going to hear from Robert De Niro tonight. Alex Jones drinking champagne. Dinesh D'Souza. Obama's remaking of America, it's over. The hyena has finally been expelled from the Pride Lands. Let's see, Mohamed El Arayan, judging from the price movement and the early analyst commentaries, the market sees the U.S. election as a big win for President Trump, a significant strengthening of Republicans in Congress, and a surge in a new economic movement. One of the questions being asked is how worries about deficit and debt will play out. And, that's why when we were looking earlier at the bond yields are moving up. We're going to expect bigger deficits under Trump, especially with a Republican sweep. If that's the case, if the Republicans get Congress, then spending will probably keep on going at the rate that it's been going. I don't see really Trump cutting back that much on spending, especially considering the campaign promises that he has made, like not taxing Medicare and Social Security, and what else were his proposal? No tax on tips. All these sort of tax giveaways that Trump is going to give is going to increase the deficit. Let's see. An interesting question. What impact will the election result have on this week's FOMC rate decision? Perhaps the Fed is going to have to hold on, and they're not going to be able to cut rates the way they probably wanted to. Otherwise, the yields, they're going to have a problem. Of course, at the last FOMC meeting, the Fed cut the Fed funds rate by 50 basis points, and instead of having the yield curve move down with the Fed funds rate, we have seen the opposite. We have seen the yields go up, meaning that perhaps the market is anticipating a Fed mistake, and that cutting 50 basis points last month was jumping the gun for the Fed, and that perhaps inflation risk is going to come back in the picture. And overall, it's hard to see the Fed as an independent institution when it really looked like they stacked the deck in favor of Kamala Harris, cutting by 50 basis points, which didn't really have much of a reason for them to do that, except to try to juice the market just before the election. Let's see. Rosenbar is saying, Harris refusing to concede or speak. What a giant piece. She's Blair White saying she's too wasted to speak. And yes, I guess we're not going to hear from her. Let's see if CNN still hasn't called this race. MSNBC still hasn't called this race. Both of them stuck at 266. And my guess is that they're not going to do it. They're not going to do it today. Well, we'll have to see. I don't know. It's very strange. Perhaps Fox News has extrapolated what the results have been in Wisconsin, and that's why they gave Wisconsin to Trump already. But we'll have to see. It's very strange that they're not calling this race, that we have all these news outlets not calling this race at the same time. Usually doesn't happen. And here we have a sort of a difference that usually we don't have. Usually they do it pretty much in sync, and sometimes one network will call it, and then a few minutes another network will call it just after that. But here it's been several hours now that Fox has Trump over the 270, and that MSNBC and CNN have not called it yet. Anyhow, let's see here. James Wood here saying the only sure bet tonight was that Harris would be a sore loser. Too petty to congratulate America's new president-elect in a time-honored tradition. What a low-class piece of work she is. And CNN, MSNBC wouldn't call it. They literally explain how Harris can't win but won't call it. That's how petty they are. They won't change and may not be around for the next election cycle. I think they will be around, but they will be more and more irrelevant as time goes, because perhaps of exactly what they are doing today. Let's see. Republicans against Trump, they are tweeting a lot. It's hard to believe, but the reality is that Donald Trump is going to be the next president of the United States. Dark days lie ahead for all of us. And this is sort of a continuation of what we were saying earlier and what was being said earlier on the MSNBC or was the Fox panel. That the Democrats have been talking about sort of a smooth transition of power. This is what we need, and this is what Donald Trump didn't do. And now, when they are on the losing side, they are not doing at all what they said ought to happen in a democracy. And here, Republicans against Trump, saying dark days lie ahead for all of us. This is not really the way you would want to go about it in an American election. Okay, perhaps there is some strong language before the election, during the campaign, because you're trying to differentiate yourself from your opponents. But quite frankly, in this campaign, it has gone way too far in the political rhetoric. And now that they are essentially acknowledging that Donald Trump is going to be the next president, instead of sort of being graceful, just like Mark Cuban, and say, congratulations, you won, good job, and let's move on now from the poisonous rhetoric that has been going through this campaign. Then Republicans against Trump, dark days lie ahead for all of us. Bringing this sort of alarmist attitude and this desperate mindset that everything is gonna fall because we didn't win, and that's really it's not good for democracy. It's not good for America. It's not very American as an attitude. It is not really in the tradition, in the democratic tradition of this country to do that, and perhaps. This is the reason why I think one of the reasons, of course, that the Democrats didn't manage to do well in this election is that the political rhetoric went way too far, but there was there was really this, you cannot call it anything else than hate, really. This hate for the people who do not think like you, this hate for the people who do not share sort of the idea that the ideological, inclinations of the Democratic Party. And it goes a little bit with what we were saying earlier, with a certain level of arrogance that we are right and you're wrong, and we are good and you are bad. And if you don't agree with us politically, then you're a fascist. And that's the end of the conversation. We're not going to talk more. And perhaps this kind of attitude really played negatively for the Democrats, because on one side they were saying, oh, we are the moral ones, and Donald Trump is the one who's divisive and calling everybody names, when really on this campaign he toned it down a lot compared to 2016 and 2020. He actually became a lot more moderate in this campaign, and the reverse was seen for the Democrats. Instead of themselves turning it down, they cranked it to 11 and decided to sort of go scorched earth with the rest of America, and decided that they were going to call anyone who wasn't dead set to vote for her a fascist. And in the end, that didn't work. That did not get them votes. When calling everybody else a fascist, perhaps they will remember next election, that it wasn't a very good idea to try to get people's vote. Let's see. Andrew Tate here saying Tim Walz, a random who nobody liked, can now disappear back to whatever bar they found him in. Kamala will stop laughing at air. White dudes, boyfriend, nature is healing. Andrew Tate in his classic style. Let's see. Riley Gaines. Democrats lost the House, Senate, Electoral College, and popular vote. Newsflash, it's not the mean orange man. And perhaps she's right. Will her 1 million view already for this tweet. Wow. Will the message, though, will it register that it was not the orange man? It wasn't about that. And on the contrary, it was despite the orange man that the Republicans managed to get that victory tonight. Let's see, Claire McCaskill here. The fact that they're on the verge of tears while talking about Trump winning the election shows you they were never unbiased. Absolutely not. There was never any doubt about their bias. Let's see. Ben Jones on the verge of tears. And PBS also melting down. They are all melting down now. And we see he's blaming Biden for Kamala losing because he dropped out of the race too late. I don't think that's the case, actually. And I think if there is a problem, the timing of the dropout of Joe Biden, it's the opposite. He dropped out too early. Because and it would have been very weird, of course, if he had dropped out just 2 weeks before the election and then they had taken Kamala Harris out. But if you look at the betting odds, it was very early in the cycle when Kamala Harris got the nomination right there. That's when she was doing well against Donald Trump in the polls and in the prediction markets. And as it went on, the honeymoon of Kamala Harris with the media faded, and then reality set in. So, you know, contrary to what NBC is saying, I would say it's the opposite. She had too much time in front of the cameras, and it would have even been better for her to be pulled out 2 weeks before the campaign and say, hey, here's your candidate, and then perhaps the novelty value of candidate Kamala Harris would have worked, but it didn't work with so much time where we actually had time to see and to listen to Kamala Harris and to see who she was and what her ideas were, and to analyze her as a candidate. And when we had the time to do that, actually, that's when her expectations, her chances plummeted in this election. So not a good analysis here for them. Let's see, Kyle Bass, Australia, France, the president of the EU, El Salvador, have already publicly congratulated President Trump on his victory tonight. Why can't NBC News do it? Because they are big mad. That's why. And we'll have to see what happens. As we've said, many things can happen now. And we'll have to see, is Kamala Harris going to concede tomorrow, or if this thing is going to drag for a long time. Let's see, Sean Strickland. Yep, you guys were right. MSNBC was the move. Let's see, Vivek Ramaswamy. That was already a while ago. Maybe let's try to refresh this. An absolute insanity from Jessica Berlin, completely deranged. Europe had over 2 years to defend Ukraine with Biden behind us. We wasted them, and now may have to defend Ukraine with Trump behind Russia. Completely insane. And, you know, quite frankly, it is perhaps the best for Europe that not to have a continuation of the Biden-Harris policy, because it has been terrible for Europe, both in terms of security and in terms of the economy. Candace Owens, great news. Kamala can safely go back to being Indian again. Candace Owens not being very gracious in a victory. Let's see, Netanyahu. Dear Donald and Melania Trump, congratulations on history's greatest comeback. Your historic return to the White House offers a new beginning for America and a powerful recommitment to the great alliance between Israel and America. This is a huge victory in true friendship. Yours, Benjamin and Sarah Netanyahu. Wow, a big big disavow here of the Biden administration and the Biden-Harris administration by Netanyahu here. A powerful recommitment to the Great Alliance, implying that Joe Biden and the Harris administration were uncommitted to Israel. Strong words here, even though it's stated in a way that sort of doesn't blame Biden or Kamala Harris. Strong words here. Anthony Albanese, Prime Minister of Australia. Congratulations to President Trump on his election victory. Australians and Americans are great friends and true allies. Working together, we can ensure the partnership between our nations and peoples remains strong into the future. So more and more people are now coming out and essentially doing what CNN and MSNBC still have not done. They still have not called this election for Donald Trump. Still are stuck on 266. And here is President Macron. Congratulations, Donald Trump. Ready to work together as we did for 4 years with your convictions and mine. a little dig maybe from Macron here. With respect and ambition for more peace and prosperity. Let's see, is there any comment under Macron here? So, what else? Kamala Harris. Still nothing from Kamala Harris here. No, it's been 10 hours. 10 hours since she has posted anything. And she was posting every 15 minutes on this account. Just saying... Stay in line. No message, nothing from Kamala Harris. And not very gracious in defeat after many people now, foreign leaders are... Oops, what happened here? Many foreign leaders are congratulating Donald Trump here for his victory. Let's see. Let's see if we can get a refresh here. All right, show 33 posts. Streamer bet 700K on Kamala Harris. Not sure why he would do that. Jim Cramer, until tomorrow. Paul Joseph Watson here saying Trump was opposed by the legacy media, 85% negative coverage, the deep state, Hollywood, nearly every major celebrity, over $1 billion fundraising for Harris, lunatics literally trying to kill him, and he still won. Charlie Kirk here. Andrew Mitchell and MSNBC, there are a lot of men, black, white, who simply don't trust a woman to be chief executive commander-in-chief. When are they going to admit that it has nothing to Kamala being a woman and everything to do with being a historically awful candidate? They will not really admit this. C'est ça. Hollywood, la mauvaise. Mais de toute façon, ils n'avaient pas le choix. Ils étaient obligés de faire ce qu'on leur dit. But like Charlie Kirk here is saying, Kamala was a historically bad candidate, but they're never going to say that. And I don't know why. It's the cope, you know. It's instead of seeing a reality, they're going to cope the way they can, and they're going to blame the voters for being bad people. Essentially here saying the voters are misogynist. That's why they won't elect this great candidate, when actually it was a terrible candidate. And if Kamala had been a man, then she would have never been nominated at the top of this ticket, simply. C'est ça. Maintenant, avec Didi, c'est mal parti. Let's see. Terrence Williams crying. Some people are quite happy of this Donald Trump victory. Some people are sad, but he is happy. C'est ça. Le Bitcoin aussi. Le Bitcoin a monté. Shamat saying Godspeed to President Donald Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance, Elon Musk, Robert Kennedy, and Vivek Ramaswamy. And now, that's more gracious. And of course, sort of like Mark Cuban, Shamat is not going sort of the sour way. And ultimately, I think even Mark Cuban, all these billionaires, now that even if they were on the wrong side of this election, they are going to be trying to cozy up to Donald Trump to try to be in his good grace. Kamala just called Trump and conceded, apparently, from the Hodge twins. She has been unburdened, but what has been? Perhaps she has called him, perhaps she has not called him. We'll see. We'll know ultimately tomorrow. I think they're not going to call it tonight on CNN or MSNBC. They're going to wait as long as they can. Probably they are going to try to find what is the next step in their game plan. Ouais, c'est ça, j'avais vu, mais c'était une vidéo avant, pendant la journée. Mais oui, c'est toujours que du faux avec elle. So now let's go back. Let's go back here to our. Let's go back to a quick look here at Bitcoin. Bitcoin has based. It's moving up. We will see now if we're going to have a breakout here from all-time highs, and if we're going to go into price discovery for Bitcoin. Let's go back now to our coverage, to what they're saying here on TV. Let's see what CNN is saying. Why are they not calling this race?
We're like 2 outs in the 9th inning right now as we continue to watch this come in.
And maybe 2 strikes or more at this point. 94%, and we're going to keep watching Michigan. We're going to keep watching Wisconsin. Phil, we'll come back to you in a little bit. In the meantime, let's go over to Harriet in here and talk about some of the exit polling and what we are learning about shifts in rural, urban, suburban voters.
Yeah, I was enjoying your little conversation with Philip over there, and I want to kind of zone out and sort of look at the national picture, right? We'll talk about the suburban vote first. Look, Donald Trump is up by 2 points in the suburbs. This was where Kamala Harris's campaign said, we're going to expand Joe Biden's margin. In fact, what happened was it flipped the other way. Biden had won in the suburbs by 2 points. But what about rural counties as well, right? We've been talking about the fact that Donald Trump has been running up the score in the rural counties. And what do we see in rural counties? We see, look at this margin. Holy smokes, what is that? That's 63 minus 36. That's a 27-point margin. You go back 4 years ago, Donald Trump won in rural areas, but he only won by 15 points. So he's doing more than 10 points better in the rural areas. And then, of course, Kamala Harris might have, even if she couldn't balance it out in the suburban areas, maybe she could do it in the urban areas. You see Kamala Harris winning in the urban areas, but she's only winning by 23 points. 4 years ago, Joe Biden won that group by 22 points, and so she's only doing a point better in the urban areas. The bottom line is, Mr. Berman, when you look at the rural areas, you see Trump expanding upon his margins. You see in the suburban areas, he flipped it from 4 years ago. And in the urban areas, Kamala Harris is just doing a point better. That math, simply put, doesn't work for Harris. It's a big reason why Donald Trump isn't just doing well in Michigan, but why he's doing well across the nation.
All right, Harriet, and thank you very much. Let's speak with our panel. I'm here with Mark Preston and Professor Leah Wright-Rigueur. We're after 5 a.m. on the East Coast. This might be a time when people are starting to wake up if they got any sleep at all, and they're looking at this and saying, what just happened?
Why is this not called?
Look, I think we've just
That's
seen
what they're wondering.
Donald Trump, for all the criticism that Donald Trump is going to get, and he deserves an incredible amount of criticism, what he has shown us is that we are a divided states of America. We're not a United States of America. Look, we come from all different parts of the world, and we come here in this big melting pot, and we think that we're this homogenous stew. And the fact of it is we are not. And I think that's what we've seen, not only in this election, but we've seen that when Donald Trump came on the scene back in 2016.
I will say counterpoint to that, though.
C'est-à-dire?
And believe me, I'm not saying that we're all going to join hands and start singing songs together. Harry just pointed out, Professor, that Donald Trump improved, in cities, in rural areas, in the suburbs also. It's kind of an everywhere improvement from 2020 for him, and certainly for Republicans, what they've done in the past.
So I think one of the things that we have to pay attention to is what the electorate was telling us over and over and over again. They said very specifically that they wanted change. We knew from the beginning, I've been saying for several weeks now, since Kamala got into the race, that whoever was the change candidate or that voters perceived as the change candidate would win the election. We also know that they said very specifically that they were feeling the burden of the consequences of the pandemic. So even as you have an administration that has a historic highs when it comes to the economy, we're still seeing on a macro level across the country, urban centers, suburban centers, rural areas, that people are saying it is not translating. I'm still feeling the pain of inflation, of high rents, of high mortgages, of colleges. I cannot afford to live. And the last thing that we heard is that a number of Americans said over and over and over again that they felt like they were being left behind. That is incredibly important, because when voters tell you that they feel left behind, they're also telling you that they want to be heard, that they want you to make a deal with them.
Yeah, but as we've said, that's exactly what has happened with the policies of the Democratic Party. They have decided to literally leave behind Damfakistan, as they called it on Twitter, the middle of America, and decided, we're the Democrats. We control all the institutions, all the political institutions of this nation, and we're going to use our power and use the power that's given to us in terms of spending, to spend the money in ways that's going to advantage the people who are, our constituents, our donors, the people who elect us. And as it turns out, the brainwashing of the mass of America has not worked. Once you start to really hurt people's pockets, then they're not gonna go along with the type of gaslighting and the type of propaganda that the mainstream media has pushed out. And in the end, the economy has been the dividing the factor that has played into this election. And really, it's gonna require from the Democrats a real change in policy, a really a change, I would say, in ideology. They're going to have to move away from this woke progressivism, to come back to the roots that made the Democratic Party successful, that being, of course, addressing the working class and the middle class. But can they do it? Is it possible now for them to do it? Or has this demographic now been captured by the Republicans? And is this going to become sort of the bread and butter for the Republicans, where now they are going to engage into that type of politics now that they've seen, it has been successful with Trump? Perhaps with a candidate that is not Trump, perhaps with a candidate like J.D. Vance, someone who's more polished, someone who's more, someone who's younger, someone who is, speaks in a better way and doesn't have the image problem that Donald Trump has. In keeping with the same type of policies, how successful could a J.D. Vance be in the future? And if that's the case, if the Republicans get sort of this stronghold in policies of addressing the problems of the middle class, and if the Democratic Party continues into woke progressivism, then will the Democrats manage to ever come back really into power? That's going to be the question, and I think that's going to be part of the discussion in the Democratic circles at the top of the leaders of the Democratic Party. They're going to have to rethink their strategy, and we'll see which ale of the party, which branch of the party actually prevails in that restructuring of ideology. Will it be the far left, the radical left, and the woke progressive, or will it be the more centrist, neoliberal, globalist that will take over? And we've seen a lot of political realignment, I think, recently in Europe, with the elections that have happened over the last couple of years, and sort of the far left has lost its lackluster, and people are moving away from that type of policies and politics. And perhaps the Democrats will also follow suit as the Social Democrats in Europe, moving it more towards the center and addressing the issues that the population, the voters, are concerned with, instead of getting into this ever further reach into ideology that ultimately people don't really react to. the victim mentality and the victim ideology is not something that really is convincing to voters, it seems, in times of economic hardship. Okay, so now let's move on. We're gonna have a look here back on Fox to see what they are saying, and I'm curious to sort of see what these guys are going to be saying when it comes to this race still not being
their Senate races as well. So we see why some of the Democrats in the fourth quarter decided that they were going to run ads saying that they were supportive of the former president.
Like Bob Casey, I was moved by a post I saw that I saw on social media, and it was a group that was walking out at the victory party last night, at Trump's victory party. And they were all in a group, and they all just started singing "How Great Thou Art." Because so many Christians, so many evangelicals,
and they showed
so many
up.
Catholics. The abortion issue was a big deal, and they showed up and they were praying. So everyone that I spoke with they were on their knees. They were scared.
Well, you know,
the direction of this country.
When you think about it, though, Ainsley, so they were thankful because the polls going in showed it was a tie. All the polls showed it was tied. We're going to talk to Tom Bevan from Real Clear Politics in the next segment, and also we got Bernie Moreno, the incoming senator-elect from Ohio. He's going to be with us. But ultimately, it wasn't even close. And we talked a little bit over the last couple of days about polling errors. Every time they get a polling error wrong, and we suggested that if they get one of the swing states wrong with the polling error, they'll get them all wrong because they use the same methodology. And it looks like they got them all wrong.
Here's a novel idea. Stop demonizing half of the country, and then maybe when you call them, they'll give you their true opinion about the candidates. But people aren't going to openly say who they're going to vote for when they've been called racist and associated with Hitler.
Right. I mean, there was a guy.
That is exactly what we were saying, and he's very right. Once you start to demonize the other side, then it's very, very difficult for you to get the accurate information. You don't even know what you're doing, and it's like walking in the dark, and you just keep hitting the walls. Once you demonize people, they're not going to tell you what they think, and you're not going to be able to calibrate your campaign to effectively adjust your messaging to convince voters, because at that point, once you demonize them to this point, they will just stop communicating with you, and you will not get the feedback that you need to be able to run your campaign. And that is one of the major issues that the Democrats have faced in this campaign, and that they're going to continue facing in the future. Because if you think about it now, if they come back next election, will people decide all of a sudden, now I'm going to trust them and tell them when they call me for a poll who I'm voting for? Or will they just be, you know what, don't call me, I'm not going to answer your questions?
Is at the Family Chill and Grill. It's in Pennsylvania. Hey, Todd.
Good morning to all four of you. The mainstream media told us repeatedly that this was a vibe election. Why don't we tell the mainstream media what the vibe is in here right now? There we go. This place has been packed since 4 a.m. How you feeling this morning?
I feel terrific. This is the best day for America that there ever was. President Trump deserves to be in office, and he will make America great again.
There we go. Let's come over here. What do you make of how big the victory appears to be?
I knew it wasn't even going to be close. I knew he was going to win from the beginning. And I want to say a shout out to all my friends in North Carolina. We took North Carolina and Pennsylvania.
You just gave a shout out to North Carolina. My colleague Carly Shimkus is in North Carolina. We have a huge diner packed today. We're going to be checking in with every single one of them throughout the course of the next 4 hours. Let's go, Pennsylvania! Back to you guys. Back to you.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Todd, because Carly is at a diner at Joey's Pancake House in North Carolina in the Asheville area. Hey, Carly.
Hey, good morning, guys. That's right. Welcome to Joey's Pancake House
People have turned out in droves to talk about this election, so I want to talk to some of the diners and see how the people are feeling. This is my friend Terry. Terry, how are you feeling about Donald Trump's second victory?
I love it. I love it. I love it.
Woo! And this is Becky. Everybody here knows Becky, right? I've heard a lot about my friend Becky. I heard that she has a lot of thoughts about the election, so what are you thinking?
I'm just tickled to death because I'm telling you, we couldn't have 4 more years of what we've had. There's absolutely no way. Yes. The gas prices, the groceries, I mean, it's been terrible. So now Trump's going to make it great again. Woo!
So Becky thinks Donald Trump's going to make it great again. That's a little bit about what people are saying in Maggie Valley at Joey's Pancake House in North Carolina. I'll send it back to you guys in New York City.
Carly,
What a crowd.
I went to camp in that area. Carly, you have to ask him if Ghost Town still exists. We went as kids.
Not a ghost town there. Everybody showed up.
No, it's not.
Empty seat in the house.
We've been praying for that area. They were hit hard. All right, now let's check in on a number of key ballot initiatives across the country.
We were talking about this from abortion to the border. Kevin Court joins us right now with a state-by-state look at the top issues decided by the voters. And Kevin, there was a bunch of them.
Yeah, there certainly was. Great to be with you. And what an overnight it has been, and a very festive morning around the country, especially for backers of former and future President Trump. Now, getting to 270, of course, was the question heading into election night. Now, the morning after the election, the question is, will he top 300 in the Electoral College? And it looks like he just might be able to do that. Now, 277, of course, the number at the moment for the former president. And there are still another 35 Electoral College votes on the table. 20 out west between Alaska, Arizona, and Nevada, and another 15 in Michigan. And the former president is, that's right, at this very hour, leading in each and every one of them. So we should have some more results to share later in the day. Maybe not Michigan. We'll have to see if they turn in a result by day's end. Now, there are a number of takeaways I want to share with you from what happened overnight. Number one, in Georgia, Harris was actually down by 8 points from Biden's level back in 2020. And as you know, that made a big difference in this race. The economy is still number one issue for voters across the country. And the president, as in Trump, was seen as the one who had the best chance to make it better for everybody. And in Pennsylvania, Biden won with suburban votes.
All right, let's interrupt him and let's listen to Bakari Sellers
the actual
here
job
on
that they run
CNN.
for, right? So you think about all these things that Donald Trump has to do now, right? He had to do and say all these things to win the election. And now he's got to go execute on an economic plan. He's got to go execute on an immigration plan. He's got to go execute on a foreign policy plan. And the delta between what you have to say to get votes on the trail versus what you have to do to be effective. And I think that's this anomaly. This is the 2% that shows up, that, or the thin margin that doesn't like either side, because it's shirts versus skins. It's tribalism at its finest on the campaign trail, and you never get back to where you actually solve problems. Nobody is going to solve these problems with campaign rhetoric.
But just real quick to piggyback on what Jeff said, just briefly, let's extrapolate what you said to the foreign policy realm, because right now immediately you have Putin in Ukraine. What does Donald Trump do with that? I think we all know what we believe he's going to do with that. We also have a war raging in Gaza. What does Donald Trump do with that? I mean, and so when you're talking about that delta, people are, there are people who literally, they're on Twitter, they're out in the streets. I think Shermichael may know this. They say that we're voting for Donald Trump because we don't want any more wars, right? That it's America.
That's one of the things I heard on the train.
That's America first. So the question,
all the time.
I think that question that Jeff brought on is something that will be.
In the exit polls, only a few voters said that foreign policy was their number one issue. But if they did, Donald Trump won those voters by an enormous margin. I mean, it's very easy to talk about this election as being, it's the economy, stupid, right? And there is an element of incumbent parties around the world have been following the Democrats or the incumbent party. People want change. The economy hasn't been great, even though it's been getting better. People haven't been feeling it. But I think there's something even bigger going on here. When I ask voters in my focus groups, and we did this in a survey too, what is this election about to you? Very few people said it's about the fact that milk is expensive. Very few people said it's about the fact that cost of living has gone up. Some people did.
And, here, in fact, the truth is that this election was, a lot of time when you have elections between people who have not actually been in office, then it is about the rhetoric, it is about campaign promises, it is about the ideas that perhaps you could put in place and how you want to make the lives of the people better and all that. But in this election, it was very different because we had two candidates, or even if Kamala Harris was a new candidate, she was really a continuation of the Joe Biden administration. So we had two administrations that actually had their time in the White House. And when it comes to this election, what happened is that the American people had actually, they had the experience to be able to compare both of these administrations in place and in power, and they could compare what were the results that each administration got for the American people. And when it came to that, then the choice became sort of easier to make, because it wasn't a choice of comparing it to two candidates, two administrations solely based on rhetoric, without any reference, any link to reality of how they would handle the task. It was actually two administrations that were in place, and as such, it was possible for American people to not listen to what people and the candidates were saying, but just take the track record and decide from the track record where it is that they were going to put their face in. Let's listen.
Failed, right? That was like their thing in the ad, in every single ad. And the internal tumult in the Democratic Party is only just beginning. And they just like seeing my phone just in the last hour. I mean, it's pretty incredible just the amount of sort of second guessing that's already going on. One person already involved in the Harris campaign said people are just super depressed because this morning the leadership of the campaign was expressing like extraordinary confidence. They felt that they were definitely going to win. And that was different from 2016 and 2020. Donald Trump was the underdog in both those races. If you talk to the Trump people, they'd be like, we think we can make it, but maybe not. It sort of recalled 2012, which I know you covered, where both campaigns felt pretty confident going into election night, and then it clearly went one way.
Yeah, I will say, I spend my election nights talking to dozens of sources at once. And when I asked them tonight before the polls closed, who was poised to win this election, I mean, overwhelmingly, they all said, even those who had previously expressed, thoughts that, well, okay, Donald Trump is on path to win this, said, well, at this point, I kind of feel like Harris has this edge. So, I think that point is well taken, because obviously it was incredibly repudiated here. I mean, Karen, where do you come down on this question of whether or not,
And it really shows that they're living in a bubble. But it's one thing for the media and for CNN to be living in this bubble where they pretend or believe, where they drink their own Kool-Aid and think that the lies that they peddle are actually the truth. But it's another thing for the Harris campaign to be that far off the mark. I don't know if I actually believe what she's saying, that she was talking to people in the Harris campaign, that they were confident going in this morning that they were going to win this election. I don't see how, because when I was looking at the polls, when I was looking at the prediction markets, everything was sort of showing and leaning toward a Trump victory, and not a small Trump victory. It was leaning toward a significant margin, and we're going to see tomorrow if it ends up. Here it is. They're calling it for Trump.
Elected president defeating Vice President Kamala Harris and making a political comeback unlike any in modern American politics. Now, we can make this projection now because CNN projects that Donald Trump has won Wisconsin. You can see right there, currently ahead by 30,000 votes.
So 3 hours after Fox calls Wisconsin for Trump, now CNN does it.
He will return to office after 2 impeachments in his first term, followed by unprecedented criminal indictments and felony convictions. Mr. Trump scoring a landmark victory as he now heads back to power, leading a politically divided nation. Again, CNN projects that Donald J. Trump is elected the 47th president of the United States. Let's go over. Actually, let's just take a quick look at the wall here. We can see with Wisconsin, Donald Trump now has 276 electoral votes, Harris with 219. You need 270 to win. He is now over that mark. The 10 electoral votes in Wisconsin puts him over that threshold, and CNN now considers him the president-elect of the United States of America. Let's go over to the magic wall. Phil Mattingly is there. Let's talk about Wisconsin, because those votes from Milwaukee that we were...
So it's interesting that they took so long really to call this in favor of Donald Trump. And, you know, and now MSNBC, let's have a quick look here at them too. They are calling it, and they're calling it exactly at the same time as CNN. Very, very strange for them to do that. Let's have a look here.
Course of the day today, and there will be a lot of time spent on how and why he won and what this will mean for the country over the next 4 years and beyond. But in this moment, it's also important to remember that our democracy is not built around one person or one job. And I have every confidence that pro-democracy forces in this country will continue to stand up and make their voices heard. That's what we saw after 2016 as well. Some of those voices will be governors, some of them will be elected officials, some will be institutions and organizations standing up for rights and standing up for women's bodily autonomy and standing up for our climate. Some will be citizens, and many of you sitting at home right now digesting this news right now, some of them will be you. I wish I had better news for my daughter later this morning. I know Tim Miller and I were talking about this earlier, when she and so many others wake up to this news. I wish I could have called her and told her that the first woman president had just been elected. I wish that. I won't be able.
Well, here it is. If you wanted to see
0.6 of a point behind him,
the
and the reason that's problematic is if you push up into
MSNBC
areas
not
around vote drivers like
Let's go
Waukesha.
back
Look,
here
what's interesting about Waukesha,
to
if you
CNN.
push up into the more rural parts of Wisconsin, Donald Trump's running up big margins, not a ton of vote. Waukesha, Washington, and Ozaukee, we call them the WOW counties. These are the pushing out in the exurban counties around Milwaukee, where there's been some view, and I think there's been some midterm years where Democrats have said Ozaukee in particular is that type of demographic makeup, that type of median income makeup that we can really make some inroads here. Donald Trump lost a little bit of ground here back in 2020. He won it by 12, a little over 12 points, but holding more or less the margin, shedding a little bit here, actually doing better over here in Washington County. Waukesha, crucial, Waukesha, as they like to say, third largest county in the state. So in these big vote drivers, the Democrats thought they could make inroads, pushing out of their urban and suburban areas into the exurban areas. They simply didn't.
You know, normally when we just project the winner of the presidential race, it would be a huge historic moment. I will say that it's been so clear over the last few hours, it was trending this way. It maybe doesn't land with the same boom that it would have otherwise, and that's because of what we're...
Yeah, and of course, it doesn't land the same way because it has been called already by Fox News for 3 hours now. But the question is, really, the strange thing is, why did they wait so long? And they called it exactly at the same time on the CNN and MSNBC. And it really sort of, begs the question, has there been some kind of like... collusion in the background? Have these media outlets been talking with the Harris campaign, and have they waited until a green light from the Kamala Harris campaign sort of conceding and acknowledging that Donald Trump has won this election? But anyway, now it has been called by both CNN and MSNBC. I'm pretty sure now everybody has called this election for Donald Trump, so there is no more doubt Donald Trump is the president-elect now. It's been for already a few hours. We've seen a lot of foreign leaders already congratulating Donald Trump for the election, even before CNN and MSNBC had called it. But now they are the last calling it. And now there will be no more doubt. Probably Kamala Harris has called Donald Trump to concede already. But we will see what her speech, what her concession speech will be tonight, and will it be a call for unity really in America, or will it be a bitter and divisive speech? We'll have to wait and see which route she takes, and we'll have to see for the rest of the political career of Kamala Harris, because her ascendancy to this top of the ticket has been so fast that perhaps the downfall is going to be as fast as the rise was. When you move so fast through the ranks without building the political capital, once you sort of lose that ground, then there is no bottom. It's sort of like stocks. When a stock moves up, and it moves up without, it skyrockets up without making a base. When it comes down as fast as it has gone up, and it goes back to the base that it originally came from. And for Kamala Harris, sort of not really, she's not someone who has a strong base really to be able to continue her political career. It's going to be very difficult for her if she was to try to go back to the Senate. I don't think it's going to happen. Where would she run, first of all? Would she run back in California? I think the spot is going to be taken. She's going to have trouble to sort of find the place where she could be running. And now that, she has lost a presidential election, and now there is no more falling upwards for her like she has done throughout her career. Now, the only place really where she could be going would be perhaps back to the Senate, but it seems very, very unlikely. Perhaps she could try to go for Congress, but now after what has happened in this election, I think it's going to be very difficult for her. I think we might see her out of the political life, and perhaps we'll see her follow the route of like Barack Obama, maybe get on Netflix or something like that. And I don't know if we're going to see her in the political sphere anymore. And of course, her husband, very, very well connected, I believe, in the entertainment industry. So perhaps there is a future there for Kamala Harris. Perhaps we will see her on these networks commenting and being a commentator. We will see what will happen to her. But anyway, we will see now tomorrow. Will she concede, and what she will say in her concession speech? Let's go back now on the CNN.
For the economy and bad for jobs. So even some of the things, if he enacts some of the things he's talked about, mass deportations, what is that going to mean in the day-to-day lives in our country and the damage that could do? And I hear what folks are saying about, I agree, America, this is what you want, this is what you got, this is who you are. And yet we will have to live with the consequences if he does plan to and actually move forward on enacting. We could have a national abortion ban. Women are going to have to deal with it. So that's what my concern is. I don't think he's someone who's going to try to bring people together or try to work across the aisle. And given the way things seem to be going with the congressional races, he may not have to.
I used a hopeful tone.
But wait a minute.
I know,
There was a hopeful tone.
I know we always talk about these things of bringing people together, and I don't know if that's necessarily the aims of politics. You need dissension. You need two parties going back and forth. Did President Biden bring the country together after 3.5 years? I know a whole lot of Republicans who would say, hell no. When you spent 3.5 years criticizing these people, calling them racist, calling them bigots, referring to them as uneducated. And now they've won. they've shown force. They've won. They've rejected the elitism that comes out of Washington, D.C. They've rejected the elitism that has come from Republican establishment, and they've made it clear we want to go in a different direction. And I don't know why we keep ignoring this reality. Donald Trump won again by a very sizable margin for a reason, Casey. And I think to minimize the concerns that people continue to say they have about our party establishment, Jeff, about the Democratic Party establishment, is not going to change things. What propelled this man to the White House in 2016 is still there. It is still there. And I think it's incumbent upon the leaders in both parties to figure out what they need to do to serve those grievances.
I think one thing, well, sorry.
No, go ahead, Alex.
Oh, I was just going to say, like, one thing that sources are saying to me is it wasn't just that Republicans rehabilitated Donald Trump, but Democrats, including most especially the Biden White House, gave him an opening to come back. The fact is that Joe Biden, when inflation was coming back, they were very dismissive of concerns. They called it transitory. When it looked there was a potential for COVID to come back in the form of Delta and Omicron, they held a celebration in the White House South Lawn, called it Independence from COVID Day. There was Afghanistan. There was the denial and dismissiveness about the border was not a crisis. And all of those governing issues, they treated it in some ways. This is what I'm just reflecting the views of people within the administration as they're reflecting on tonight. They now feel that the administration sometimes treated it as a PR problem instead of an actual governance problem.
Well, and it absolutely created that opening. What we saw in polling during the Republican primary was that the primary message being used against Trump by his opponents, by Ron DeSantis, by Nikki Haley, was Donald Trump's gonna lose. He's a surefire loser. Go with me. I can be a winner. And yet in every poll I saw, when you asked Republican voters, who do you think has the best chance to beat Joe Biden? They'd say Donald Trump. Do you think that Donald Trump will beat Joe Biden? Those numbers were through the roof. Republicans felt confident that in a Donald Trump versus Joe Biden matchup, that Donald Trump was going to wipe the floor with Joe Biden. And that's why they felt confident saying, I like Donald Trump. You're not scaring me with this argument that he's going to lose. I think he's a winner. And they went ahead with him as their candidate.
One of the things that we also need to reflect on is Donald Trump is a very, very, very flawed man. And I don't think that can be lost on where we are today. I mean, you literally have someone who I don't want to run down the resume of who Donald Trump is in terms of the felonies and, inciting an insurrection and criminal charges that most likely now will go away because he now controls the Department of Justice, or, the things with Stormy Daniels, or all of these things that are kind of baked into the cake. But as a country, you asked a very big question, Casey. We became numb to the lack of character that is Donald Trump. And it's fascinating to me because I know religious conservatives who will go to the mat for Donald Trump. And that's what I don't necessarily understand. Somebody's going to have to explain to me, particularly the white male evangelical, and what we saw today were white women come out. I think that the missed bet for Kamala Harris was betting that white women would support her in a way unlike how we felt they left Hillary Clinton at the altar in 2016. We thought that was going to be vastly different, but in fact it wasn't. Rural white women, college-educated white women, suburban white women, all those white women we thought in those wild counties that...
And Bakary Sellers here, he is full force into the denial and sort of... he was mentioning all the 34 felonies against Donald Trump, all the problems he has with the justice system. And of course, if you're Bakary Seller, if you're a Democrat, then maybe you're looking at it and you're like, oh, how can America elect someone who... who has 34 felonies against him. But really, the way the Biden DOJ and Merrick Garland went about it, it was so clear that it was politically motivated, that ultimately all those legal actions against Donald Trump, they did not hold for the voters because people recognized them as being just politically motivated and really a witch hunt against a candidate, against a former president who they did not want to see back in the White House. And ultimately, this probably helped Donald Trump more than it hurt him, because once again, it's like these people, they don't consider, they just want to play to their base. They only want to consider their base and what their base is thinking, what their base is feeling. And, perhaps Donald Trump and his felonies that didn't play well with the Democrats. The Democrats pointed at him and said, look, this guy is a felon. We cannot elect him. But for Republicans, and especially for independents, when they saw the Biden DOJ going after Trump the way they did, then for sure it did not register that this was an impartial justice system. It looked totally politically motivated, and it just looked like Joe Biden was trying to take out his main rival, not at the ballot box, but to do it through a flawed legal process. And that perhaps played in Donald Trump's favor in the end, facing Kamala Harris, because a lot of Americans perhaps thought the overreach of government and the big government type of ideology that is pushed by the Democratic Party is something that they did not want to see going on. Mary Metros here saying, did anyone really look at that case? It was so full of holes. It was obvious that it would be won on appeal. The DOJ went too far. Yes, and of course, the DOJ with Merrick Garland totally... there was nothing that this DOJ did that wasn't politically motivated. And in a way, it wasn't. It was so obvious that it was almost ridiculous. And it's things that you've never seen, right? Like this wasn't. It couldn't even have been brought as a case. They went really far to try to pretend that this stuff was a campaign violation, and really it was something that plenty of people, on this NDA with the Stormy Daniels story and the payment that was done. And then this payment was structured in a 34 payment, and then they went after 34 felonies on these payments. And that made no sense at all for something that really wasn't campaign related. It was a private matter between two individuals, and somehow they stretched the law, pretending that Donald Trump paying this woman for this NDA and sort of, for her silence was a campaign violation, a campaign finance violation, when really it wasn't. And it sort of, with the Biden DOJ, was damn if you do, damn if you don't. If Donald Trump had put this as a campaign expense, then the Biden DOJ would have still gone after him, saying, now you've been using campaign money for personal for some personal motives, for some personal reasons, and now you've stolen money from the campaign. So it was really, there was no way that they were not going to go about it, really, because now the way they looked at it was Donald Trump made this payment as a personal payment, and actually it was something that was related to the campaign and should have been a campaign payment. But if he had done that as a campaign payment, they would have said, you have sort of laundered this campaign money for personal gains. And it's very reminiscent of the Elon Musk case with SpaceX, and the DOJ, also the Biden DOJ, going after Elon Musk with SpaceX, where the DOJ is accusing Elon Musk of not hiring migrants at SpaceX, and doing it so in violation of a federal law, not being an equal opportunity employer, even though SpaceX has a strategically important company in terms of them doing rockets and the type of weaponry, they are subject to different kind of laws where they don't have the right to hire anyone who's not a permanent resident of the United States. So it was also a same type of situation for Elon Musk, where basically if he did what they wanted him to do, they would have sued him, and if he didn't do it, they would still would have sued him. And you know, when it gets into considerations like that, then ultimately the public can see the truth, and they will be able to realize, okay, this is not really a justice system that is conducting itself in a proper way, and now we're seeing a justice system that is just doing the bidding of the sitting president. And, you know, for all the talks of the Democrats and Biden and Kamala Harris that Donald Trump was a great threat to democracy, well, when Donald Trump was in the White House, he never used the DOJ the same way Joe Biden used the DOJ. And part of that, I think, contributed with Donald Trump's victory tonight, because in the end, the hypocrisy really of the Democrats really hurt them a lot, I think, in this election and throughout this cycle. Not only their mismanagement globally of the economy and of the policies of this country, but also the attitude that they had, this sort of arrogant attitude, pretentious attitude, and this disrespect for the law and the customs of really American democracy. And when we see that one of the most important points that were highlighted in the exit polls was the risk to democracy, and the Democrats thought that this threat to democracy issue would play in their favor, and that Donald Trump was the threat to democracy because they had gone in this media campaign saying Donald Trump is a dictator, Donald Trump is Hitler, and he's the threat to democracy. As it turned out, it was exactly the opposite for the voters, and people saw the Democrats as the threat to democracy. And I'm sure what the Biden DOJ had engaged in was a big part in people seeing it that way. But anyway, now this election has been called for all parties here. Let's listen.
Now be the next president. He will have a Republican Senate, but at this point, we can't project who will control the House of Representatives. Jessica Dean has a new projection in that fight. Jessica.
That's right, John. We have some key CNN projections in this fight for the House. Let's start first in New York. That is the place where it really fueled Republicans' thin majority in the midterms. Let's take a look. Mike Lawler hanging on to his seat in the 17th district in the House, defeating Mondaire Jones. So again, that is something Republicans certainly wanted to see. Democrats hoping to flip that seat. Let's now move to Michigan. We're going to go to the 7th district. This was Alyssa Slotkin's seat. She's, of course, running for the Senate. And for this one, Tom Barrett picking this one up. This is a Republican pickup in the fight for the House. Let's go to the 8th district in Michigan. This is Dan Kilde's seat. He's retiring. This one is going to stay Democratic. Kristen McDonald-Rivet defeating Paul Jung in that race in the 8th district in Michigan. And in Wisconsin, the 3rd district. Let's take a look at this. You see Derek Van Orden winning there, the incumbent. So the Republicans keep that seat. And as I said, a lot of eyes now on the House. Will it become a check for President Trump as he takes office with a Republican Senate, or will it stay Republican and make the Congress kind of a glide path for a lot of his legislation? This is the balance of power as it currently stands. Again, the magic number is 218 to control the House. Right now, Republicans sitting at 201 with 5 pickups so far. The Democrats at 177 with 2 pickups, 57 seats remaining. One thing to remember as we continue to get this data, a lot of these seats that they're hoping to flip, Democrats, are out in California. And John, of course, that's going to take a while. They are notoriously slower in counting their ballots.
Yeah, I will say, though, those 5 Republican pickups makes it a lot harder for the Republicans to lose control and the Democrats to take back control, which is something the Democrats would love at this point. Some sign of success in this morning. Thank you so much, Jessica. Just a huge moment for the country. Donald Trump, as of minutes ago, has been elected the next president of the United States. You are watching CNN special live coverage, so stay with us.
And yes, it was not just a few minutes ago, but things are looking good here for the Republicans in the House. And if that's the case, then it's going to be a clean sweep here for the Republicans getting the presidency, the House, and the Senate. We'll have to see what is going to come out of that. I think they will end up calling it tomorrow. I don't think we're going to have this House races being called today. This is going to take some time, perhaps. Let's have a quick listen here at what they're saying on MSNBC.
I hope that is a part of the message tomorrow, and I think it will be. Ali, we now know that Vice President Harris is going to be giving a very difficult speech today at her alma mater. I think it's probably going to be an emotional speech for her. I think it's going to be a raw speech, and it's one where there's a lot of things that she may want to get done in the same speech. But what do you think? What do you expect to hear? What do you think the country should hear?
We've seen a version of this speech not soon after, 2016, when Hillary Clinton had to do this version. And having written the book about why America hasn't elected a woman to the White House yet, to me, it's so clear. It's not just Kamala Harris carrying her own ambition on her back right now, but she knows that she's speaking for any woman who's going to come after her. I have to tell you, the first thing I thought when I woke up from my hour nap this morning was what Abigail Spanberger said to me when Harris first ascended. She said, I feel confident she's going to win. Of course, now we know that that hasn't happened. But she said, if she doesn't, it's not because she's a woman. And I hope that as we parse through this, that we can end up in that place, because I think you're right. The intangibles, the X factor, the unquantifiable of gender and race is the hardest part about this. But at the same time, the fact that Harris put another notch getting closer, it normalizes the fact that women can compete at the highest echelons of power. And I know that you and I might disagree on what the future looks like for this, but that is the optimistic way of looking at it, is that yet again, millions of Americans voted for a woman because they thought that she was qualified, and it means that more women get to come in those footsteps.
I think that's an incredibly important note. And I also have a 9-year-old daughter, and my conversation with her is going to be about my hope for her generation.
And of course, coping hard here on MSNBC, and they couldn't be further from the truth. Kamala Harris definitely was not. The problem with Kamala Harris was definitely her qualifications. And really, when she came in front of the media and she was talking to, in the interviews that she's done, the softball interviews, really, because the softball interviews that she did were really ones where the journalists were trying really hard to make her look good. Even as if you followed the channel, the interview on 60 Minutes, where they even edited her answers to make it sound better, to sort of take out the word salad, that the meaningless gibberish that she was saying to answer the question on the Middle East, to replace it with statements from another question. And there will be an investigation, I think, on CBS for this 60-minute deceptive editing, as we covered it on the channel. But after that, and of course, after the Brett Baer interview on Fox News, it was very clear that there was a skill problem, an issue really with the competence for Kamala Harris, that she was out of her league, really, in this presidential race. She didn't really look like she was able to really answer the question or navigate really the media landscape. And if she wasn't able to do that, then how would she be able really to handle the duties of the presidency? And so to go back to what she was saying, it's not a problem of the skills, quality, and competence of Kamala Harris. It absolutely is. And of course, the cope is going to be hard for MSNBC and CNN and all the rest of the leftist media. They're going to have to justify to their viewers why it is that things didn't turn out the way they had predicted. Of course, they had predicted Kamala Harris to win easily in this because Donald Trump was a fascist, Donald Trump was a racist, and now that it has turned out to be exactly the opposite, Donald Trump winning with a strong margin here, now they're going to have to sort of explain to their audience why is it that that really Kamala Harris hasn't won. And of course, they're not going to be able to sort of tell people, oh, well, actually, what we told you, we were wrong. And we told you she was qualified and her policies were great. And actually, it wasn't the case. We lied to you. They're not going to have this level of honesty with their viewers. So they're going to have to come up with some excuses. They're going to have to say something to justify that. And of course, the cope is going to be everyone who didn't vote for Kamala Harris is a misogynist. So let's see now. Let's hear what they are saying. Let's go back perhaps to Fox News here.
It's not just in the blue wall. There are a handful of them throughout those 3 states, but across the
the legal battles and days spent in courtroom instead of being on the campaign trail.
And despite efforts from the mainstream media, all of them, and Democratic elites, all of them, to write him off, he is projected to be the 47th president of the United States. And he addressed his supporters earlier this morning.
This was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy?
This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the Boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan.
This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast. And
we got to interrupt this. The Morning Joe is here.
Ronald Reagan's 49-state victory in 1984. It seems every Republican across the country improved.
Donald Trump is on track to sweep the 7 battleground states. We still have 3 outstanding. We'll see how those go. But he did better almost everywhere. In every county where the hope from the Harris campaign was that she would make up ground on Joe Biden's suburbs, Donald Trump actually did better. We'll break down some of these numbers, but the gender gap was not nearly as wide as the Harris campaign needed to be, and Latino men came out in force for Donald Trump.
Boy, what a huge difference that made. And, you know, that was really just part of the stunning outcome. I mean, America, first of all, is far more to the right than any time in our lifetimes, even going back to the Reagan years. And Donald Trump won in dominating fashion. but he did that along with other Republican candidates in the Senate races and the House races. They're likely to dominate all branches of government for the next several years. And Donald Trump not only broke out through that sort of hard ceiling of 47-48%. Think about this. He became only the second Republican to win a majority of the popular vote since 1988, in 36 years. And he did so after a week of polls, most notably Ann Seltzer's revered Des Moines Register poll showed Harris making remarkable inroads among the type of voters who would swing the margin for Harris in the blue wall states. The opposite actually ended up being true. Donald Trump won in a rout across Big Ten country, taking Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin without a serious fight. And now, with expectations rising in the Harris camp in the final days of the campaign in a historic ground game, when you look at the depth of it and the reach of it, this race still ended up being over before it began. And Jonathan Lemire, I mean, it is, again, the scope and scale of this victory is sweeping. And we can focus, by the way, we can focus on Donald Trump if we would like. But this goes so far beyond Donald Trump. Make no mistake, his victory, again, historic. But you look at Republicans across the nation. You look at how handily they're winning states. As Willie said, you look at Illinois, a 4-point margin. Illinois, a 5-point margin in New Jersey. This is a Democratic Party that has been just wiped out this morning.
Yeah, Republicans steamrolled. They have captured the Senate. The House still up for grabs, but those close to Speaker Johnson think the Republicans are on track to have that as well, potentially handing Donald Trump a unified Republican Washington, D.C. when he takes office. It was stunning. We thought this election could take days to be counted. It was over late last night, early this morning now with the official call. You mentioned the Iowa poll that so many Democrats had hung so much hope on in recent days that had Harris up 3 points. Right now, the margin for Trump in Iowa is about 14 or 15 points. This is a 16 or 17 point miss.
Unbelievable.
A 16 or 17 point miss there. There was not this surge of voters breaking late to Harris as it turned. And for Donald Trump, it must be said, this is a president. He was impeached twice. He botched the handling of the pandemic. He faced 4 criminal cases. He inspired January 6th, and he won anyway. And now he will return to office with few guardrails internally, encouragement from Moscow and other foreign adversaries, and a Supreme Court that has said that his power is largely unchecked.
Well, I've got to say, historians will look back at those trials over the past summer, John Heilman, where he was sitting in there, and it certainly fed into his victimhood. And that will be seen. Those trials where he's sitting in court all day will be seen as an as-kind contribution for Donald Trump, because there is no doubt those trials this summer were a defining moment in this campaign.
And defining not in the way that obviously a lot of opponents of Donald Trump hope they would be. There will still be, I think historians will be grappling with a lot of questions going forward, including the question of how someone who is a convicted, first ever convicted criminal convictions against a former president could win in this fashion. And I think, we've all sat here and talked about the extraordinarily, for a lot of people, extraordinarily offensive performance of Donald Trump in these last 2 weeks. The things that he did and said seemed like he was, we literally just sitting here the last few days, I'm like, how can this man, the way he's performing in the closing days of this campaign, how can this guy get elected? He seems like he doesn't want to get elected. The things performing, miming oral sex on a microphone stand, and all the rest of it, the enemy within, the various things that provoked John Kelly to come out and say the things he said, all of that stuff in the end didn't matter. And I think one of the things that didn't matter enough to keep him from performing better in this election than he has performed in any of the prior ones. That will be a question for psychologists, sociologists, historians, political scientists for a long time. Because I think for a lot of people in the country, it is unthinkable that Donald Trump, this could be the one that he could improve his performance from the past. But he did. And I think the other question we now are going to be grappling with that's quite clear is we have had consistent polling that has had this race effectively a tie. I'm looking here at the polling, the end polling averages, where Donald Trump in a lot of these states was at 47, 48, consistent with the notion that he had this ceiling. That he had never been above 47% before.
Right.
It looks like there's going to be in these battleground states about a 3-point polling miss in aggregate again, as there was a 4-point polling miss in aggregate in 2020, and there was a 3.5-point polling miss in 2016. The polling industry right now, public and private, has now in 3 successive elections missed Donald Trump's support in America by substantial numbers. And I will say, finally, the thing that you heard from people in the Harris campaign in the battleground states, particularly in those blue wall states, was if the numbers are right, meaning the numbers we were seeing in public and their own numbers. If those numbers were right, it's really a tie, they would say. We think our ground game will help us win. It turned out those numbers were in fact wrong. And there were people who said all along, hey, we could be looking at another 2020 and 2016 in which Trump's support is understated. And if that's the case, he could win all of these states by 2 or 3 points. And that is in fact what's happening.
This was the third
what's
time.
Happened?
This was
3 times in a row.
This was the third time in a row, as you said, that Donald Trump's support was understated, especially in the upper Midwest states. They just not working. But Mika, again, you go through it, you look at the final weeks of the campaign. It was not only the public polling, which most campaigns dismiss, but it was actually the polling inside the Harris camp.
Right.
They the last week were growing more confident because the numbers that they were seeing. The only people who had polls that ended up being right from the beginning were the Trump people. Remember, we kept saying they just had this solid confidence. They were overconfident. Their numbers weren't matching the private numbers of Harris. They weren't matching the public numbers. They had the right numbers all along because they were saying we're getting more votes from Hispanic men. We're getting more votes from black men. We are going to do better. And they were never internally, they were never worried. I think until the Ann Seltzer poll came out, and then they said, could we be that wrong? And it ended up, they were not that wrong.
Yeah. And then in terms of the issue of abortion, it's so interesting. Florida obviously was different, but there are some states that voted against these bans, but then voted for the person who is the reason for them.
Even Florida was 57% for abortion rights.
That's right.
Just need to get to 60.
So Claire McCaskill, your thoughts this morning?
Well, first, I think we have to acknowledge that Donald Trump knows our country better than we do. I think he figured out that anger and, frankly, fear were way more powerful than appealing to people's better angels. That anger and fear were going to work in this election, whether you're afraid of immigrants or afraid of people who are trans. He figured that out.
And here, MSNBC Morning Joe in total meltdown, and Claire McCaskill in absolute insanity territory, saying, oh, Donald Trump exploited sort of the danger and these negative emotions from the voters, where really the Harris campaign spent 2 months saying Donald Trump is Hitler. If you vote for him, it will be the end of democracy. As of yesterday, they were still saying if you vote for Donald Trump, women will lose the right to vote. And then she comes out there saying Donald Trump is the one who was flaming the fire of hatred and the fears of the American people, when really that's what the Harris campaign has done. And, these people are really not able to see really how wrong they were. And, they were talking about the polling, and we were mentioning the polling already several times in this live stream. Of course, when you tell people, oh, if you support Trump, you are Hitler, and then you call them and say, hey, who are you going to vote for? They're not going to tell you, if they intend to vote for Trump, that and you call them Hitler, they're not going to tell you. They're just going to tell you either they're going to lie to you or they're just not going to answer, and you're not going to have the right data to be able to conduct your campaign. And that's going to go along with all the mistakes that both the Harris campaign and sort of the media in coordination created. They created their own demise. But it's sort of interesting to see here Joe being... he kind of looks like almost giddy. It's kind of weird.
To the crowd and time and time again, in less dramatic ways, even in the courthouse, he'd walk out of the courthouse, he'd hold a press conference, he'd say it's a witch hunt, and again, you talk to Republicans who are going to run against him, like Nikki Haley and other people, they would say, these trials are just making him stronger.
Yeah, and it appears they did. His voters believe that he is a victim, and they believe that he carries their grievance with him. And now back to the White House, whether it's generals coming out calling him a fascist, whether it's a long line of elites, celebrities coming out for Kamala Harris, a largely adversarial news media against Donald Trump, he withstood it all. Mm-hmm. And they didn't like that. They didn't like that it was him against the world. And he said to them, it's us against the world, too. And that's an argument that they believe. And a word we haven't spoken yet a few minutes into the show is the economy. The economy was the #1 issue for Trump voters.
Right.
So for all the noise and everything we've talked about, all these important issues, voters said, groceries cost too much, gas costs too much, my rent is too high. I believe Donald Trump is going to do something to change that. Whether he does remains to be seen, but that was the #1 issue for Trump voters last night. Let's bring into the conversation the president of the National Action Network, the host of MSNBC's Politics Nation, the Reverend Al Sharpton. Rev, good morning. I know you were with the Harris campaign last night. Obviously, as the night went on, things became more and more grim for them, ending with shock probably this morning as this race was called for Donald Trump.
No, probably shock would be the word for many that were at the Howard University party, and then disbelief. I think also what we've got to deal with, you're correct when you say the economy was weighed on a lot of the voters around the country, and a distorted view of the economy. Let's remember, Donald Trump is an expert promoter, and he was able to get a lot of myths across the table that really were not true, but it was not well promoted on the other side. I think that we also have to deal with the issue of race and gender. There was a lot of gender bias in this. There was a lot of race bias in this. And I think that we thought a lot of voters were more progressive in those areas than they were. When you have the Dobbs decision, and you see this kind of vote anyway with the person that put the 3 justices on the Supreme Court, you have to ask yourself, are we fooling ourselves saying that Americans are further down the road toward dealing with gender bias and race bias than we thought? So I would say this, though. Donald Trump, I've known a long time, he will self-destruct. The problem that I see is not Trump. The problem is that those that can be appealed to in this way, and how we've got to bring this country together. And we cannot do it by being like January 6th ourselves. There would not be a January 6th on our side. We will deal with this in a dignified way and try to put the pieces together. So we've lost, but we lost a battle. The war is not over.
Well, Rev, let's talk about, you talked about gender and race. Let's talk about race. Donald Trump fared very well with Hispanic voters, especially Hispanic men. The numbers are coming in still a little early, but I think he did better with black men than was expected in the past. What do you think pushed that, especially with the Hispanic voters going for Donald Trump as much as they did? Because that made a big difference.
I think that a lot of it was he was able to sell a lot of Hispanic voters that immigration was a threat to them, that some of the people coming across the border was a threat to them. I think that we've got to be honest. Among Hispanic men and black men, there's a lot of misogyny. And I think that we've got to deal with the reality that he appealed to this whole false macho thing that some black men...
All right, and Al Sharpton here. The cope is going to be hard, and they're going to keep going at it for days now, for weeks perhaps. It's going to be misogyny. That's the reason why Donald Trump got elected, and not at all the policies and the behavior of the Democrats and the Democratic Party and the mainstream media that has swayed this election in favor of Donald Trump. And when we see these comments from Al Sharpton, then it sort of comes back to what we were talking earlier in this live stream as to whether there will be a change in the course of the Democratic Party. Are they going to sort of go into another path, or are they going to double down on the insanity of woke progressivism? And that will remain to be seen. We will have to see this over the next month and perhaps years until the next midterm election. What path will the Democratic Party take, and what messaging will they be going for? What will be their sort of PR strategy? Will they sort of double down on that identity politics, or will they sort of return to the basics of what made them successful in the past to really try to solve problems and appeal to the working class and to the middle class, instead of essentially trying to create division and pit people against each other, while blaming, of course, the other side for doing exactly what it is that they do anyway. In this election now, what we're seeing is really a very strong rebuke here of this type of ideology, really, of the Democrats having embraced identity politics and the politics of division, and it hasn't played out for them really in the way that they wanted. They thought that with bringing Kamala Harris, she would be able to get the women's vote and to get a very big gender difference in the vote. It hasn't been the case, and we've seen minorities voting more for Donald Trump than any other Republicans in modern history. And so it really shows that the strategy that the Democrats really employed for this election, and that they have been following for the last decade, it really hasn't played out for them. And of course now, as we said, is going to be the whole question. Are they going to change course, or will they double down? We will have to see. And of course, join the channel, subscribe to the channel if you want to follow what will be happening in the future. We will be paying close attention to all of this. But now, this election called now by everybody for Donald Trump, we will have to wait, I guess, until tomorrow to hear a concession speech by Kamala Harris. It will be interesting to see what she will say and what route will she take. Will she take the route of national unity and try to find a way to sort of make amends after this campaign, where the rhetoric on both sides went pretty far, but definitely went also very far on the side of Kamala Harris and her surrogates. And we'll have to see, will they try to sort of find a middle ground and be the uniting force that they had promised to be in victory? Will they still be this uniting force in defeat? Will they be gracious in this Trump victory, or will it be all knives out now to try to get Trump and prevent him from actually being able to do the job? We will have to see. Will we see sort of the same type of action that we did see last time Trump was president? Will they try to impeach him or not? Will they try to prevent the certification? We will see what happens in that regard. And of course, the result in the House will be very important in determining what path will the Democrats take, because if they don't take the House, really, then they will not have any political capital to try anything. It will be really counterproductive. They will not even have the ability to do that. And if Trump ends up and the Republicans end up winning the presidency, the Senate, the Congress, and the popular vote, then perhaps it's time for the Democratic Party to start with a policy blank slate, an ideological blank slate, and review their copy, because what they've done over the last decade has not been working. And as we were saying earlier in this live stream, after each election, they score worse and worse. And they will have to course correct if they want to rectify that. Anyway, thank you for watching this live stream. I hope you enjoyed this coverage of the election. Donald Trump winning the presidency, the Senate being in control now of the Republicans. We will have to wait and see tomorrow what happens with the House and the Kamala Harris concession speech. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, leave a like, and I will see you all very soon on our next video.
Hit me with that like, and sub to the channel. Hit me with that like, and click the effing bell. Click that bit, alright. The algo recommends, for sure you gon' like. The algo knows you well. Hit me with that like, subscribe to the channel. Hit me with that like, and click the effing bell.